Name's Issei Hyodo, but everyone calls me Issei. I'm a second year in high school, but I'm not really your average student anymore, sorry to say. I'm a demon, you see. Seriously, I'm not kidding. After a strange sequence of events, I wound up getting reborn as one. It's not all that important though, just think of me as a devilish high schooler. Anyway, a strange situation was unfolding before me one day, and I had no idea how to handle it. I mean, it looked like I was in a chapel, surrounded by familiar faces. Damn it, why is Issei the one getting married? There has to be a terrible mistake, a conspiracy even. My two best friends, Matsuda with his shaved head and Motohama with his thick glasses, fixed hateful glares at me. Issei, I want my first grandchild to be a girl. Oh, how you grown. It seemed like only yesterday you were a child, thinking of nothing but satisfying your libido. My parents were both crying, but why did they have to say such embarrassing things? I was wearing a white tuxedo. It looked almost like we were at a wedding. Hold on, it was a wedding scene. As if on cue, familiar marriage music began to play. Hang on, this is my wedding? I stood there, flummoxed by the sudden, bewildering situation. Who was the bride? Just who was I marrying? Issei, stop fidgeting, came a voice by my side that I instantly recognized. When I turned to look, I saw a beautiful young woman. Her crimson hair reached all the way down to her hips. It was Ria's Gremory. She was a high-class noble demon, and the one who resurrected me as a member of her familia. I was really only her servant though. Keeping my eyes on Ria's proved difficult. I mean, in her wedding dress, she was positively dazzling. The Prez was sure one hell of a beauty. Plus, she was standing right next to me, which meant... Rias, you look stunning. No, Rias. Why did you have to choose someone like him? High-pitched screams echoed through every corner of the chapel. No one was saying anything nice about me, though. I see. So, Rias and I are getting married. Talk about a surprise. Our relationship seemed to have reached this point without me even realizing it. And now we were about to tie the knot. I wasn't really sure how we got in here, but if I was really about to marry my idol, the Prez, I didn't have any problem with that. Do you promise to love her, to comfort her, to honor, and keep her for better or for worse? The old priest was running through the typical wedding vows, but my head was overflowing with other thoughts. If we were getting married, that meant we would be husband and wife. Husband and wife. That meant family. Family meant children. Children meant making babies. Making babies meant sexual relations. Sexual relations meant life as a married couple. Starting on our wedding night. A wedding night. Come here, Issei. In my mind, the Prez was already waiting for me, naked in a bed. That was what this meant, right? I mean, if we were husband and wife, it was our duty to start a family, right? Children were a necessary part of a family. And to make children required certain something. And that something was sex. I was gonna bang the Prez. By the time I had come to that conclusion, my mind was already bursting with excitement. I couldn't stop the roller coaster of my erotic fantasies. At last I understood why all my previous attempts at relationship had failed. They'd been in preparation for today, for tonight. Everything had been leading towards my fateful mission. That wasn't to say I wasn't unprepared though. I knew more than enough about that subject. For years, I've been running simulations in my mind all day, every day. In other words, I was an ace pilot in a training suit. It was finally time for me to graduate to the real thing. You may now kiss the bride. What? Right. I was getting ahead of myself. The present night we're going to kiss at the altar. Rias drew close to my face, her eyes shut. For a moment, I wondered if this was okay. It had to be, right? Steeling myself, I moved in. Her lips looked so soft. Her lipstick was glistening in the light, sending my head spinning. Soon they would be mine. Just thinking about it was enough to set my blood on fire. Huffing and puffing through my nose, I tilted my head forward and brought my face towards hers.
Looks like you're enjoying yourself there, kid.
Huh? A mysterious voice echoed inside my head. The sound was deep and powerful. It felt unfamiliar, but there was also something that told me I should have recognized it instantly. Whatever it was, it had come from somewhere nearby.
That's right. I'm beside you.
Who could this mysterious voice belong to? I glanced around, but the chapel had completely disappeared. Rias was gone as well, along with everyone else. My parents, my friends, everyone. I didn't even know where I was anymore. My senses were failing. It had become difficult just to stay upright. All the sounds had vanished. Before me, there was nothing but pure darkness and absolute silence. What is this? Prez, Dad, Mom, Matsuda, Marahama. Despite my calls for those close to my heart, there was no response. What was happening to me? Who had that voice belong to?
Me.
Ugh. No sound came from my body, but my heart leaped in surprise. Anyone else would have done the same thing at the sight of a giant monster appearing before them. The creature possessed large eyes as red as blood. Beneath them rested a mouth that stretched all the way to its ears, filled with countless protruding fangs. A thick horn jutted out from its forehead, and its whole body was covered in crimson scales that resembled roiling magma. Its arms and legs were equally huge and adorned in terrifying sharp claws. To top things off, the way that its wings spread out to either side of its body just made it look even bigger. Rising before me, that gigantic monster could only be described with one word: dragon. I might not have been able to speak, but that dragon seemed to pull the corner of its mouth in amusing understanding.
That's right. You finally noticed. I've been trying to speak to you all the time, but you're so pathetically weak that my words have never reached you. At last, it seems you could perceive me.
Whatever this thing was trying to get across, it wasn't making any sense. Perceive? It had been trying to talk to me? How was I supposed to even know that? Was it going to eat me or something?
Eat you? You? Stop joking around. You hardly look palatable. No, I merely wanted to introduce myself to my partner. I expected we'll be fighting side by side quite a bit from here on out.
Partner? Hold on a sec. What's all this about? Dragon, I tried to say, though no sound escaped in my mouth. Who exactly are...
You know the answer to that, don't you? Surely the truth has been gnawing at you already. Yes, that's right. I'm exactly what you're thinking. We'll talk again soon, partner.
I glanced at my left arm, only to find it covered in red scales, razor-sharp talons protruding from my fingertips. I opened my eyes to see a familiar ceiling of my room. Ah, so it was all a dream. While it had been one of my best, it also had been one of my worst. The dream had started off so wonderfully. I was getting married to the beautiful Rias. Everything had been going well until my heart started pounding. It was a bit strange. It would have been strange if it hadn't been. Especially after a night like that. My breath was ragged. I sat up upright and wiped my sweat from my brow. Apparently, I had been sweating buckets. Upon realizing that, I brought my left hand to my forehead. I recalled the last moments of my vision before I woken up. That final scene, that red dragon, it had been too unreal, too much like a fantasy game. Thankfully, there was nothing wrong with my arm, even though it had been transformed into that monster at the end of the dream. Though it looked normal, I knew perfectly well what was dwelling inside of it. I glanced at my clock. 4:30, still a little early. Taking a deep breath, I pulled my blankets back over me, then suddenly remembered something important. Jumping out of bed, I started to get ready. A crimson-haired beauty wearing a tracksuit was waiting on the street outside my house. It was Ria's Creamery. She was 1 year my senior and an idol. She was also the president of the Occult Research Club, a group I'd recently become a part of. Just like me, she was secretly a demon. She turned her azure eyes my way when she realized I was staring at her. "Hurry up now," she seemed to say, her lips moving with a faint smile. "I'm on my way." I changed out of my pajamas into a jogging suit, then dashed out of my house to begin my morning training. "Hey, pick it up. Don't drag your feet or I add another 10 laps." Gasping for breath, I coursed through the residential area in the early morning. The Prez was following after me by bicycle, working to keep me fired up. She was as strict as ever. It had been a month now since I had been reborn as a demon and a member of Rias Gremier's familia. Demons were supposed to be summoned by humans and enter into pacts to grant their wishes in exchange for extracting a cost. That was the kind of work we were involved in, and the Prez was no exception. As her servant, I was working under her hand. I was working under her each and every day, all the while edging closer and closer to achieving my own goal. Perhaps you're wondering what that goal is. I think it should be obvious by now. I will be a harem king, I panted as I ran. Indeed, but to do that, you need to start each day with basic training. You need to build up your strength. The Prez was right. I knew that much. While I was a little more than a newly minted demon myself, if I could prove my worth, there was a chance I'd be rewarded with a noble title of my own one day. That would enable me to get my own servants, just like the Prez. Yeah, my plan was to bring countless girls into my service, and then my dream will come true. To do that, I needed to be stronger. Just like Ria said, strength was essential in demon society. Simply put, the stronger you were, the more you could achieve. Climbing the ranks though means like knowledge or diplomacy was possible, but I didn't really have much of talents in those areas. Before I could even think about building a harem, I had to increase my physical abilities. That was why I was training so hard every morning. Still, the Prez was one tough drill sergeant. I won't accept any weakness in my servants. She showed no mercy during my morning training sessions. Each day, she started with a 20-kilometer run, followed by 100 dashes. That might not sound like a lot, but it was only the beginning. From there, I had to tackle other exercises like strength training. Ria subjected me to so many activities that I began to lose track. Demons were creatures of the night, and our powers were the strongest while the sun was down. Knowing this, I'd assumed that it would be better to train at night rather than early in the morning, but apparently that wasn't the case. According to the Prez, training in a baleful light of the morning sun would improve my demonic mental fitness as well. While my muscles were aching every day, the scary thing was that I was actually getting better. Lately, it even seemed like I was falling into a bit of a groove. That alone was proof of my progress. My physical education classes at school were getting so much easier. I was becoming faster at sprinting, and long distance running wasn't nearly as difficult as it had been. Phew. I came to a stop after I reached my goal in the park. My whole body was sweating profusely. Good work. Okay then, let's move on to sprints. The Prez flashed a savage grin. The higher your basic stat, the more meaningful your abilities, Rias instructed. After completing my morning marathon and sprint through the park, I moved on to the first item in my strength training regimen, push-ups. The Prez was sitting on my back. Her soft buttocks resting against me felt truly delightful. But with the way my arms were screaming with every push-up, I didn't have the opportunity to savor the sensation. Still, what could have been better than to feel the plush of her Cali-Pekin frame? Ah! Rias had spanked me. A gasp slipped from my mouth. I wasn't exactly a masochist, but still. You're having dirty thoughts. Your hip movements are lewd. That's 68. I was just thinking about you sitting on top of me. 69. Like you're riding me. 70. So you could talk while you're doing push-ups now, Issei. Guess that means that you're getting better. Shall we add another 100? Rias joked with a grin. I prayed that was a joke. I could already feel death approaching. She should be arriving any minute now. Huh? Who? No sooner had I asked the question than a familiar voice said, Excuse me. Holding myself upright, I glanced at the direction of the voice. Issei, President, I'm sorry I'm late. The blonde-haired girl who entered, Azia, tripped and fell onto the ground. Here's some tea, Issei. Oh, thanks. I sipped at the tea that Azia had brought in a thermos as I took a quick break. My whole body, from my abs to my back, was chittering with exhaustion. What are you doing here, Azia? I asked. The blonde beauty's cheeks turned pink. I heard you were training with the president here each morning, so I wanted to encourage you. All I did was bring you something to drink, though. Azia was so kind-hearted. I was moved. Azia, I'm touched. I never expected the day would come when a cute girl said something like that to me. I cried out with joy before draining my cup. Azia, with her long blonde hair and pale green eyes, was a former nun, meaning that she wasn't connected to the church anymore. She too had been reincarnated as a demonic member of Rias Gremmery's familia, much like I'd been. A month earlier, she had been caught up in a certain incident that had been killed by a fallen angel. Thanks to Prez, however, Azia had been reborn as a demon and so was now one of us. Incidentally, the fallen angels were some sort of wicked angels who appeared in the Bible and other holy texts. I guess you could say their distinguishing feature was their black wings. Angels, fallen or otherwise, were our mortal enemies, and there were lots of ongoing petty skirmishes between them and the demons. I had fought one myself last month, only to realize how truly weak I was. That's what led to me wanting to get stronger. I wasn't going to let Azia suffer like that ever again. Our master, Rias, the president of the Occult Research Club, looked to be in deep thought as she sipped her own cup of tea. What is it, Prez? I asked. Emerging from her thought, Rias cleared her throat with a small cough. No, it's nothing. But this is good timing. There's something I was hoping to see today. So how about we all go to Issei's house? Huh? What? My house? Good timing? And what was this expression on her face? It should be arriving right now, Rias added. It was only 10 minutes later when I found out the answer to my little mystery. What's all this? I asked. I raised my eyebrow at the sight of the cardboard boxes piled up by the entrance to my home. The sender's name wasn't even written on them. I couldn't help but be suspicious. They looked like some kind of packages you heard about having bombs in them. Maybe the Prez noticed my dubious expression because she said, "Now then, Issei, do carry these up to your room." Huh? Carry them inside? That's right. These are Asia's belongings. Be a gentleman and bring them inside now, would you? They are Asia's? I was already shocked to my core, but Rias didn't let up, immediately delivering a death blow. Indeed. From now on, Asia will be living here with you. A family discussion was the kind of meeting that ranked among the most important conferences and assemblies in the world. My parents, being the most powerful stakeholders in the house, had the highest decision-making authority. The key to these talks would be a degree of skill to which teenagers were able to negotiate. Surprisingly, however, my mom and dad, ostensibly the most influential figures of the assembly, were practically huddling together in fear of Prez's negotiating prowess. Maybe Rias' eyes were exerting some kind of unseen power over them. With that said, Mother, Father, won't you consider allowing Asia Argento to lodge in your homestay? At point-blank range, Rias put forth a completely unreasonable request with pose and grace. Staring fixedly at Asia, my parents exchanged a few whispers. They were furtively glancing my way too. My dad cleared his throat. Asia, was it? He asked. Yes, Father? Father? I don't know how to put this, but it brings joy to my heart to have two beautiful foreign ladies call me that. It looked like my dad was getting emotional. I could appreciate that. Surely, it must have felt good. Having the Prez and Asia, both of them, total knockouts, addressing him as father. Heck, I would have been on my knees if two beautiful girls started calling me big brother. Dear. My mom poked my dad with her finger. With that, he snapped back to his senses. Unfortunately, with our son living here, our home isn't a good choice for a homestay. He's practically the living embodiment of sexual desire. It pains me to say this, but you might be safer staying somewhere else. With another young lady, perhaps. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something would happen to you. That damn geezer sure didn't hold back. The living embodiment of sexual desire. Still, he had a point. It was probably best for a young woman to live with another girl her age. Even my mom was nodding along in approval, adding things like, that's right, that's right. If a beautiful blonde girl like Asia was to stay with someone positively overflowing with lustful cravings, there was no telling what might happen. There was even a chance of it becoming an international incident. Seriously though, I really wasn't gonna do anything. It was heartbreaking to know my own mom and dad had so little faith in me. They were still in the dark about Asia and me being demons. And no one had told them about how a fallen angel tried to use Asia to advance her own goals either. I doubt they would ever believe me if I tried to explain it. Besides, it was best to keep them out of demon affairs. So when we discussed things, we left out certain details and added in plenty of others. Rias didn't seem to be concerned about my parents' refusal, and she continued to speak with a broad smile. What if Asia was to become your daughter? She offered. What? Prez, that was awfully suggestive. What do you mean? Father, Asia trusts Issei deeply, and I feel the same. Your son is very straightforward, and sometimes he isn't very discreet, but he isn't a fool. Rather, there was a fire inside him, a burning passion that propels him forward and helps him overcome whatever obstacle stands in his way. Both Asia and I are drawn to that part of him, Especially Azia. Isn't that right? Yeah, Issei saved my life. He's my savior. And he helps me out at school all the time. In class, With a warm, happy smile, Azia began to explain everything I had done for her. She even told my parents about all the minor things that had happened in school. To be honest, I thought she was giving me a little too much credit. Eventually, it got so embarrassing I wanted to bolt from the room. My parents nodded along. Oh, our Issei did that, did he? To think that he could be so helpful to someone. They certainly didn't look dissatisfied with what they were hearing. Well, I suppose any parent would be happy to hear their child being praised so highly, right? Cutting through the atmosphere with the conversation like a knife, Rias offered something extreme. What if this homestay was to be some form of bridal training? Bride? Dad, Mom, and I all cried in shock. Where did that come from? Azia simply wore a confused expression. My dad started bawling his eyes out. With the way Issei is, I was worried I would never have grandchildren, he said, wiping his tears from his face. I've worried for so long whether he would be able to take care of himself on his own. I was stunned. Where did this come from? Why did my own father have such little faith in my future like that? Mom was drying her eyes too. I never thought he would find someone to love him. I mean, he's Issei, our useless son. I did my best to try to raise him so that he wouldn't embarrass himself out there in the world, but I thought that it would all be in vain. If I had a time machine, I would try to warn my younger self to say, your son will turn into a good-for-nothing who hides his pornographic DVD collection in his plastic figurine box in the back of his closet. Be careful on how you raise him. What? My secret DVD collection? How does she know where I stashed it? Dad gripped Azia's hand. Azia, he might not amount to much, but can we entrust him to you? Azia didn't seem to realize what he was hinting at, and she responded with a bright smile. At that, Mother burst into a fit of relieved sobbing. The whole thing looked like some kind of soap opera. Rias, Azia Argento is more than welcome here. We'll take good care of her, my dad proclaimed. Pleased, Rias beamed. Thank you, Father. And you, Issei, I'll leave Azia in your hands. Azia, you will be staying with Issei's family from now on, so try not to get in trouble. Watch your manners, and do your best to get along with Issei's parents. Is it really alright? I mean, I don't want to be a burden, Azia stammered. If you want to familiarize yourself with Japanese culture and the Japanese way of life, there's no better way than staying with a family like Issei's, Rias continued. When I asked you who among our members you would most like to stay with, you didn't hesitate to name Issei, did you? Now I understood. Until this whole debacle, Rias had let Azia borrow one of the vacant rooms in the old school building. Yeah, I did say that, but it's alright, Azia. You could learn about Japan with us. You could even stay here forever. Evidently, my dad was really set on her being a daughter-in-law. See? Even Issei's father wants you to stay, Rias said with a grin. Azia's confusion finally cleared, and she too flashed everyone a warm smile. I understand, President. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, and I know I'm a little clumsy, but Issei, Mother, Father, please look after me. Mom and Dad had been completely hoodwinked. As far as they were concerned, all that stuff about Azia becoming my wife was too good to pass up. With that, the meeting came to an end, and it was decided that Azia and I would start living under the same roof. Bridal training, Rias muttered. Her expression looked somehow foreign. Something about the look on her face filled me with worry. The first few days living with Azia came and went pretty quickly. Isn't the weather nice, Issei? We're playing softball today in PE. You know, I'm really looking forward to it. I've never played it before. Azia chatted excitedly as we made our way to the school. To think that I'll be walking with a beautiful young woman by my side each day from now on. I could feel the curious gazes of my schoolmates boring into me as we approached the gate. Why are Argento and Hyoto walking together? Impossible. What's he playing at? He wasn't satisfied with making his moves on Rias, so now he's going after Azia too? Students around us gossiped so loudly. They were approaching frenzied shrieks. I suppose I couldn't blame them though. They didn't need to know much about me to work out that this should have been an impossible situation. I, an unpopular sex-obsessed high schooler, had suddenly started hanging out with some of the school's most popular girls. Not only that, I was making the commute with our beautiful new transfer student, a subject on everyone's lips since the day she had arrived. From an outsider's perspective, it must have seemed pretty inconceivable. From what I gathered, a lot of guys had already confessed to Azia. They probably thought if I'd done it, they could too. Azia had rejected them all outright though. Unfortunately, that meant some of the people started to hold it against me. Heck, even now, I could feel the hatred in their eyes. Maybe they had the idea that I was fooling around with one girl after another. It was hardly that simple, but whatever. Still, it was fun to be regarded that way by my classmates. Even if it was just a massive misunderstanding, I started to feel pretty popular. Yeah, that's right. Eat your hearts out, folks. This is only the beginning. Did something funny happen? What? Azia looked at me questioningly. Her face was so close to mine that I found myself blushing. I was still pretty new to this after all. No, nothing. By the way, Azia, you haven't had any difficulties, have you? I'm in class, I mean. Are you getting along with the other girls? That was what I was most worried about. Azia had only just transferred here, and she was a former nun. Her previous way of life had been completely detached from the real world, so it wouldn't have come as any surprise to learn that she'd run into a few hang-ups. I was always there to help out, of course, but the most important thing for Azia was that she had the support of the girls. From what I could tell, she was getting along with the other members of the Occult Research Club, but I wasn't sure about the situation with her classmates. The idea of her getting bullied seemed unlikely, but I couldn't help but worry about it. To date, there had been nothing I saw suggesting anyone was being mean to her, but there was no telling what went on when I wasn't around. Without the slightest concern on her face, Azia looked at me with a carefree grin. Everyone is so kind. They're teaching me all sorts of things to help me get used to my life in Japan. I've made lots of friends. I was thinking about inviting them to go shopping actually. That was reassuring to hear. It sounded like things were going pretty well. Perhaps there had been nothing to worry about. With that, we made our way onto the campus and up to our classroom. Now that I was sure no one was mistreating Azia, there was only one other issue. Azia, good morning. Good morning, Azia. You look dazzling today. No sooner did Azia and I walk through the door of the classroom than Matsuda and Motohama appeared before her. They were my friends and my negative influences. Their perverted personalities were as famous throughout the school as my own. Good morning, Matsuda, Motohama. Azia warmly greeted the two of them. At this, the pair immediately started getting emotional. This is what it feels like, isn't it, Motohama? It sure is, Matsuda. Having a perfect beauty say good morning to you at the start of the day really makes you feel alive. As was fairly common, my friends were getting rather worked up over something incredibly minor. I guess I would have done the same thing until recently, however. My newfound confidence and generosity sure had changed me. Ow. I'd been trying to act cool for a moment when Matsuda delivered an unexpected gut punch. "What was that for, you bald bonehead?" I exclaimed. Despite my protestations, Matsuda's face broke into a strange grin and delivered a sudden low kick. Damn, that hurts. What the hell is this idiot doing? Issei, my friend, I've heard the news, he said. What news? I asked. That you have been coming to school with Ozzy here. What's wrong with that? It's strange. That's what's wrong with it. Why do you both keep taking the same route each day? I didn't know where the rumors had started from, but I guess my friends heard the news. I licked my lips and curled my mouth into a lecherous smile. Okay then, Matsuda, Motohama, there's something that separates me from the two of you, an insurmountable barrier. I suppose there's really nothing that could be done about it. What are you gloating about? Yeah, come on, Issei. Just because you're friends with Ozzy here doesn't mean... It was time for my coup de grace. My grin was the one of victory. Ozzy and I are living together, under the same roof. Isn't that right, Ozzy? Yes, I'm staying with Issei and his family. My friends fell silent at the sight of Ozzy's happy smile. It looked like they'd been rendered speechless. Victory was mine. Impossible. Matsuda blurted out. Tears of mortification and jealousy were streaming down his cheeks. Meanwhile, I was enjoying every minute of it. I can't believe it. Issei is living with a blonde-haired beauty? It's absurd. It's unnatural. Motohama adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand. He too was clearly distraught. His whole body was quaking where he stood. So, does Ozzy wake you up in the morning? Matsuda asked pitifully. You did have to wake me up this morning, didn't you, Ozzy? That's because you're such a sleepyhead, Issei. She answered with a light chuckle. Matsuda fell backward onto the floor. Does she serve you meals too? Motohama inquired with trepidation. Mom did say you were pretty thoughtful, didn't she? Oh, you're making me blush, Ozzy said, raising her hand to her cheek. I watched cheerfully, my heart filled with a warm and generous feeling. Motohama glared back at me from behind his glasses. His eyes were so sharp, they looked like they would start to cry beads of blood. Jealousy sure could be terrifying. My whole life, it seemed, had undergone a sudden reversal. Everything was now joyful and rosy, all because I had befriended a beautiful young lady. Yeah, even if the other girls in my class hated me, as long as I had Ozzy by my side, nothing else mattered. No, I reminded myself, I can't stop here. My goal was to earn a noble title, become a great demon, and make countless beauties into my loyal servants. I was going to need other girls who liked me. The trouble was, I wasn't exactly on good terms with most young women. Issei, you sure know a lot of cute girls, don't you? Rias, Himajima, that's both of Kuo Academy's two great ladies. Plus, I've seen you with the petite idol Koneko. As if that wasn't enough, you snatched up our blonde transfer student Ozzy too? What gives? This is totally unfair. Matsuda cradled his head in his hands. It was admittedly a little upsetting to see my friend so distraught. There was nothing to refute though. I had befriended a good number of beauties over the past month or so. I was accompanying Ozzy on our way to school, and both Rias and Akeno seemed pretty fond of me. Yeah, things have finally turned around for me. There was no mistaking that. I was certain these days promised to be the most enjoyable time of my life, and I was going to ensure that I relished them without regret. While I was considering such things, Motohama had calmly adjusted his glasses. Issei, I'm sure it wouldn't help for you to introduce us to even one of your new friends. Come on, help us meet someone. Please, I'm begging you. He pushed his face close to mine. His voice was low, but it was filled with intensity. The only girls I knew were the one that Matsuda had already mentioned. In other words, I wasn't acquainted with any others. Heck, I was sure that no one else would even take me seriously. Perhaps that sounded a little harsh, but it was the truth. To put it bluntly, I didn't know any human girls. All the ones that I was getting on so well with were demons. Still, demons could be cute too, so I didn't take much issue with that. After thinking for a moment, I remembered that I did know someone else. Sort of. It was an idea, at least. I took out my cell and searched through the address book. Sure enough, there it was. This could work. Hold on a second. I left Ozzy and my two buddies for a moment and went to the corner of the room so I could check with the person I had in mind as to whether or not it would be alright. We spoke on the phone for a couple minutes and they were okay with it. Everything's good. I know someone that wants to meet you. They'll bring a friend too. Here's their number and email address. You should probably get in touch by email or text first. That'll help things move along more smoothly. Thanks. Instantly recovering from his wailing despair, Matsuda snatched my cell phone out of my hand. Hey, come on. That was a quick turnaround. A second ago, you were crying your heart out. The two of them copied the number into their own phones. Thanks, Issei. We're in your debt. I'll never forget what you did for us this day. Yeah, let's all go on a triple date. Just you wait. We'll have girlfriends in no time. The two of them were grinning in excitement. It looked like they were gorging themselves on happiness. Or maybe their minds had been opened up to a new world of possibilities. So, what's she like? She's cute, right? Matsuda inquired, hoping to learn more about the person whose number I'd just given him. I scratched my cheek. Well, they're definitely a maiden. There's no doubt about that. A maiden? Wonderful. Awesome, Issei. I bow my head to you, Master Hiono. These guys could be ridiculous at times. Their attitudes had done a complete 180. Who's to say I wouldn't have ended up the same way if I never met Rias and Issei though? Silently, I whispered an apology for hogging all the fun. Matsuda, still grinning, glanced back at me. Hey, Issei. By the way, is it just Mill? What's with that name? That was the question Matsuda was going to have to answer on his own. Not even I knew the truth of it. Pedaling my bicycle at full throttle, I rocketed through the neighborhood at night. I screamed, putting everything I had, propelling myself forward. Stopping at our destination, Ozzy, sitting behind me, popped a leaflet into the mailbox. It's done. Alright. After making sure she was secure behind me, I took off again. The little ads Ozzy and I were distributing were actually a simple tool used for summoning demons like us. Normally, a would-be client would have to draw a magic circle to summon one, but in the modern age, few people were willing to go to such lengths. Actually, it was more that very few people believed such creatures even existed anymore. Until recently, I definitely hadn't. This left demonic commerce in a bit of a tough spot. To counteract this, flyers complete with their own pre-made magic circles have been printed. Each familia emblazoned their handouts with their own insignia and added different fancy catchphrases that really gave them the look of any other everyday junk mail. The leaflets probably didn't mean much to those who were already living satisfying lives, but they were enchanted with a special charm that tempted those possessed with raging, unfulfilled desires into using them. When a client used one, a demon would appear from the magic circle and grant them a wish in exchange for payment. That was the contemporary way of summoning a demon. Distributing leaflets was the #1 job for newbie servant demons like me and Azia. Basically, we would start at the bottom for a time and learn the ropes of the trade. We had a special mobile device that helped us identify homes of those with unquenchable desires. Following this little detector, we would arrive at this place and toss one of the flyers into their mailbox, then move on to the next potential client, rinse and repeat. Technically, I had already graduated from this kind of work. I was still doing it only because... Issei, are you sure about this? Helping me deliver these papers, I mean. It's no problem. Yeah, I was there to help Azia. Basically, I was ferrying her by bicycle from one house to the next. You don't know how to ride it by yourself, right? Someone else pedaling is the only way this will work. I'm sorry. I've never ridden a bicycle before, but I can walk. I can't let you do that. I'd worry about you, Azia. That was the truth. It wasn't so much about whether or not she could ride by herself, but rather it would be irresponsible of me to let her wander an unfamiliar neighborhood alone. Azia had arrived in Japan from a northern European countryside only last month. She still didn't know much about the local customs. Her new demon abilities allowed her to speak and understand Japanese, but adapting to an entirely different kind of daily life was another matter entirely. I've been trying to teach her, but there's still so much left to cover. On top of that, Azia was too friendly and pure-hearted. There was no telling what kind of trouble she would get herself into. After giving it some thought and being unable to stop myself from worrying, I told the president I would help Azia distributing the leaflets. Rias graciously agreed to my requests. That's how I wound up carrying Azia on my bike from one place to the next each night. See that, Azia? I motioned to an approaching structure. That's a Shinto shrine. We're demons, so we can't go inside. Yes, demons aren't allowed to enter a place where spirits gather, or spots that have a connection to God, right? As a Christian, it's hard to imagine 8 million gods, though. Raised in a monotheistic culture, Azia was unlikely to adapt easily to Japanese religious beliefs, or so Rias had told me. That's why I thought it would be a good idea to use this opportunity to teach her all about her new home. Ah, look over there. It's closed right now, but that bakery makes such good bread. How about I take you there sometime? I offered. Okay. I love Japanese bread. It's so sweet. Azia replied cheerfully. Even light conversations like this were fun. It was like we were on a nighttime date. What more could I have asked for? I have always wanted to cycle around with a girl riding on the seat behind me. Issei, have you ever seen the movie Roman Holiday? Azia suddenly asked. Roman Holiday? Ah, right. That's a pretty famous one. It's an old film, yeah? Sorry, I haven't seen it, I replied. Oh. Azia sounded a little disappointed. What about it? I love that film. Whenever I saw the characters riding around on bicycles, I always wanted to try it myself. She paused there, giggling softly. There was a genuine happiness about her, and I felt Azia's arms tighten around me slightly. I didn't really know what she was on about, but that was fine. If she was happy, that was enough for me. The night breeze felt good as we raced along. We're back. Once Ozzy and I had finished distributing the leaflets, we made our way back to the clubroom. The Occult Research Club was based in a supposedly unused old school building at the back of the campus. One of the empty classrooms on the third floor had been adapted into a meeting place and headquarters of Rias Grummary's Familia. Oh dear, you both look exhausted. I'll make you some tea. Akeno Himajima, the club's vice president and Rias' #1 advisor, was the first to greet us upon our return. Akeno was a third-year student, which made her my senior. She had a classic Japanese charm, with lustrous black hair and a broad, welcoming smile. She also regularly sported a ponytail, a rare sight in this day and age. She and Rias were known at her school as the two great ladies. They held the adoration of boys and girls alike at Kuo Academy. How was your date? The next to speak up, flashing us a cool smile, was Yudo Kiba, the handsome prince who captivated countless girls here at Kuo. He was a pretty boy, a real smooth-talking lady killer. That quality of his made him my mortal enemy. Awesome, of course. Regardless of my dislike, I gave him a thumbs up as I replied. A late night tryst. A cold, cool voice observed. Such a sound belonged only to Koneko Tojo, a petite first-year student. At a glance, she looked like she belonged to an elementary school. Perhaps that's why she became sort of a mascot for our school. Ozzy and I approached Rias, who was sitting on the sofa at the back of the room. Her crimson hair was stunning as ever. Prez, we're back, I stated, but Rias kept staring off into the distance. Perhaps she's got something on her mind, I wondered. It could have been my imagination, but it looked like she gave out a small sigh. Ozzy, standing by my side, tried to follow Rias' gaze. Prez, we're back, I repeated, louder this time. With that, Rias snapped back her senses. Sorry, my mind must have wandered. Good work, Issei, Azia. It seemed to me that Rias was frequently getting distracted lately. While she handed everyone her orders with her usual level of elegance and grace, I did notice her staring off into space a lot. Sighs slipped from between her lips with increasing regularity too. Whatever was troubling Rias was likely something I couldn't even hope to guess at. She was a high-class demon after all. That must have come with its own challenges and issues. In any event, these were the members of the Occult Research Club. In other words, the students in this club formed Rias Grummary's Familia. Apart from me, everyone else was super popular at the school. Although, I suppose I was famous in my own right as a pervert. It wasn't quite the same, though. Rias looked Azia over. Well then, she began. It's time you made your debut. Huh? Seriously? Eh? Azia clearly confused herself. Azia, this means you're a full-fledged demon, I cried out ecstatically. You'll jump through a magic circle and make a pact with your client. Me? She asked, flustered, pointing at her own chest. I'm right, aren't I, Prez? I asked. Indeed. I think you handed out enough leaflets. If I don't put a stop to it now, these dates of yours could get out of hand. What? Quit joking around like that, Prez. You're going to embarrass me. Just as when I graduated from fire duty, Rias drew a magic circle of the Grummary's Familia on the palm of Azia's hand. With that mark, she would be able to warp back and forth through the magic circle. Akeno, please check that Azia has enough demonic power to make the jump. Of course, President. At Rias' instruction, Akeno placed her hand on Azia's forehead. A faint light began to issue from her fingertips, as if she was gauging something. After what happened with Issei, we better make sure you're ready. I don't think you'll have a problem, though. Rias' words dampened my spirits. Still, there was nothing I could have said back. My first real outing as a demon hadn't gone at all to plan. It only took a tiny amount of demonic power to use the magic circles, but I'd been unable to muster even that much. As unprecedented as it was, I'd been forced to travel to my clients by bicycle. Even now, I still had to pedal my way to people who summoned me. It was humiliating. She's fine, President. There shouldn't be any issue. Actually, after you and me, she possesses the most power of any member of our familia. She has immense latent potential. Rias broke into a smile at Akeno's report. That's good to hear. She'll be able to put her bishop abilities to full use then. By bishop, Rias was referring to Azia's role as a demon. Present-day demons gave their servants roles based on humans' game of chess. The head of the household was the king, beneath whom served their pawns, knights, bishops, rooks, and queen. This system, known as evil pieces, was how members of demons' familia were organized. A short while back, I learned from Rias and the others how the system had come out. Many demons had perished in the great war fought between the forces of God and the fallen angels. The evil pieces system was devised as a way to increase the fighting potential of smaller forces to help balance the odds. Each piece had its own special attributes, which helped bolster a demon's innate abilities. Rias had assigned such roles to us too. Akeno was her queen, Kiba her knight, Koneko her rook, Azia her bishop, and I was her pawn. The pawn might seem incredibly underpowered to the untrained eye, but a pawn could take down a king when used correctly, or so Rias had told me. If I was going to work towards becoming the mightiest of pawns, I had to have faith that such thing was true. Since Azia evidently had plenty of power to spare, it sounded like she wasn't gonna have any trouble using the magic circle. Yeah, her future looked so rosy. I was happy for her. I was confident she would get along well with her clients, but that's when I was stung by a pang of unease. Azia was extremely kind-hearted and naive. What would happen if she was summoned by some sketchy weirdo? Case 1. What a cute little demon. Oh, I know. Show me your panties. Flash me your breasts. That could be bad, I thought. Case 2. Beautiful demon. Let me fondle your breasts in exchange for my life. Would Azia really? I gulped. Case 3. I'll give you my soul. Just let me sleep with you tonight. I didn't even know what I'd do if someone said that to her. Issei, are you crying? Rias peered at my face. Her expression was one of concern. You can't, Prez. I shook my head from side to side, tears streaming down my face. I changed my mind. This was no good at all. This was Azia we were talking about. If some unknown client ordered her to do anything indecent, she wouldn't be able to refuse. She was too hardworking, too earnest. A girl like her was gonna do her best to finish the job, even at the expense of herself. Prez, I cried out. You can't let Azia go alone. I'm worried about her. I couldn't live with myself if some sick perv forced her to do lewd stuff. Issei, Rias began, her expression troubled. The House of Gremory doesn't respond to summoners whose thoughts towards the members of a familiar are too lecherous. We do occasionally get clients like that, but we have someone who specializes in dealing with those cases. I wouldn't put Azia in that sort of predicament. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Really? Are you sure? I'm still really stressed about it. Rias let out a tired sigh at my display of concern. Very well. I'll let you assist her, at least to begin with. How does that sound? Thank you, Azia. Leave the pervs to me. All you have to worry about is making the normal contracts. I took her hand in my own and breathed out a sigh of relief. Okay. Azia herself looked a little uneasy, as though she thought this was making more trouble for me. Truthfully, I didn't care. I had to protect her. Not only had I promised Rias I would do so, but I was legitimately worried for Azia. Perhaps you could have said that I was being too protective, but I wanted to watch over Azia until she felt confident enough to say that she could handle taking clients on her own. I would protect her until she grew tired of me, even if it meant that she started to resent me a little. In that case, once you receive the request, Azia, you will be able to jump through the magic circle, taking Issei with you, Rias explained. I understand, President, replied Azia. At that moment, the large magic circle on the floor of the room began to glow. Akeno, who was in charge of operating it, read the demonic text that appeared on one side of the circle. Oh dear, even Azia might be able to handle this one. Hearing the report, Rias broke out into a grin. How convenient. Azia, use your powers to jump straight to the client. Issei might not be able to make the jump himself, but you're strong enough to bring him with you. Good luck. I was supposed to be helping her, but in reality, I was the one who needed the hand-holding. It didn't matter. I was going to protect Azia in my own way. Let's go, Azia. Yes, Issei, she answered. Thus, the two of us eagerly walked into the center of the magic circle. It was past midnight by the time Azia and I finally made it home. Her first job had gone surprisingly smooth. A stark contrast to mine. Thank you for letting me take a shower first, Azia said before heading to the bathroom. Having completed her first contract without any hitches, she seemed unable to stop smiling. I went back to my room and tried to get some rest. Just like every other night since I'd become a demon, I was completely exhausted in both mind and body. After finishing with Azia's clients, the two of us had returned to the clubroom to report the success and finished our day. Something about the Prez expression had caught my eye. Again, she had that distant look in her eye, almost as if she was troubled by something. Worrying about Rias was fine and good, but I still had to make sure I took my shower once Azia was finished. Using the same bath as she did. I knew I shouldn't be thinking such dirty thoughts, but I was still in the prime of my adolescence. I had to admit, it did make me feel pretty aroused. No. I shook my head from side to side, trying to dispel my perverted imaginations. My job is to keep her safe. How low am I that I'm thinking such lewd stuff about her? I'm a pervert, an absolute creep. I scolded myself, wishing I had a hermit's sense of worldly detachment. Lowering myself to the floor, I crossed my legs to assume a zazen position. Then I closed my eyes and tried to empty my mind of all thought. I told myself that I wasn't a pervert, and that I would suffer no more dirty thoughts. I was Azia's protector. I might have been living with her, but it was wrong to think of her that way. I recited a Buddhist invocation. Hail Buddha of infinite light. Ow! I was struck by a sudden headache. For a moment, I wondered what happened. Then, I remembered I was a demon. Reciting sutras could have dealt me some serious damage. Had I kept going, I might have killed myself. Damn it, I swore. This was just adding insult to injury. Then I paused for a moment and wondered what I was actually trying to accomplish. At the very same instant, the floor in my room suddenly burst into a familiar pattern of light. It was the mark of our familia. There was no mistaking a Gramarye magic circle. But who was jumping here, and why? The light of the magic circle filled the entire room, and a figure took shape in the center of it. Squinting at the light, I spied a feminine silhouette and then brilliant crimson hair. Prez? Appearing from within the magic circle was none other than Rias herself. For what reason could she have possibly warped directly into my room? Somehow, she still looked preoccupied, just as she had back in the clubroom. She looked me over before edging closer. Then she said something completely unexpected. "Issei, hold me." Huh? My mind went blank. What was going on? Had I misheard? Seeing my bewildered expression, Rias tried a more direct approach. "I want you to take my virginity. Immediately." I don't think I've ever heard more stimulating words spoken in my life. "Come on, get into bed. I'll be ready in a moment." Rias all but pushed me across the room as she began to remove her uniform. Hold on. What? My thoughts simply couldn't keep up with her actions. She pulled her skirt away, revealing her underwear. Her pure white panties were dazzling. The shape of her legs was breathtaking. Her luxurious thighs simply begged to be caressed. Next, she reached for her blouse. "Prez, this is..." I was losing my mind. How could I not be? Anyone, let alone a sex-obsessed teenager like me, would have been flustered if the Prez had suddenly appeared in front of them, saying stuff like, "Let's have sex," taking off her clothes. Off came her blouse. I could see her bra delicately cradling her breasts. My eyes were glued to her heaving chest. Wearing no more than her underwear, Rias took a deep breath and then walked towards me. "Issei, am I no good?" she asked. That's not true at all. I couldn't dream of anything better," I hurriedly replied. "I put a lot of thought into it, but I can't think of any other way," she said. Any other way of what? I had no idea what she meant. "Once it's done, no one will be able to say anything otherwise. You're the only person close to me that I could do this with." Me? I wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but had Rias really chosen me to be her first? This was an honor, or at least that's what I wanted to say, but I couldn't form my words. "Yuto would be no good. He's a knight to his core. He would have refused. I have to choose you, Issei." I beat Kiba? I might have not known what was going on, but this was something to be proud of. Victory was mine. You damn pretty boy. "You're still lacking in a few areas, but you have true potential." Rias stroked my cheek with the tip of her finger. My skin was tingling, and my heart trembled in excitement. Some unknown energy was coursing through my body. "You're the only one that would agree to this immediately after I asked." Prez. Rias drew closer to me and pushed me down onto the bed. She climbed on top, straddling my waist. Her buttocks and thighs were pressing against my you-know-where. Her crimson hair traced gently across the lines of my body. The scent of those brilliant locks were pure bliss. My ears caught the sound of her bra being unhooked. It was the second coming of her glorious naked breasts. Her beautiful pink tips were already standing erect. With Rias's every movement, her bountiful bust bounced and swayed. Its destructive power was simply too great. This was only my second time seeing her bare breasts, and both occurrences have taken place in this very bed. "This is your first time, isn't it, Issei? Or have you done this before?" Rias asked. It's my first," I replied nervously. I thought so. Me too. We might both lack experience, but let's make sure we see this through to the end. Don't worry, it's very simple. You just need to put it here. She reached down to touch below her abdomen. I was so turned on. I felt like my brain might explode at any moment. Next, she took my right hand and my hand, guided by Rias's own, squeezed her supple flesh. A soft, warm sensation seeped into each of my fingers. Every nerve in my body was concentrated on that hand. I could feel the blood rushing from my nose. Long have I dreamed of this wonderful impression. I felt like my head was going to burst. If I had to describe this feeling, it was like kneading a high-quality pudding that could only hold its shape after being squeezed. Or maybe a gourmet marshmallow. No. Even that description wasn't doing the situation justice. Words aren't enough. Can you tell? Rias cooed. I'm nervous too. Can you feel my heart beating? Now that she mentioned it, I could feel her heart racing beneath her soft bosom. Looking carefully, I could see that her pale white skin was starting to turn pink. Rias is nervous too? She was normally so composed and elegant, but I guess she would feel anxious during her first time. Without waiting for me to respond, she started to undo my clothes. I was being stripped naked by a girl. Still, I don't really have much confidence. I was so nervous that my voice came out as a high-pitched whine. There was nothing that I could have done to help it anyhow. Seriously, I was a virgin. Rias brought her face closer to mine. Are you trying to embarrass me? She whispered. Those words were enough to blow a hole in my consciousness. That was the sound of all my reason and self-control leaving me. I seized Rias by the shoulder, pushing her down on my bed. To think that there was a fully naked girl laying beneath me was almost inconceivable. She had said that I could do it with her, though. Ready yourself, Issei Hiro, I thought. While it had been incredibly sudden, my time had come at last. No. I began to wonder, is this really okay? Still, a popular, gorgeous older woman had asked me to. There was no way I could resist. I gulped, catching my breath. Just as my body began to lean against hers, the floor of the center of my room lit up once again. Who is it now? I thought. Rias glanced towards the light and let out a sigh. I guess I was too slow. She stared sullenly down at the magic circle. The insignia was, yet again, the House of Gremory. But who could it be? Regardless of whether it was Kiba, Akeno, or Koneko, this was a bad situation for someone to walk in on. Against all expectations, the one who emerged from the magic circle was unfamiliar silvered-haired woman wearing a maid outfit. Hold on, a maid outfit? She took in the scene of Rias and me on my bed. Are you trying to break your agreement, Lady Rias? She asked coolly. Rias raised an eyebrow. This was the only way Father and Sir Zex would listen. His lordmanship and Master Sir Zex will both be disappointed to hear that you gave your chastity to a lowly servant like this. His lordship? Sir Zex? Who on earth are they? Based on what Rias had just said, maybe the maid meant her father and some other relative. An elder brother, perhaps? Did that mean Rias had siblings? Hold on. Lowly? That's me she was talking about, right? Had this maid lady really formed such a poor opinion of me that quickly? Rias' expression turned sour. My chastity is mine to do with as I please. What's wrong with giving it to a man of my choosing? And don't you call my cute little servant names. I won't spare you my wrath, Graphia. Prez, I'm touched that you would stand up for me. The woman, apparently named Graphia, picked up Rias' bra. In any event, you are the heir of the House of Gremory, so please don't go carelessly exposing yourself to random gentlemen. That applies to even the best of the situations. With that, she fitted the bra back onto Rias' body. The woman turned towards me and bowed her head. How do you do? My name's Graphia. I serve the House of Gremory. Pleased to make your acquaintance. She introduced herself with formal politeness. I'd been taken aback when I first seen her. What with her insulting me, but now that I have a good look, it was clear that she too was a beautiful woman. Even if she were human, she probably would have been in her early 20s. She came off as a calm, cool-headed person, but with her radiant silver hair plaited into 3 braids and knotted together, and her gleaming argent eyes, she was a sight to behold. Graphia, huh? Maybe I had a thing for older women too. As I partook in the sight of the lady with the maid outfit, Rias pinched me on my cheek. I hope Prez knew how much that hurt. Graphia, did you come here on your own volition? Or did someone send you? My brother, perhaps? Rias wore an annoyed frown. It seemed fitting expression for a girl her age, but I've never seen this side of her. All of the above, Graphia replied. Rias took a deep, resigned sigh. I see. You, my brother's queen, came to the human realm personally. That's how it is. I understand. She started to gather her clothes, threading her arm through her sleeves. Rias buried her marvelous nakedness. I'm sorry, Issei. Please pretend this never happened. I wasn't thinking clearly tonight. Let's put all of this behind us. Just like that, it was over. I suppose I never really had any idea what was going on in the first place. Somehow, I knew I was gonna regret this later. Issei? Don't tell me this is him. Huh? Graphia looked at me with a startled expression. It was quite the revelation to know that even a cool-headed woman like her could be taken by surprise. Yeah, Issei Hyoto, I said. I'm a pawn, and the user of the boosted gear, I said. The boosted gear? You're the one possessed by the Red Dragon Emperor? Had something changed? All of a sudden, this maid lady was staring at me as if I was some strange rarity. Graphia, what do you say we go back to my stronghold? Rias suggested. We could speak there. You don't mind if Akeno joins us, I hope? The Vestal of Thunder? I don't mind. There's nothing unusual about a high-class demon having their queens by their side. Good. Issei? Rias called as she sauntered over. She brought her face to my cheek end. The touch of her lips against my skin. Whoa. Whoa. A kiss on the cheek? Please forgive me for tonight. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'll see you tomorrow in the clubroom. With that farewell, she and Graphia disappeared in the light of another magic circle. I brought my hand to my cheek, the soft touch of Rias' kiss still lingering. Issei! Came Ozzy's voice a short time later. You can shower now. The next morning, Ozzy and I made our way to school at the usual time. I rubbed my eyes. I hadn't been able to get any sleep whatsoever. Damn it. Damn it all. I knew I was gonna regret what happened with Rias. I spent the whole night writhing in agony in bed. That warm, soft sensation of Rias' breast lingered on my hand, and the sight of her naked body was engraved into my vision. My whole being had been taken by those memories. This left me with no choice but do all those perverted things to myself throughout the night. The whole night through. I had to do something to bring my burning lust under control. What with how it all ended just moments before the main event. Unfortunately, that had now left me completely dejected. "Are you alright?" Azia asked me worriedly. The way her pure, innocent eyes stared up at me just made me feel even more dirtied. "I'm sorry, Azia," I thought. "I tried to do something while you were gone that I can't tell you about." There was no way I could admit that the president appeared in my room and wanted to sleep with me. "You didn't do any training today. You aren't hurt, are you?" She really did look deeply worried. "I'm so sorry, Azia. My usual session had been canceled. I had received a message from Rias earlier this morning saying that the regular practice had been called off for the day. Well, I was hardly in the state to do it anyhow, especially not with Rias. My legs carried me unsteadily to the gate, and from there, my classroom went. "Issei!" Matsuda was storming down the corridor towards me. His expression was one of rage and indignation. "Oh shoot, that's right. Die!" Motohama was approaching at high speed from the other direction. They were really getting ready to hit me with the lariat coming from both directions. There was nowhere else for me to run. Ah! They caught me in a double lariat. The both of them wrapping their arm around my neck and dragging me to the ground. Damn those two. I raised my hands to my neck, grasping for breath. "What the hell?" Matsuda wailed. "Issei, you bastard!" Monohama grabbed me by my collar, his eyes burning with murderous intent. "Come on, what's with you guys?" I blurted, trying to pretend like I didn't know what they were talking about. That wasn't nearly enough to placate their anger, however. "Quit screwing with us. What the hell was that? He looked like one of those goons from a fighting manga. And he was wearing a gothic Lolita dress. Was that his ultimate weapon or something?" Matsuda screeched as he bawled his eyes out. It sounded like the two of them had followed up on the number I had given them. Yeah, the shock of meeting Mill must have been too much for them. Mill was a regular client from my demon work. She was a girl at heart trapped in a body of a legendary strongman. One who dreamed of becoming a magical girl. Her most charming characteristics were her gothic Lolita outfit and her cat ears she always wore. You might think that this explanation doesn't make much sense, but it's the truth. All I could say was that she undoubtedly had a heart of a maiden and the machismo body of a professional wrestler. That's not all. He brought some friends along. I didn't know what kind of meeting this was, but they looked just like Mill. I was terrified. I thought they were going to kill me. Oh, so there's more than one of them? Just imagining such a scene gave me chills. Were they mass-produced somewhere or something? The Mill series? I made a note to steer clear of them. They kept going on about magic and whatnot. What the hell is Magical World Sylvina? What makes them think I would know anything about that? Matsuda let out complaint after complaint as he shook my body. They kept trying to teach me how to deal with those things called dark creatures. Apparently, if you can defeat them with some rare powder made by mixing salt extracted from the Dead Sea with some moonlight flower that blooms only at night, I would have thought a regular old punch from Mill would be outright to kill something. Motohama too kept growling as he held my head down. I guess you could say my friends just came back from a nightmare. What's the problem? At least you know how to deal with dark creatures now, I joked. With that, the two of them unleashed a double brain buster on me. Maybe the president has been worried about some family matters, Kiba suggested as we made our way to the old school building. Ozzy and I met up with the pretty boy on our way to the clubroom, so I decided to try to ask him about Rias' constant state of distraction, but it sounded like he didn't know any more than I did. Would Akeno know what's bothering her? I asked. Kiba nodded. She's the president's right-hand woman, so if anyone would know, it would be her. I knew I wasn't particularly polite to inquire about the presence behind her back, but given what happened last night, I was worried. That said, I couldn't tell anyone else about that. There was liable to be quite an uproar if others found out. It didn't matter now anyways. For the time being, I had to do whatever I could to help. When we arrived at the door to the clubroom, Kiba broke into a serious frown. How could I not recognize her presence until now? He narrowed his eyes. What is this? I wondered. What could have happened? I pushed the door open without giving Kiba's expression much thought. Inside were the Prez, Akeno, Koneko, and the silvered-haired maid, Grafia. She was looking just as composed as she was last night. The Prez was plainly in a sour mood. Akeno wore her usual smile, but there was a cold sort of aura emanating from her. Koneko was sitting quietly on a sofa in the corner of the room. It was clear that she didn't want to be involved in whatever was going on. The tension was palpable, even with the room devoid of conversation. Uh-oh, I heard Kiba murmur behind me. He, Ozzy, and I entered the room, but no one called out to greet us. Ozzy no doubt was also sensing a strained atmosphere, gripping the edge of my sleeve with an uneasy look. I patted her on the head to silently reassure her. Rias looked at each of us in turn. I see we're all here. Before we get started, there's something we have to discuss. Perhaps I should explain this, Lady Rias, Grafia suggested. Rias raised her hand to stop her. The truth is... But no sooner did she begin to speak than the magic circle in the center of the room let out a flash of light. Huh? Someone's jumping into this room? But every member of Rias' familia is already present. Maybe it's someone else who serves the House of Gremory, like Grafia? I quickly realized that my assumption couldn't have been further from the mark, and I had still so much to learn as a demon. The magic circle changed from its usual form to an unfamiliar pattern. It was a crest that didn't belong to Rias' familia. A phoenix. Kiba whispered by my side. That meant it didn't belong to any member of the Gremory familia. Light engulfed the room. A figure formed within the dark circle. Flames erupted from the insignia, filling the room with rolling heat. Damn, it was hot. My skin was practically letting off sparks. The silhouette of a man appeared in the flames. As he swung his arm to the side, the conflagration subsided. It's been a while since I last visited the human realm. The man was garbled in a red suit. He sported it casually. He had no necktie, and the top buttons of his shirt were undone, exposing his chest. Judging by his appearance, he looked like he was in his early 20s. While possessing yet well-cut features, he had the aura of a reprobate. Immediately, the man buried his hands in his pockets. To me, he seemed like nothing more than a guy from a host club. Did that make him a host demon? To top things off, he had that kind of pretty boy face that always got on my nerves. If Kiba was the epitome of a gentle guy, the new arrival was the wild type. He cast his gaze around the room, then broke out in a smirk as it landed on Rias. My dear Rias, I came to see you. Dear? I thought. Just what kind of relationship did he have with Prez? Rias stared across at him, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. She certainly didn't look happy to see him. The pretty boy clearly didn't know about that though, and continued towards her. Now then, Rias, let's go take a look at the venue. The date is all settled, so sooner that we get there, the better. What an inconsiderate jerk. Who on earth did this guy belong to? Kiba said something about a phoenix, but that doesn't... Then the host guy grabbed Rias' arm. The bastard. Let go of me, Riser. Rias' voice was uncharacteristically low. She flicked his hand away. Whoa, what a terrifying reaction. I've never seen the Prez this angry before. The guy, Riser, didn't seem to mind much being brushed off though. His every movement really seemed to agitate me. Before I knew it, I found myself yelling at him. Hey you! What's with that attitude? You don't speak like that to a lady, I warned him sharply. He turned his gaze to me, looking me over as if I was a piece of trash on the side of the road. Man, he was really starting to piss me off. Huh? And who are you supposed to be? It was clear that Riser was in a bad mood now. His voice no longer had the sickly sweet tones in which he addressed the Prez. There was no way he was going to look down on me. His hatred was palpable. Even so, I was going to say my piece. I belong to Rias Gremier's Familia. I'm Issei Hyodo, her pawn. There, I said it. I named myself. What's your next move, you damn demon host? Okay then, he replied. Huh? Such an indifferent reaction caught me completely by surprise. It kinda hurt. Did this mean Riser wasn't interested in me at all? Fine. Anyway, who are you? I shot back. For the first time, he seemed genuinely surprised. Oh, Rias, you haven't mentioned me to your servants? And here I thought there wasn't a demon alive who didn't know my name. You were reborn as a demon, right? Even so, there was no need to tell them. Rias said it acidly. Ah, you sound as bitter as ever. The guy's smirk shifted into a low laugh. At that point, Greyfair interceded. Issei Hyodo. Yeah. This is Riser Phoenix. He is a pure-blooded high-class demon and the third son of the distinguished House of Phoenix. Ah, a high-class demon of the House of Phoenix. I guess that meant he had a noble title of his own then. The name Phoenix bore an obvious similarity to a mythical immortal bird that had something to do with fire. I wonder if perhaps that meant phoenixes were just as real as demons were. The more important question was, what did this have to do with the Prez? Was he a friend, a childhood acquaintance? Unfortunately, the truth of the matter surpassed even my wildest expectations. He is also the fiancé in the next House of Gremory, Grafia added. Huh? Fiancé? Of the next head of the House of Gremory? That means the Prez, right? He is engaged to Lady Rias. What? Engaged? What? My screams filled the room. That bastard was Rias' fiancé? Ah, your queen's tea is delicious, Riser complimented. My pleasure. Akeno smiled back at him, but didn't respond with her usual oh dear or gentle chuckle. Something about that reaction filled me with dread. The Prez was sitting on the sofa. Riser was sprawled out next to her, with his arm around her shoulder. Rias kept trying to brush him off, but that bastard continued to touch her arm, or her hair. Despite how uncomfortable the Prez was, Riser insisted on acting overly familiar. Seriously, could he be any more of a jerk? We, Rias' servants, had been made to sit away from the two high-class demons, reduced to watching them from the sidelines. Ugh, just looking at them was enough to tick me off. He kept putting his hands all over her. If his fingers came anywhere near his legs, I was gonna pummel him. Didn't he know how much I wanted to touch them? Well, to be fair, I had already touched Rias' breasts. That was a pretty amazing feat in and of itself. I'd experienced that wonderful pleasure before even her fiancé. Right. Yeah. I seen her naked body too. Twice. I'm the real victor here. Issei? Azia, sitting behind me, wore a confused look. Did something good happen? Clearly, my enjoyment of victory over Riser had been showing on my face. No lewd fantasies allowed, Koneko whispered scathingly. I had to wonder if that girl was a mind reader or something. Issei, you should at least wipe the drool from your face, Kiba pointed out with his usual refreshing smile and gave me a handkerchief. Mind your business. Before I could clean my face with my sleeve, Azia wiped it away with her own handkerchief. You must be looking forward to snacks and afternoon tea. It's almost time, she said. Ugh, that carefree smile of hers was gut-wrenching. She probably hadn't even suspected that I was having dirty thoughts. Thanks, Azia, I said, but in my heart, I apologized to her with all my soul. At that same moment, cut it out. Rias' furious voice echoed across the room. When I glanced back, she had risen to her feet and was glaring sharply at Riser. His smirk was as smug as ever. How many times do I have to say it, Riser? I will not marry you. Sure, you said that before, but that isn't how it works, Rias. You know, I think you know that. I think you understand just how serious your family situation is, don't you? Your concern is noted, but as the heir of the House of Gremory, I will be the one to decide who I am to marry. My father, my brother, and everyone else are being too impatient. They agreed that I was free to spend my time as I pleased in the world until I graduate from Human University. Sure, you're essentially free, but you can go to college and do whatever you like with your servants, but that won't stop your father or your dear brother Sir Zex from worrying. They're afraid your house and your very lineage are facing extinction. You know how many pure-blooded demons died in the last war? Even now that it's over, we're still at odds with the fallen angels and the forces of God. It isn't unheard of for once great families to have their heirs knocked off in pointless skirmishes with our enemies. And when that happens, the Gremory line will be no more. Knowing that, isn't it natural for two pure-blooded high-class demons to get together? Even you must realize how important the children of such a union would be. Rias and Riser's conversation had turned something beyond my comprehension. As stupid as I might have been, however, even I could tell it had something more important to do with the demon realm. Rias fell silent at the seriousness of Riser's explanation. Her eyes, however, remained stern. Riser took another sip from his tea before continuing. This new wave of demons, reincarnated demons born from humans, like your servants here, may be on the rise these days. But where does that leave us high-class demons? The old guard. Sure, there are those long-standing families who bind their fates with powerful reincarnated demons, and that's fine. We do need fresh blood to survive, after all. But what happens to those of us with pure blood? We can't allow ourselves to die out, can we? That is why we're chosen, you and I. I have 2 older brothers, so my bloodline will be just fine. But you only have 1 sibling, and your brother has already left your house. That leaves only you, Rias, to inherit the name of Gremory. If you don't marry, your blood would dry out within a generation. Is that how you want your family's long vaunted tale to end? Thanks to the war, more than half of the 72 pillars have already crumbled to dust. This union is about the future of demonkind. The conversation has already turned serious. I recalled that Kiba had mentioned the 72 pillars once before. In the distant past, there were 72 clans of noble demons, each in possession of dozens of vast armies. Most, however, had met their end during the war. Rias's was one of those pure-blooded clans that survived. All that talk about marriage has really raised my ear. But the situation had sounded more complicated than I first assumed. Pure-blooded demons, in other words, were ones like Rias and Riser. Those parents and their parents' parents were all pure demon stock, which I guess made Ozzy and me reincarnated demons by contrast. It sounded like a pretty ancient tradition, which likely meant my opinion wouldn't really count for much. That was fine though. I was content to go along with whatever Rias decided. But only after finding out what she really wanted, of course. I have no intention of destroying my family, and I will take a husband, Rias stated. Riser broke into a broad smile at this declaration. Ah, I knew you would make the right decision, Rias. Then let's... But I won't marry you, Riser, Rias interrupted. I shall wed whoever I see most appropriate. Even the sole heir of an old waning lineage has the right. At this, Riser's mood suddenly soured, his eyes narrowing as he clicked his tongue in anger. You realize, Rias, that I carry the name of the House of Phoenix on my shoulders, right? I'm not about to let anyone drag my name through the mud. You think I wanted to visit this cramped, shabby corner of the human world? Just so you know, I despise this realm. The fire and wind here are filthy. For a demon like me, who commands these two elements, is intolerable. A funnel of flame appeared, twisting around Riser's body. Embers danced throughout the room. I will reduce your servants to ashes and drag you back to the demon realm by force if I have to. His hostility and malevolence spread throughout the clubroom. All at once, there was a powerful pressure bearing down on me, on all of us. A cold shiver raced down my spine, and my hair stood on the end. This was the killing intent of a high-class demon. It was horrible. My whole body was trembling. Azia gripped my arm. She too was quivering, no doubt stricken by fear. I wouldn't have expected her to be able to withstand this sudden, frightful atmosphere. It was the same sense of uneasiness that had hung in the air when I faced the fallen angels. No, this was worse. Kiba and Koneko weren't shaking, but it was clear they were ready to fight at a moment's notice. The Prez rose to meet Riser, a red aura emanating from her. Riser's whole body was blazing with fire, permeating the entire room with an intense heat. At such an intense temperature, we would have clearly been reduced to cinders if we let him even touch us. Riser's flames felt as strong as Rias' own power. The Prez was stronger than a fallen angel that I had defeated, but if this Riser was as powerful as she was, then he had been pretty formidable, right? The flames gathering around Riser spun on either side of him, and came to look just like the wings of a bird. Despite such boiling tension, there was one person who remained unflinchingly serene, Bravia. Lord Rias, Lord Riser, please calm yourselves. I won't be able to stand by if both of you keep this up. For the sake of Lord Surzek's name and honor, I won't hold back. Grafia's voice was quiet, yet intense. Rias's and Riser's expression both stiffened. Grafia, it seemed, was someone to be wary of. The flames enveloping Riser's body subsided, and he breathed a deep sigh, shaking his head. I don't want to get on the wrong side of the woman lauded as the strongest queen alive. And I definitely don't want to get into a quarrel with those monsters Surzek has in his familia. Rias's brother sounded like a powerful figure. I never imagined that Grafia could have been so strong. She didn't come across as menacing at all. Rias too quelled her red aura, and she relaxed her battle posture. By the look of it, the worst had passed. Seeing that both Riser and the Prez were no longer preparing to fight, Grafia continued. His lordship, Lord Surzek, and those of the House of Phoenix were well aware of the situation might come to this. To tell you the truth, these were supposed to be the final discussions. However, everyone's expected that we might not be able to resolve this issue here, so they devised a solution to break the stalemate. What exactly do you mean, Gravia? Rias inquired. Lady Rias, if you're determined to have your own way, may I suggest that you resolve this by defeating Lord Riser in a raiding game? Rias fell speechless by the suggestion. She looked well and truly taken aback. The raiding game? I knew I heard that name somewhere before. Kiba, perhaps noticing my consternation, explained. It's a game played between noble demons where they have their servants fight against each other, he whispered to me. Ah, now I remember, I thought. It's basically a contest between two demon familias, by way of their pawns, knights, rooks, bishops, and queens. Apparently, one's skill at the game had major influence on the demon's standing in society. I recall that demons weren't allowed to play in the game until they reached adulthood. However, which should have ruled out the Prez from participating. Grafia, however, soon answered my unvoiced question. As you know, Lady Rias, only demons who have reached the age of maturity are permitted to enter the official raiding game matches. However, in cases where the entrants are underage, unofficial matches are permitted between two pure-blooded demons, only of course when it involves the dispute between two families concerned. Rias finished with a sigh. In other words, you're saying that my father and the others decided to settle this through the match in the event that I refused the engagement. Just how much do they intend to meddle in my life? She was clearly infuriated. I could feel her tempo bubbling just below the surface. This side of her was truly terrifying. Do you refuse to decide this through a match, Lady Rias? Grafia asked. No, I hadn't expected this opportunity. Very well, let's resolve this on the battlefield, Riser. Rias said, issuing her challenge. Riser flashed her an amused smirk. Oh, you'll bite then. I've got no problem with that. Just so we're clear though, I'm already old enough to have played this game properly. More times than I could count, actually. I've clearly got the advantage. Are you okay with that, Rias? Riser's response was equally provocative. The Prez, however, flashed him a bold grin. I am. I'll crush you, Riser. Good. If you win, I'll go with whatever you say. And if I win, you'll marry me on the spot. The two of them exchanged burning, baleful glares. I knew better than to get in the middle of such a fiery exchange. Very well. I, Grafia, hereby acknowledge your decision. Acting as the witness for both families, I shall be responsible for the conduct of the match. Do you both agree? Yes. Yeah. Both Rias and Riser responded in the affirmative. Very well. I shall inform both families, Grafia said with a bow of her head. In mere moments, the situation had really escalated. I was going to be participating in a raiding game. Riser glanced my way and fixed me with a smirk. That smug, self-satisfying look of his really got on my nerves. Hey Rias, don't tell me these guys are your servants. The Prez raised an eyebrow. And if they were? Riser let out a chuckle, as if he found that fact somehow amusing. Then this won't take long. Only your queen, the Vestal of Thunder, comes anywhere close to the level of my servants. With that, he snapped his fingers, and the magic circle at the center of the room began to glow. The signal that formed was the same phoenix-shaped one that he had emerged from. This time, however, new figures stepped out of the light, one after the next. 1, 2, 3, I found myself lost for words at the number of new faces that entered the room. Well, this is my cute little posse, Riser said with a relaxed confidence. A familia of a full 15 members gathered around him. Among them were what looked like a knight in a full set of armor, and another who resembled a mage with their face shrouded by a hood. Riser had a full set of pieces. Just like the game of chess, a demon could have a maximum number of 15, excluding themselves as king, of course. From what I gathered, high-class demons each receive 15 evil pieces from the Demon King. By granting those pieces to individuals who they wanted to recruit as their servants, a demon could bring others into their familia. However, if a person's latent potential is particularly high, it would take more than any one kind of piece to recruit them. Because of that, some familias ended up with only one knight or one rook, for example. There was actually a case like that among Rias' family, me. A demon could recruit at most 8 pawns, but due to a special nature of my sacred gear, the press had ended up using every single one of those pieces to resurrect me. That was why it wasn't unusual for high-ranking demons to have fewer than 15 servants. In Riser's case, though, he had completely filled his ranks. It was quite a magnificent spectacle. This demon familia of 16 members. On our side, all we had was our king, our queen, 1 rook, 1 knight, 1 bishop, and 1 pawn. 1 of each piece. In other words, it's 6 against 16. That doesn't seem fair. Actually, there was something else that had caught my attention about Riser's group. Yeah, you guessed it. They were all girls. The knight and the bishop who I'd looked over earlier were both women. And there was one wearing a Chinese dress. And 2 with animal ears. And 2 identical girls that could have been twins. And a petite Lalita girl. And 2 curvaceous older women. And a classical Japanese beauty dressed in a kimono. And another wearing an elegant dress, who could have well been a European princess. And a wild-looking older woman with a sword swung over her back, and another dressed like a dancer, and a suspicious-looking woman wearing a mask covered half of her face. They were all women, and they were all incredible to behold. What was this, I thought? Some kind of beauty corp? Something akin to an electric pulse coursed through my whole body. That Riser bastard had actually done one hell of a job. It was my dream come true. A harem. A high-class demon had actually accomplished my dream. What a guy. Damn him. Hey Rias, your servant there looks like he's about to start crying, Riser said, staring at me. He looked genuinely startled. Rias glanced at my way before placing her hand on her forehead. It's his dream to have a harem. I'm sure your servants there have him moved to tears. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. The sight of my lifelong dream standing directly in front of me was enough to make my tear ducts swell. It was truly a thing of beauty. They were all women. Disgusting. Master Riser. That guy's gross. The girls all flashed me a look of repulsion. Damn you. Damn you all, I swore silently. Riser tried to console them, all the while stroking their bodies. There's no need for that, my darlings. It's only natural for a low-class creature like him to look up to betters with envy. Let's show him just how passionate we all are. With that, he began to share a tongue kiss with one of the servants right in front of my eyes. What? I could hear the tongues moving from here. The Prez was clearly appalled. The girl breathed sensual, erotic moans as she wrapped her legs around Riser's waist. Damn it, my crotch was involuntarily responding to the spectacle. What? Beside me, Azia's face turned scarlet, with steam all but rising from her ears. This scene was likely a lot for her to process. Riser pulled himself away from the girl, saliva trailing from his mouth. And then he started kissing another one of his companions with equal fever. This was too much. He was seriously already moving on to round 2. Is it actually okay to do this thing with your servants? Really? Damn it. My jealousy was rising, but I knew if I worked my way to the top, that would be me one day. After finishing with the second girl, Riser looked down at me with a belittling smirk. You'll never be able to do this. That's what I felt that bastard was saying to me. You'll never be able to do this, my low-class friend. Don't say what I'm thinking out loud. Damn it. Boosted gear. I screamed with envy and rage, holding my left hand up in the air. With a burst of crimson light, the sacred gear in my left arm materialized into a red gauntlet engraved with the insignia of a dragon. This was the boosted gear, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor, a legendary and immensely powerful item. I pointed my finger straight at Riser. A playboy like you doesn't deserve the prez. Huh? Weren't you just wishing that you could be me? Shit, he's got a point. Shut up. It's different when it comes to the prez. With the attitude like that, you're gonna keep messing around with other women even if you do marry her? Great men are known to have great fondness of sensual pleasure. Isn't that a saying in the human world? Words to live by as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I'm close to my servants, that's all. Doesn't Rias dote on you too? I couldn't dispute that, but I didn't like the idea of letting this guy off the hook either. Maybe this was what it meant to despise someone too similar to yourself. The idea that Riser got on my nerves so much because I was younger, less experienced version of him with the unpleasant one. Great man, my ass. You were just some weird purd guy. A fiery phoenix? More like a roast chicken. Riser's face blazed in fury at my provocation. A roast chicken? You low-born dirt? You've got quite the mouth. How dare you speak to me that way? Rias, is this how you train your servants? Rias simply turned away from him. As if I care. You damn roast chicken. I'm gonna use my boosted gear to beat you to a pulp. I had my awesome sacred gear. With the way that doubled my power every 10 seconds, I could supposedly charge it to the point where I could be able to defeat God. As long as I was given enough time anyway. Forget about the rating game. I'll take you down right here and now. Boo! A deep voice boomed from the gemstone embedded in the back of the gauntlet. With that, my body swelled with energy. This is the power that brought down a fallen angel, you jackass. All Riser did was let out a resigned sigh. Milla, take care of him. Yes, Master Riser. The girl who spoke was as petite as Koneko with a small childish face. She was carrying a long, thin staff. It was the kind that the martial artist used, and she spun it around above her head and readied herself. Hurting a little girl wasn't what I signed up for. I thought that if I simply disarmed her, she'd... All of a sudden, my body felt weightless. It was like I was floating through the air. The next thing I knew, the floor was coming right. A deafening roar filled my ears. Ah, pain coursed through my body, and I had no idea what just happened. God! I recoiled as the sudden wave of agony struck my abdomen. Ow, my stomach. When did she get a blow-in on my stomach? Issei! Azia rushed towards me, placing her hand on my gut. At that moment, a faint green light enveloped me. Azia's gentle warmth washed away the pain. That was her healing ability at work. The power of her sacred gear made Azia capable of curing the ills of even those abandoned by God, like demons. Due to that ability, though, Azia had been pursued by the fallen angels. More importantly, though, I puzzled over what had happened to me. It was clear that I had fallen onto the floor. Looking around, I saw the desk that I crashed into was half destroyed, with all the miscellaneous items and decorations scattered across the ground. I glanced back at Riser and his group. The girl with the long staff was already stowing her weapon. She had hit me? Had she hit me? I didn't think I'd ever seen her move. Did that mean I was struck without realizing it? Had she thrown me into the desk? Riser strolled my way and leaned over me while I was still sprawled on the floor. "You're weak," he whispered into my ear. Those words carved a deep wound in my heart. That was my pawn Milla that you just fought against. She might as well be my weakest servant, but she still has far more combat experience than you. She's still a better demon overall too. Boosted gear? Riser tapped my sacred gear with his finger, letting out a snort. Sure, that might be formidable, unrivaled sacred gear. Used properly, it could probably beat me, the Demon King, or even God himself. But it's had countless users before you, and none of them has ever been able to take down the Demon King or vanquish God. Do you understand what that means? Riser sneered in amusement. It means your sacred gear is incomplete, and its users are worthless weaklings who can't handle it properly. You're no different. What is it humans like to say at times like this? Right, casting pearls before swine. That's what you are, a worthless treasure. Ria's wasted her pawn when she made you a demon. Riser laughed out loud as he patted me on the head. Damn it. I clenched my teeth in mortification. I wanted to shout something back at him, but no words came. Riser was right. I was weak. I had been soundly defeated by a little girl. I hadn't even been able to see her attack. Never before had I felt so ashamed. Still, our match will be more interesting if you learn how to use it a bit. Riser cupped his chin with his hand, as if striking an idea. Rias, how about we have our game in 10 days' time? I'm fine doing it right now, but that wouldn't be much fun. Are you giving me a handicap? Does that bother you? Anger and passion are fine, but they won't win the reigning game. If you can't draw out your servant's abilities, you already lost. There's nothing strange about training them up before your first match. No matter how great their potential is, no matter how massive their strength, I've seen more demons than I could count lose their first match because they can't put their tools to proper use. Rias listened without responding. When he finished, Riser pointed his hand to the ground, and the magic circle lit up once more. 10 days. Knowing you, that should be enough time to train up your servants. He shifted his gaze to me. Don't disgrace Ria's pawn. Your strength is her strength. I knew at once that those words were meant for the Prez. See you at our match, Riser said in parting as he and his group disappeared into a flash of light. Damn him. Lying down on my bed, I desperately tried to bring my seething anger and frustration under control. After that encounter with Riser, Rias called off our club activities, our demon work for the day. She had withdrawn into some deeper room in the old school building with Akeno. Surely, they were holding a strategy meeting. They had to devise a tactic where they would ensure victory during the raiding game. It was the Prez's first match after all. So of course she would want to spend some time devising a plan. 10 days. It was such a short amount of time. I couldn't help but wonder whether we would be able to ready ourselves and work out a way to defeat Riser and his group by then. Being just a pawn, there was little I could say that would help now. I'd had to just show off in front of the president and provoke Riser. And all I had to show for it was a butt kicking delivered by a pipsqueak. Just thinking back on it all made me want to curl up and die from embarrassment. I was really weak. My eyes fell onto my left arm. There was an absolute potential unlimited power lurking inside me. And that boosted gear. Even with such an incredible strength, it had considerable weakness. Me, its user. Pearls before swine, indeed. Riser had been right. I cursed myself for being so pathetic. My dream was to become the harem king. Then along came Riser, A demon who already made that dream into a reality. What does he have that I don't? I asked myself. The answer was obvious though. Power. No. Maybe it was more than that. There was also his status and his skills to consider. I had none of that. Oh, damn it all. I sat up in bed, clawing at my scalp in frustration. Rias had said that she didn't want to get married just yet, and that she was specifically opposed to wedding Riser. She had decided to fight him if that was what was needed to break off the engagement. I might not have known much about high-class demons or about the complicated situation between their families, but I was determined to fight for Rias' sake. There was a lot that I owed to that crimson-haired beauty. That's what stirred me into action. I wanted to be there to support her. With my mind made up, I decided to resume my training tomorrow morning. Scratch that, I thought. I'm gonna devote my whole day to it. I was sure I could get the day off of school if I told the press what I was planning. My next 10 days would be spent doing as much preparation as I could. The thought struck me to ask Kiba about using a sword. I could get Akeno to teach me how to use demonic magic too. Koneko could even be my sparring partner to work on close combat. Yeah, I had my sights set on my goal. 10 whole days of training. Making clear-cut plans had made me feel better. All that was left to do for today was take a bath. I got ready and made my way down the hall, still pretty pumped up. I entered the bathroom and stripped off my clothes. The thought occurred to me that I should tell Ozzy about my idea once I finished cleaning myself up. I pushed the door open when... Aha! What? Ozzy and I came face to face in the bathroom. I was stark naked, and so was she. There was a blonde naked beauty standing before me. What a glorious turn of fate. No, it was an accident. Had she been in here the whole time? I've been so preoccupied that I've completely forgot to check whether someone was already in the bathroom. Azia was dripping wet with water. She must have been taking a shower. Her blonde hair was plastered to her soft, gorgeous white skin. It was incredible. Her proportions were perfect. A tight waistline and a modest pert buttocks. Azia's thighs were neither too slender or too thick. The perfect size for my tastes. Were I ever to glimpse the thighs through a slit in a skirt, I would be down on my knees in supplication. Then there were her breasts. Normally they were hard to make out when she was clothed. They certainly weren't small. Not a bad size at all, in fact. Azia, you're incredible. Oh, no, I thought to myself. This wasn't the time to be getting emotional. Why was I staring at her? Damn it, if only I had Motohama's 3-size scouter. This was the second time I found myself wishing for that power. Next time I saw him, I resolved to have him teach me how to measure a girl's size by sight alone. Truly, it was a formidable talent. Its usefulness might have even eclipsed my sacred gear. No, I scolded. I had to stop staring. I was supposed to be protecting Azia. This was a place where she was supposed to be safe. I had made a vow. So why did I have to keep staring? To keep getting aroused? I could see Azia's gaze shift slowly towards my crotch. No, Azia, don't look. It's too soon. I was too slow to cover myself. I was the one who let out a high-pitched scream. What was I doing? I had literally just shrieked. Sure, having a girl see my privates was embarrassing, but it was a little humiliating. Ah! Azia's whole body suddenly flushed red, and she turned away. Hey, cover yourself, Azia. I still can see it all. Was glimpsing my you-know-what overwhelming that she'd forgotten to cover herself? As I thought about it, I realized that this could have been the first time Azia, a former nun, had actually seen a man's private parts. It must have been quite a shock for her. That must have traumatized her. What have I done? I'm sorry. I'll leave. I spun around to head back to the door, but Azia grabbed my hand to stop me. What was the meaning of this, Azia? The thought screamed in my head. Sorry. I've never seen a man's before. I'm really sorry. She mumbled, unable to get out every word. There was definitely no need for her to force herself to say indecent things. No, it's my fault. I should have checked first. My bad, Azia. I didn't mean to stare at you. I did my best to offer a sincere apology. The fault lay with me, after all. I'd been the one to barge right in without even bothering to check whether someone was already inside. Even if the door wasn't locked, I should have knocked first. We had a new family member living with us, after all. Regardless of how it happened, though, the image of Azia's naked body had been forever stored in my memory. Please forgive me if I summon it up every now and then. No, I understand. Everyone has told me that Japan's bathing customs. I'm okay with it. Azia fidgeted nervously. Huh? I wondered. Told her about them? What exactly? Bathing customs? In Japan, I heard that it's normal to bathe together naked. That you can deepen your relationship with someone by bathing together. Who on earth could have told her such a wonderful, no, such a perverted idea? Clearly, Azia had misunderstood. Communal bathing was a thing in Japan, but only between people of the same sex. Azia's cheeks continued to redden. I was told that if I wanted to deepen my relationship with someone I cared about, if it's Issei, no, I want to deepen our relationship. So, won't you bathe with me? Blood began to pour out of my nose. Nosebleeds were becoming a pretty common occurrence for me. Hold on. We're crossing a dangerous territory, Azia. I was a guy. Hearing a girl utter those magic words was making my libido skyrocket. I wasn't sure what I might do if we really went through with this. But Azia trusted me from the bottom of her heart. If I was to show my true colors, I couldn't. I mean, I wanted to, but if I did... Azia was the kind of person that would forgive me even if I forced myself onto her. No, I told myself, I couldn't harm such a pure, innocent soul. This was the situation I had been longing for. I had been so close with scoring with Prez, and now my fate was making a mockery of me. Even knowing that, I couldn't go through with it. Not with Azia. I would just end up feeling so guilty. Taking her in my arms and surrendering myself to my feelings would have been easy, and I would have been rewarded with absolute ecstasy. Those actions would have consequences, though. If I knew I made a mistake like that, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. It might have been okay if Azia and I had reached this level more naturally, but we hadn't. When I was with Rias, I let myself succumb to her advances. But this time, I had to restrain myself. A purely physical relationship would leave us both hurt. Plus, it was my duty to protect Azia. My lust could not be set free. I had to contain it. Having made up my mind, I turned my face to her. I rested my hands on her shoulders and opened my mouth to reason with her. Damn, but her skin was so soft. Azia, listen to me. There's something that you need to know about communal bathing. I mean, you're a girl, so if a guy enters the bathroom, you need to be ready to defend. In spite of my mental disarray, I desperately fought to contain my inner turmoil. I had to tell Azia how to take care of herself if a guy like me wandered in on her. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Azia, I brought you a fresh towel. My mom had appeared in the doorway. It looked like she had come to leave something clean to dry off with on the washing machine, but she froze in place seeing me and Ozzy standing both naked by the bath. This wasn't good. No excuse could have explained this away. No matter how you looked at it, what else could she have seen than a young couple about to have sex? Mom, moving awkwardly like a robot, closed the door. In a loud voice she cried, "Dear, we're gonna be grandparents." I fled from my bedroom, still completely naked and burying my face in my hands after the shame of it all. Had I dropped dead on the spot, I would have welcomed the escape. The next morning, I called Ozzy into my room. We needed to have a serious discussion. So we sat in the Caesar position, the formal Japanese way of sitting, across from each other. "Do you understand now, Ozzy?" I asked after having explained. "I do, Issei," she replied. "Men are wolves that devour you if you get too close to them." "Is that so? How terrifying. I have to make sure I don't go on during a full moon." Ozzy looked to be truly frightened by my analogy. I held my head in my hands. This was all becoming a bit too much of a headache. After the bathroom incident the previous night, I had to warn Ozzy about the danger posed to guys like me. She was simply too defenseless. Given that she hadn't exactly lived a normal life, it was particularly surprising to learn that she didn't know how the world really worked. Without knowing the dangers of guys my age, about how they would prey on girls like her, she wouldn't be safe leading a normal high school life. If anyone like that came near her, I would beat the crap out of them. But that wasn't enough. Ozzy needed to have the strength to protect her purity herself. Though perhaps this was some sort of thing Ozzy was better off learning from other girls. After what had happened last night, my parents, overjoyed, had gone to a late-night discount store to buy baby clothes and toys. No matter what I'd said to them, they refused to listen. "Don't worry, we understand," my mom had reassured. "A lot of people don't get married until they have their first kid anyways. You'll be fine. I sure would love a granddaughter." My dad wasn't much help either, adding things like, "So I'm going to be a grandfather. If it's a boy, I'll have to buy him a carp steamer. I guess we're an international family now. I'll have to learn English." There was nothing I could do. My family was beyond saving. At any rate, I needed to make sure Ozzy had no misunderstandings about teenage boys. Not exactly, Ozzy. Guys like me, teenage guys, were really interested in girls like you. I don't think in any exaggeration to say that we think about you every day. We probably all have indecent fantasies every few seconds. If we get to see a girl's panties just for a brief moment, that's a cause for celebration. Do you have indecent fantasies too, Issei? Yeah. I'm a bit of a pervert. You knew that, right? Yes. Ozzy replied with a broad smile. That carefree look tore at my heart. Right. She already knew I was a pervert. Yeah, that's me. Guys like me are scary, okay? They could talk an innocent girl like you into following them into a dark place somewhere, and then do something really bad. Something bad? Ozzy tilted her head adorably. Seriously, her every movement was just too cute. They could touch you, and touch you, and touch you some more. They could subject you to some pretty indecent stuff. It's dangerous, okay? You should be afraid of them. Yes, I am. But if I'm ever in danger, I'm sure you'll come save me, Issei. She answered with a beaming smile, as if she had the utmost faith in me. I could feel my eyes growing hot. Yeah, she really did trust me. I was beyond moved. This was no time to get sidetracked though, nor was it the time to get emotional. I cleared my throat. Still, you're a girl, Azia, so you need to have a better sense of danger and of how to deal with it. I really worry for you sometimes, seeing as how trusting you are of everyone. You're worried about me? Yeah, I'm terrified. If someone was to do something to you while I wasn't looking, I might end up killing them. That's how concerned I am about you. I answered with the utmost sincerity. Perhaps because I raised my voice a little, Ozzy's expression had become more serious than before, and she listened on in silence. Those were my honest thoughts. If someone had ever hurt Azia, I really didn't think I'd be able to hold back, even if the offender was just a normal human. My being a demon and possessing a sacred gear meant that a regular person had no chance against me. But I still didn't think that I'd hesitate to unleash my fury on anyone who wronged Azia. Even if the press killed me for it, I would destroy them. That was how important Azia was to me. Why though? Was it because she was a girl? That was part of it. Maybe the reason was that I liked her? I couldn't deny that there was a component too. More than anything else, however, it was because I changed her life forever. It was my fault that Azia, who might have otherwise spent her life as a nun, was now a demon. She had ended up this way all because of my own sense of justice. Or perhaps it had been my own selfishness. At the time, I had thought that having her become a demon was the best way of helping her, but still, the press probably didn't hold it against me. She would likely say something like, I was the one that made her into a servant, so you don't need to blame yourself. Words like that wouldn't change how I felt though. I had resolved to watch over Azia, to protect her, so that she could live a happy life. I, Issei Hyoto, would protect Azia Argento for the rest of my life. Of course, I had a duty to protect Rias too, but that was a little different. That was something I couldn't forget about either, protecting the Prez. Not only did I like Rias as a girl, I respected her too. That was why I wanted to watch out for her. Similar to how a warrior might have defended their general. I guess you could say that I was like a subordinate dedicated to serving a master whose intent was to conquer the world. Protecting Azia, I definitely had feelings for her, but if anything, those feelings were closer to wanting to look after her cute younger sister. That's why I had to drive myself away from any bad person who might get too close to her. Then again, seeing that I didn't actually have a sister, there was no telling of whether that was how older brothers truly felt. That said, I also wanted Azia herself to get stronger. That way, our future would be one where we would always laugh and smile together. I understand. I won't do anything to worry you, Issei. I promise. So please teach me what I need to do. Yeah, I know. But I think you would get better advice asking a girl rather than me. Let's talk to Akeno and Prez and see what we could do. Alright. Phew. I breathed a deep sigh. It sounded like things were going to be okay. At any rate, I could talk to the other girls at the Occult Research Club about it once I get to school. That didn't mean I was going to mention the incident in the bathroom though. Issei, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Azia suddenly said, her cheeks turned red, and she fidgeted nervously. What now? I wondered. About what happened last night. If it had been the president instead of me, would you have bathed with her? What? I found myself at a loss in the face of this unexpected question. I had never anticipated Azia asking me anything like that. Despite turning a deep shade of red, her expression remained earnest and serious. Huh? Huh? Why ask this now? Azia's question had knocked me completely off balance. What does the press have to do with what happened yesterday? I thought. If this had been her instead of Azia. Issei, come here. I want to wash your bag for you. Are you nervous? It's alright, my cute little servant. Just leave everything to me. Her slender white fingertips would slide down my back. I could already feel myself getting excited. Here, turn around. Oh, what do we have here? You might be nervous, but this fellow here is betraying your true feelings. How very like you, Issei. Her hand would reach between my thighs, and then suddenly I snapped out of my lewd fantasy, only to find the blood was running through my nose. If Rias had said something like that to me, I honestly had no idea what would have happened. Perhaps I would have asked something like, Prez, can I wash your breasts? I could imagine her letting me do as I pleased, with a magnanimous smirk. Such a powerful fantasy was really too much for me. I glanced towards Azia, only to find her eyes glistening with tears. I was right, wasn't I? It would have been fine if we were the president, wouldn't it? Oh, it's okay. I knew from the beginning. I did, really, but still. She's crying. Azia's crying. Why? What for? I started to panic. And what are you two up to? Came a sudden voice. I turned around, only to see Rias let out a sigh and brush back her crimson hair. Prez. A lover's quarrel this early in the morning? You two sure are close. No, that isn't... Come along now. We're going. Make sure you're ready to spend a few nights away from home. Going? Where? And for a few nights? Rias, seeing my confusion, flashed me a smile. We're going to be doing our training in the mountains. I gasped her breath as I hauled a humongous backpack filled with luggage. Yo-ho! Yo-ho! Someone's voice echoed off in the distance. Damn you, you show-off hiker, I cursed. Go and have your fun. We were in the mountains. The Prez had brought us all here to get ready for the upcoming match. After showing up at my house that morning, Rias had made Ozzy and me pack our things to prepare for a long trip. The others had already used the magic circle to gather at the foot of the mountain. It was a clear, sunny day. We were surrounded by trees and nature. Chirping birds sang from every direction. The mountain scenery was amazing. The problem was the incline. Every step I took, it battered my strength. My sweat was running rivers. Come on, Issei. Pick up the pace. Rias called from much further up the slope. Ozzy was standing next to her, watching me with worried eyes. I'll go help him, she said. Don't. If he can't do this for himself, he won't grow stronger. I could hear the two of them talking. Thank you, Azia, I thought. And Prez, you got a heart of stone sometimes. Seriously, this bag was killing me. It was just too heavy. Slung over my shoulders was a humongous rucksack. I also had been carrying a bunch of other bags hanging from my arms. Not only was I carrying my own things, but Rias's and Akeno's as well. Supposedly, this was all a part of my training, but I sure was going to die once we reached wherever we were going. What's in these bags anyways? President, I gathered some mountain vegetables. We can use them when we're cooking dinner tonight. Kiba said, passing by me with his overly cool expression. He too was hauling a huge backpack, but I was left speechless when I saw that he wasn't having any difficulty at all with the steep mountain path. Kiba had even stopped to gather some plants. He was clearly far fitter than he looked. Excuse me? The next thing I knew, Koneko, hauling an even larger load of luggage, passed right by me. What? Just where did her Herculean strength come from? Damn it, I couldn't afford to lose to those two. Yeah. I poured all my strength into pushing up on the mountain. I was going to bite it. Seriously, my heart was going to give way any minute now. Things continued like this for a good while, until we reached the cottage that was our destination. From what I gathered, the wooden hut belonged to the Gremory family. It was normally hidden from human eyes, blending into the surrounding scenery thanks to some kind of enchantment. Now that we arrived to use it, it had become visible. A distant woodsy scent crept from somewhere inside. I entered the living room to set everyone's luggage down, took a mouthful of water, and promptly collapsed to the ground. The girls went upstairs to the second floor to change into the looser clothing. I'll go get changed too, Kiba said, heading to the bathroom on the first floor with the blue sweater in his hand. Don't try to spy on them, he said half jokingly. I wanted to respond, saying something like, don't make me punch you, but I was too exhausted for anything more than just a glare. Seriously, if the girls from the school could have seen us, they would have been up in arms. Recently, they've been spreading more rumors about us. Being a BL couple, Issei Kiba or Kiba Issei was a hotly debated topic. The whole beauty and the beast quality of those rumors had caused them to spread like wildfire through each class. I didn't really understand it all, but it did sound like that meant that I was a beast. I cursed all of those who spread lies. After catching my breath a little, I changed into a fresh pair of clothes in one of the empty bedrooms. The space was furnished with a bed and all the usual everyday necessities, but no television. By the time I was finished getting ready, everyone else had already returned to the living room. Dressed in a red tracksuit, Rias flashed me a grin. Now then, let's get started. Lesson 1. Swordsmanship with Kiba. Kiba and I traded blows with our wooden practice weapons as we began my sword training. That pretty boy gracefully countered my every attack. No matter how powerfully I swung my blade, he deflected it each time without any apparent difficulty. Once again, he knocked out my sword from my hands. No, you mustn't focus on your opponent's weapon. You need to widen your vision and take in your opponent and his surroundings too. Kiba could say those things all he wanted, but it wasn't that simple. The more we practiced, the more I realized just how wide the gap in our skills were. Yup, as Rias' knight, Kiba had the skills and techniques that were incredible. Each time, he defeated me with minimal movement. He had much more practice than I, much more combat experience, and, most importantly, much more talent in swordsmanship. We're not finished. Here I come. That day, I learned just how formidable Kiba's swordsmanship was. Lesson 2. Demonic Magic with Akeno. No, you need to gather the power inward and let the aura flow over your body. Concentrate your thoughts and feel the wave of your energy. Akeno, dressed in her black tracksuit, tried to explain magic to me, but I still couldn't gather even the paltry amount of demonic force into the palm of my hand. Focus, concentrate, visualize yourself gathering the power into your hand. I did it! Azia, wearing a white jogging outfit, has succeeded in gathering a large mass of pale green light in her fingertips. I suppose it was the color of her demonic energy. It was a beautiful sight. Oh dear, our cute little Azia is a talented one, Akeno praised. Azia's cheeks turned red. I, on the other hand, was no good at all. I couldn't even make the first letter of the word demonic power appear in the air. All my best efforts could muster was a tiny little sphere the size of a pinprick. but it was like a grain of rice compared to Azia's softball-sized mass of force. I at least took some comfort in knowing that Azia was getting stronger. I mean, I have the most powerful sacred gear after all. Now then, let's try turning that energy into elemental force like fire, water, or lightning. You need to visualize what you're trying to accomplish, but for beginners like you, it would probably be easiest to start with fire or water. At that, Akeno poured her energy into a water-filled plastic bottle. Imbued with her demonic powers, the water transformed into a sharp barb and tore the bottle open from the inside out. Whoa, incredible, I thought. Azia, I want you to try copying what I just did. Issei, you should keep practicing on how to concentrate your powers. The source of your abilities is in the visualization. In any event, it's important to materialize the image in your mind. Right, visualize it. Materialize the image in my mind. It may be easier to form an image or idea that is constantly in your thoughts, Akeno added. That was all well and good, but I wasn't particularly... Wait a moment. There was something that I was always thinking about. Did that mean I could bring my wildest fantasies to life? Akeno, can I have a minute? If I could actually pull off what I was thinking, I was gonna be invincible. The idea was pure genius. Akeno stared blankly at me for a moment after hearing my idea. Then she let out an amused laugh. That's very like you, Issei. Whoa, does that mean it's actually possible? Akeno went back to the cottage. When she returned, she was holding a pile of onions, carrots, and potatoes in her arms. I wondered if perhaps she was making curry or something. Now then, Issei, while we're staying here, I want you to handle this job. I'm sure you could strip them all bare. With those words, I understood exactly what Akeno was asking of me. It looked like this new path I discovered was going to be harder than I first expected. Lesson 3. Sparring with Koneko. That was the 10th time I succeeded in getting myself tossed into a tree. Koneko had sent me flying with a single punch yet again. I didn't know what to do. Weak. The petite childish girl in a yellow tracksuit had offered me a single biting word for me. Why does it have to be this way? I cried internally. My weaknesses had already been made apparent during the fight with Riser's servants. Being thrown around by another little girl was just adding insult to injury. Koneko specialized in throws, grapples, and other hand-to-hand techniques. Her rook attributes made her strength and defense absurdly powerful. Her petite body and incredible agility meant that if I took my eyes off her for even a second, she would appear right in front of me and deliver another crushing blow. It was plain that Koneko was holding back, but that didn't mean each hit wasn't immensely painful. Aim for the center of the body and strike like you're trying to carve a hole in them, Koneko instructed. Such a thing was easily said, but for a beginner like me, landing a hit was entirely a different matter. Swinging her arms around, Koneko aimed for her fist squarely at me. Next round, I was done for. Lesson 4. With the press. Hey Issei, give it your all. Right. I was making my way up another steep mountain path, carrying a boulder tied to my back with a rope. Not only that, but the prez was sitting on top of that rock. She kept ordering me to make my way down the mountain, then back up. The unpaved trail was seriously exhausting. After several dozen laps, my legs were seriously stiffening up. Rias finally relented. That's enough, she said. Next is strength training. We'll start with push-ups. Right. Rias was a monster of a prez. My basic skills and abilities were so paltry that I was forced to put much more work into improving myself than the other members. Not only that, but pawns also moved around the battlefield more than the other pieces. That meant that finding a way to increase my strength and stamina were essential. Gah. Mercilessly, Rias placed another boulder on my back as I started doing my push-ups. Thanks to her demonic power, even lifting a huge rock like this was no problem for her. If only she could have done that the same with all that luggage I had to carry. As if training with the boulder on my back wasn't bad enough, Rias sat on top of the large stone. Even that slight increase in weight sent tremors coursing through my whole body. Let's see you do 300 push-ups, Rias commanded. Okay. Had I not been a demon, I surely would have died 100 deaths. Whoa, delicious. This is seriously tasty. After a full day of arduous training, we sat down to have dinner together. The table was adorned with all sorts of luxurious dishes. The herbs that Kiba had picked out earlier had been boiled and served in a delicious broth. There was boar meat too. Apparently, the press had hunted it herself. I've never eaten boar meat before, but it was tastier than I expected. Next came the fish. From what I gathered, Rias had caught them. They'd been salted and roasted over an open flame, but even such a simple fare was also a delight. There were plenty more dishes lined up for us to sample too. Oh dear, we have more than enough for seconds, so eat up, Akeno said as she refilled my rice bowl. She was the one who prepared everything. Whoa, delectable, seriously scrumptious. Everyone was helping themselves. Exhausted though I was from all my training, I gulped down one serving after another. Most of that huge bag of luggage had been an assortment of cooking utensils. The food was so amazing that it had been worth it to lug all of that up the mountain. Koneko was, rather surprisingly, stuffing her face with food, but I knew better than to crack a joke about that. Akeno, this is incredible. Maybe you should be my wife, I said. My, you're embarrassing me. She smiled, raising her hand to her cheek. The Japanese-style apron she was sporting really suited her. I made the soup. Azia, sitting next to me, suddenly turned sullen. She looked as if she was about to start crying. She must have been talking about the onion soup. The fact that I'd praised only Akeno's food must have made her feel bad about herself. Hurriedly, I gulped down a bowl of the soup. Unsurprisingly, it was plenty tasty. This is delicious, Azia. Awesome, even. Let me have another bowl. Really? Thank heavens. In that case, maybe I could be your... The blonde girl trailed off. Huh? I missed the end of that. Your... what? I asked. No, nothing. Azia, her face turning scarlet, waved her hands back and forth, as if to take it all back. Huh? What is she trying to say? Now then, Issei, what do you think after your first day of training? The prez asked as she sipped her tea. I placed my chopsticks down on the table before responding. I'm the weakest one here. Indeed, there's no denying that. The readiness of her reply made me want to die. Akeno, Yuto, and Koneko each have plenty of combat experience. Your opponents will realize that too, no doubt. Even if they never participated in a raiding game. So I expect that they will be able to fight once they pick up the rules. But you and Azia both lack practical experience. That said, we can't afford to ignore Azia's healing ability or your boosted gear. At the very least, I want you to be strong enough to retreat from danger when the need arises. Retreat? Is that so difficult? I asked. Rias nodded. Escape is also a part of one's battle strategy. You need to be able to fall back and correct your formation when needed. That's one path to victory. That said, it can actually be quite difficult to retreat from your opponent. If you are on par with them, you might be able to get away with it, but turning your back to someone much stronger than you is the act of a person with a death wish. That's why knowing how to safely fall back is an important aspect of your overall skill. I will teach you and Azia how to retreat. Of course, you will also need to learn how to fight face to face. Understood, I said. Me too, Azia added. Now that she'd been resurrected as a part of Rias' familia, she was going to be dragged into this fight too. I needed to have the power to protect her in battle. At the very least, I had to be strong enough to be her shield. My resolution on that front was unwavering. There's also a wonderful hot spring nearby, so what do you say we take a bath once we all finish our meal? Rias asked. At this suggestion, my mind immediately went into places it shouldn't. A hot spring? An open air bath? If that was the case, I might be able to catch a peek at the others. Yup, peeking at the ladies was the royal road of open air baths. As a guy, it was my duty to spy on them. I'm not going to peek at the others, Issei, Kiba said, delivering a preemptive punch with a grateful smile of his. Idiot, don't say it out loud. Oh, Issei, were you planning on spying on us? Rias asked. Everyone's eyes fell on me. Uh-oh, this was bad. I felt like I ought to apologize for being a pervert. To my surprise, Rias let out a faint laugh. Then, how about we bathe together? I don't mind. What? A bolt of lightning shot through my body. The press's use of language was titillating as ever. She can make me weep tears of joy. How about you, Akeno? I don't mind bathing with Issei. Maybe I'll offer to wash his back. Akeno responded with a cheerful chuckle. She would wash my back for me? Wait, seriously? Is that an option? Just how open-minded were the female members of this club? How about you, Azia? I'm sure you won't mind bathing with your beloved Issei, will you? Azia fell silent, her face turning red at the Prez's question. She stared down at the floor, but soon answered with a slight nod. Whoa, I had never expected this kind of development. What was I supposed to do? I was gonna have to spend the whole time stooping over so I wouldn't get caught, but it was still doable. The only one left is Koneko. What do you think? Koneko raised her arms to make an X shape. No. She was daring to deny me this simple pleasure. I felt paralyzed with shock. But when I stopped to think about it, that was a normal response. Then I'm afraid we can't. I'm sorry, Issei, Ria said with a mischievous chuckle. They had all gotten my hopes up, only to cast them down into the abyss. My vision turned dark from shock. I had been so close to achieving something wonderful. I suppose dreams don't become reality that easily. In that case, the next best thing was to satisfy myself with taking a, if you peek at us, you'll regret it. Gah. Koneko struck first. Damn it. Had I come all this way just to end it like this? Issei, you could bathe with me. I'll wash your back for you. Shut up, Kiba. I swear, I'll kill you. My indignant cries echoed throughout the cottage. When I woke up on the second day of our training, I was greeted by pained muscles in every part of my body. That wasn't particularly surprising, because I've been training all throughout the night too. I have a nighttime training regimen planned out for you. We are creatures of the night after all, the president said. It had been harder work than even my everyday training sessions with her. Rias had given me several times more exercises to do. Even though my demonic strength increased after sundown, that wasn't going to stop me from dropping dead if I couldn't catch a break. I was already depressed enough, seeing as I had to share a room with Kiba. Every time I heard the girls upstairs break out into laughter, I well and truly regretted having been born a man. On the morning of the second day, it was time for study session. We gathered in the living room so everyone could impart some general demon knowledge onto Ozzy and myself. The lesson was filled with difficult names and associations between different groups and individuals. It was enough to give me a headache. After filling me with the information, Kiba started peppering me with questions. What was the name given to our arch nemesis, the highest rank of angels who led the armies of God? And who are their members? The Seraphim, right? There's Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel, wasn't it? Correct. Phew. I had managed to get that all right. The only thing I was 100% sure about was that they all ended with the letter L. But that hint had been enough. Next question. Tell me the names of the 4 great demon kings. I know this. I'm going to meet each of them once I've made a name for myself, so I made sure to know who they are. Alright, there's Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. And my favorite, the female demon king, Leviathan. Correct. I can't wait to meet Leviathan. Naturally. The press had told me that the highest ranking female demon was none other than the demon king Leviathan. She was said to be especially beautiful. If I was lucky, I'd be able to meet her one day. At least, that's what the press said. I couldn't wait. Just how beautiful was she, though? She was a demon king, so she had to be something special. I needed to meet her. In that case, Issei, tell me the names of the leaders of our most despised fallen angels. Here it was. I hated those fallen angels. Their faction had more leaders than the other two, and their names were particularly hard to remember. I was confident I remembered the names of the top 2, though. The main group of the fallen angels is called the Grigori, the Watchers of the Children of God. Their governor is called Azazel, and their lieutenant governor is Shemhazai. I know those 2. As for the other leaders, there's Armoros, Barkiel, Tamael, and, who again? Bean something or other, Cocaine, Penamil, Cocabile, and Cereal. Be sure to remember them. This is basic knowledge. Think of it like knowing the name of the Prime Minister of Japan and the other politicians or leaders of other countries. How was I supposed to know all that? There are too many of them. Isn't 2 enough? Just what do the others do anyway? Seriously, those fallen angels were a real pain. There was no way I was ever going to learn to like even a single one of them. They were rotten. Every single one of them. Then there was that nonsense about the fallen angels watching over the children of God. In other words, spying on those of us who had sacred gears 24/7. It was fallen angels from that sect who had repeatedly attacked me and who had murdered Ozia. Apparently, they had set up an organization to study sacred gears. They would invite seemingly useful holders to join their ranks and to try to steal them. Plus, if they thought that someone was too dangerous, they would kill them on the spot. They were really despicable. They even went as far to kill those who didn't know they were in possession of a sacred gear in the first place, like me. They were the #1 enemy of demonkind, and I swore not to hold back next time I ran into one of them. Not after what they'd done to Ozia. I picked up all kinds of information about the angels and fallen angels during the study session. It would probably come in handy one day. In any event, I had hammered home the important stuff about the relationship between various demons and the other factions. Next was Ozia's turn to deliver a lesson. I don't mean to sound presumptuous, but I, Ozio Argento, would like to teach you about exorcists. Impressive. I wanted to give her a round of applause. Here she was, all grown up and ready to speak in front of everyone. Her face turned red. Thank you, Ozia, for your cute reaction. Well, there are two kinds of exorcists in the organization that I used to belong to. Two kinds? I repeated the question. Ozia nodded. The first are like those who you see on television or in movies. A priest might recite a verse from the holy book or use holy water to drive a demon from someone's body. They're like a public face of exorcists. It's the private face that is the real threat to demons. Rias picked up the explanation from there. You met one of them before, Issei. Our worst enemies are the exorcists who receive the blessing from God or of the fallen angels. We have been fighting with them from the shadows throughout history. They seek to destroy us using the power of light that they have received from the angels, and they hone their physical bodies to an otherworldly level. The image of that young psycho priest I fought a while ago flashed back into my mind. That white-haired exorcist had been a total lunatic. Not only had he killed demons, he'd also mercilessly eliminated anyone who'd even had the faintest connection to us. He was the kind of person I hoped to never see again. At that moment, Ozia pulled something out of her bag, and the press picked up a small bottle with her fingertips, as if touching something filthy. Now I'll teach you about the properties of holy water and the holy book, Ozia continued. I'll start with the holy water. It has a horrible effect on demons. That's right. Make sure you don't touch it either, Ozia. It will ruin your lovely skin, Rias added. Oh, I see. I can't use holy water anymore. Ozia looked legitimately shocked by this. Well, she was a demon now after all. I don't know if you ever need to, but I'll teach you how to make it later. There's a few ways to do it. Perhaps because it had been her specialty, Ozia looked genuinely happy as she continued her lesson. She became some sort of demon priestess. If I said that to her though, she would be liable to break down in tears. I made sure to restrain myself. Next is the holy book. I've been reading it every day since I was a child, but now, even reading a single verse gives me a headache. Well, you are a demon. That's because you're a demon. A demon. That's one way to inflict damage. All at once, the entire group pointed out the same thing to her. I can't read it anymore, Ozia sobbed. The press mentioned earlier that demons would suffer greatly if someone was to read the Bible out loud to us. I was fortunate enough to not have experienced that yet, but even if I wasn't a demon, I was pretty sure I would find that book boring. Despite that, Ozia turned a page as if she was going to read it. If she went through with it, she could end up killing herself. But there's a part I really love. Oh Lord, forgive your sinful servant for being unable to... The second Ozia started praying, she suffered damage. God, can't you at least overlook this girl's prayers? I thought. After completing our morning study session, we moved on to an afternoon of more training. The endless training I suffered while huddled up in the mountains with the others taught me a great many things. I had no talent for swordsmanship. I had no talent for martial arts. I had no talent for demonic magic. And above all, I was devastatingly weak. The more we trained, the more it drove home my inadequacies. I was going to be useless at the raiding game. What's more, there was no chance that I could make a recovery like Ozia. All I was good for now was peeling vegetables. I guess that was a part of my training too, though. I was just so weak and useless. That night, I stared up at the ceiling from my bed in the cottage. A week had passed since we had come to these mountains. From morning to night, we busied ourselves with training. We tried all kinds of coordination patterns. along with offensive and defensive variations. Again and again, we reviewed them until we knew each one by heart. I glanced towards Kiba, who was sleeping soundly on the bed beside me. He was incredible. The more we practiced together, the more my respect for him had grown. No matter what I did, I knew I'd probably never be able to beat him in a sword fight. Long-standing dedication and effort had honed his innate talents to the extreme. I had neither one of those things. How much training would it have taken for my swordsmanship to match his? How many years? How many decades? Even if I dedicated my whole life to it, I didn't see it happening. Then there was my demonic magic training with Akeno. Hazuya kept on improving, manipulating flames, water, and lightning, even if none was on a large scale. I, on the other hand, could barely make a mass as small as a single speck. Damn it. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I sat up in bed. I lifted myself slowly to my feet and headed for the kitchen. As I fixed myself a glass of water and gulped it down. "Oh, you're awake," came the Prez's voice from the living room. When I looked up, I saw Rias sitting at the table. "Oh, Prez, good evening." "Why are you being so formal? This is good timing though. Come, let's have a chat." A weak tea candle was burning on the table. Demons could see in the dark, even without external light, which was how we were able to train in such desolate place in the dead of the night. The candle then must have just been for decoration. I took a seat across from Rias. She was dressed in a red negligee, her crimson hair tied behind her head, and she was wearing glasses. "Huh? Is your eyesight bad?" "Oh, these? I just wear them to set the mood. Whenever I have something to think about, putting on a pair of glasses helps me to approach the problems from a different angle. I've been living in the human world for too long." She let out a small chuckle. Those glasses looked really good on her, and that negligee of hers accentuated her body. There was a pile of papers stacked up on the table. They looked like battle formation plans. Was she staying up all night working on strategy? Rias closed her notebook she was reading and looked up. "To be honest with you, reading over all this only gives me so much peace of mind." She let out a tired sigh. "Why is that?" "If we were fighting any other high-rank demon, reading these strategies might be enough. A lot of research has been put into this manual. But that isn't the main issue." "Huh? Then what's wrong?" "The problem is Riser himself, or rather, that our opponent is a phoenix." Rias pulled out another book and set it on the table in front of me before turning to a specific page. It was an image of a firebird, its burning wings of flame spread out majestically. Long ago, people worshipped the phoenix as a mythical life-controlling creature. Even today, the legends remain all throughout the human world. Its tears are said to heal any wound, and drinking its blood can supposedly grant you immortality. Apparently, there was also another kind of phoenix, distinct from the legendary creature. That was the Phoenix Clan, a family of demons with the rank of Marquis that was also one of the 72 pillars. To distinguish the two, humans gave the mythical creature the name of Phoenix, while labeling the demon family Phoenix. However, Riser's family possesses the particularly same abilities as the legendary bird. In other words, immortality. That's who we must fight. Immortality? Hold on a minute there. That isn't fair. You're saying that he's practically invincible? I exclaimed. Yes, almost. Even if we manage to land an attack on him, he will regenerate and heal himself instantly. Not only that, but his hellfire can incinerate its target, leaving nothing but bones. He has won 8 out of his 10 official raining game matches. The 2 he lost, he did so on purpose, out of deference of his families that his house had close ties with. Effectively, he is undefeated. His performance had already made him a candidate for the official title of his own. I was at a loss for words. It was clear now what Rias meant when she said that she had a problem. It was Riser himself. She was trying to find a way to defeat that bastard. I had a sense of foreboding right from the moment Riser was selected as my fiancé. My father and the others had been planning for this from the very beginning. They chose Riser so that I had no choice but to get married. Even if I was resistant to the idea, they knew if it came down to deciding the matter through a match, I wouldn't stand a chance of winning. They cornered me. In chess terminology, they played a swindle. No matter how strong Rias was, her parents known that she wouldn't be able to defeat someone who was immortal. Talk about unfair. No one would have stood a chance against someone like Riser. When the raiding game became popular in Demon Society, it was the House of Phoenix who benefited the most. Before that advent, demons didn't really fight among one another very often. But in the raiding game, where kings participated along with their servants, the advantage held by the members of Phoenix family is undeniable, which is why their house is at the top of the highest class in the official raiding game rankings. Immortality. Perhaps it was only through seeing how they performed at the game that other demons realized how terrifying their power truly was. If Riser and the other members of his clan were immortal, then they would automatically be revived no matter how many times they were defeated. Normally, demons didn't have unlimited power, so even if they were stronger than someone like Riser, they would eventually succumb to the exhaustion and defeat. If you asked me though, I thought that kind of overwhelming advantage was pretty cowardly. That still didn't change the fact that we were going to face a truly fearsome opponent. Even if we managed to take down his army of beautiful servants, that wouldn't mean anything if we couldn't defeat him though. Was it even possible? Is it really like that whole arrangement had been rigged from the beginning? Perhaps my uncertainty was writ large on my face, as Rias let out a chuckle. But it isn't like we won't be able to find some way to win. Seriously? Indeed, there are two options. We could crush him with overwhelming force, or we could break his spirit by knocking him down over and over. To try to win the first method would require godlike level of power. The second option would require us to conserve our energy and stamina until we could crush his will to fight. I'm certain each defeat will take a toll on him. Even if his body is immortal and can continuously restore to fighting form, his mind isn't. Each loss would tire him out. And if we could do that, then victory will be in our grasp. That said, if we did have a godlike power at our disposal, it would be a lot easier to go with the first option. To me, it seemed clear that both Rias' strategies were impossible without considerable effort. Could we really pull off something like that in our first match? I suppose there was little other choice. Basically, we had to keep going until Riser lost the will to fight and asked to call off the match. Considering that, I remember that there was something that I wanted to ask for a while now. Prez? Yes? Why do you hate him so much? I mean, why were you so set against marrying him? At this question, Rias let out a tired exhale. Riser was undeniably a womanizer and a lowlife, but given Rias' family situation, it didn't sound like she could afford to turn him down. Because I'm a Gremory. Huh? Well, that's true. No, it isn't just a word. I belong to the House of Gremory, and that name will follow me no matter where I go. So that's it. You don't like your name? I'm proud to be a Gremory, but it's also destroying me as an individual. Everyone sees me only as Rias Gremory, never simply as Rias. That's why I enjoyed the human world so much. No one knows anything about the demonic House of Gremory here. People see me as me. I love this place. I could never feel the things I do here if I was to confine myself to Demon Society. I could only live life of fulfillment as an individual here. There was a distant look in Rias' eyes as she spoke, and sadness fell over her. What she was describing was something that I had never experienced myself. I was simply Issei Hyodo, and that name didn't instill any particular depth of feeling in me. I was just me, a son to my father and mother. No matter where I went, people recognized me as an individual. But Rias' whole life had been spent carrying the weight of the name of Gremory on her back, and that would continue to be the case for her. I want to be loved by someone who sees me not as Gremory, but as Rias. That's my selfish dream. Unfortunately, to Riser, I'm always Rias Gremory. That's who he loves. I can't stand that. My family pride is still important to me, though. It might sound rather contradictory, but I want to cherish this small dream of mine. So the Prez wanted to be loved by a man not as Rias Gremory, but simply as Rias. It was a very maidenly sentiment. No doubt the reason she felt so conflicted was her family's current predicament. I didn't know much about the feelings of young women or about the complexities of demon society, so I wasn't entirely sure what best to say, and yet, I like you, Prez, just as yourself, I said. Rias' eyes widened slightly. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to the House of Gremory or the demonic world, but to me, you're just you. I'm not really good at this complicated stuff, but as far as I'm concerned, the everyday Rias is the best. It was all I could do to just blurt out everything that came to mind and give the Prez a broad smile. Ha, I really wasn't very good at saying anything cool or romantic. Perhaps it had only been my imagination, but for a moment, I could have sworn I saw Rias' cheeks turn red. Prez, did I say something strange? I asked uncertainly. She shook her head. It's nothing, she responded, flustered. I wasn't sure what that had been all about, but there were more important things to consider at the moment. Still, it's going to be a challenge, facing off against someone like you in your first match, even for a genius like you. I don't like the word genius, Rias answered, her face still red. Why not? The Romans used that word to describe a divine nature in every living thing. Christians associate it with the soul, and the Japanese equivalent, tensai, means a talent bestowed from the heaven. That's why I don't like it. It makes it sound like a gift from God. My talents are the fruition of the hard work of generations of Gremories. I've inherited them as a demon. God would never grant them to me, and I've never thought of them that way. My powers belong to my house. That's why I won't lose. I will fight, and I will win. I have to. By the end, she sounded almost as if she was trying to convince herself. Rias was so incredible and strong. Compared to her, Prez, I'm sorry. I've been useless. Since the moment we came here, I murmured weakly. A look of concern arose on Rias' face. Issei? I know I gotten stronger from my training with everyone, but more than that, I can feel how far I still have to go to catch up. Practically, swordsmanship with Kiba only reminds me of how skilled he is, and all I could think about was how I'd never be a great swordsman like him. While I practice using my powers with Akeno, I could feel how talented she is. Plus, I keep watching Azia get better and better, while I still can't do anything. I tried to act like everything would be so fine for so long, as I had the boosted gear, but I know it isn't. Before I knew it, tears were running down my cheeks. I was beyond frustrated. The more I felt, the more I understood how mediocre I was. I had no talent for combat. I knew that now. I know I'm the weakest, but I'm not the most useless. An all-powerful sacred gear means nothing so long as I'm the one using it. That's why Riser would make a fool out of me. A worthless treasure, pearls before swine. He was right. There I was, bawling my eyes out in front of the prez. I must have looked pathetic, weeping uncontrollable tears of frustration. Even my nose was dripping. Rias rose to her feet and came to sit next to me. She took me in her arms, hugging me gently. She patted me on the head again and again. You need confidence, don't you? That's okay. I'll give it to you. But you need to let your body and mind rest. I'll stay with you until you can drift off to sleep. At that time, I didn't recognize exactly what she meant, but I could feel her warmth healing my soul. That was enough. Use your boosted gear, Issei. Rias called out to me at the start of my next training session the following morning. Since the first time we come to these mountains, she had given me permission to use my sacred gear. But what did she expect me to do with it? Let's have you face off against Yuto. Understood. At the prez's urging, Kiba came forward to stand across from me. Hold on, is she telling me to fight him? Issei, let's say you activated your sacred gear before we started this mock battle. We can begin, say 2 minutes after you call it. Right. As instructed, I made the boosted gear appear over my left arm. Boost! I called out, and boost! Sounded the sacred gear in return. I could feel the energy flowing through my body, doubling my latent power. 10 seconds passed. Boost! Again, another compound doubling my abilities. Power surged from the sacred gear through my body. Increasing my power this way was all well and good, but there were a few things that I had to be careful of while using my boosted gear. While I initially assumed there was no limit to how far my abilities could have been increased, that wasn't the case. One time, I tried activating it just to see how far I could go, but I ended up fainting only after a few minutes. That reason was simple enough. My body couldn't handle all that extra power. The prez had outlined a pretty simple way for me to understand. If you had a truck and you loaded it far beyond its normal capacity, what would happen? It wouldn't be able to move, would it? The same thing applies here. Basically, if you kept loading too many things onto a vehicle, the added weight would keep making it slower and slower, until it eventually wouldn't be able to move at all. In other words, too much power put a heavy strain on my body. That's why I had fainted. I simply couldn't withstand the extra energy. At the time, with the gemstone embedded in my back gauntlet, it had shouted out the word boost. My whole body had grown heavy, and everything just seemed to stop. Even if the boosted gear itself had virtually unlimited power, I, its user, didn't. That was the ultimate weakness of this sacred gear, or rather, that was my weakness. It wasn't the sacred gear's fault. After 12 power-ups, Rias ordered me not to increase my power any further. Alright, let's go boosted gear, I said.
Explosion!
That sound acted as a stopper and meant that my sacred gear understood that I had powered up enough. Once I reached a certain level, I can maintain that state of fight for a while. The length of time essentially depended on how much I spent that extra energy. The more I moved or attacked, the shorter I had. My stamina level also played a huge role. Being tired meant less time too. That was why the best way to use my boosted gear was to avoid taking damage. I was well rested and uninjured that morning, meaning that it was the best time to use it. Fighting while the sacred gear was still powering up my abilities was doable, but it made my powers more unstable compared to when I put the stop to the continued doubling. What's more, making a mistake risked resetting everything back to zero. As such, it was safer to fight after pausing the process. As far as I knew, the best thing to do was to evade all oncoming attacks and hide for a while it charged up. Having let my boosted gear do its thing for a full 2 minutes, my power level had reached an abnormally high state. I want you to stay like that, Issei, and fight Yuto as you are now. Yuto, I'll leave Issei to you. Yes, President, Kiba responded, readying himself and pointing his wooden practice sword in my direction. Issei, do you want to use a sword, or would you rather fight barehanded? Rias asked me. I wondered. Even if I tried to use a sword, I still wasn't very skilled at wielding one. I'll fight barehanded, I answered. Very well. In that case, please begin. I adopted a fighting posture, well, a beginner's fighting posture. All of a sudden, Kiba completely disappeared. Uh-oh. One of the knight's main attributes was their agility. Kiba possessed an almost godlike speed. If I lost sight of him, he wouldn't have any difficulty. Kiba's attack came rushing towards me, but I managed to parry it with my arm. Alright, I could do this. A surprised look flashed across his face. An opening. I rushed towards it, unleashing a punch. Before my fist could reach its target, Kiba disappeared once more, leaving me to strike nothing but empty air. He dodged it. Where did he go? I scanned my surroundings, but he wasn't there. If he wasn't to my left or right, and if he wasn't in front of me, then he could have been only behind me, right? Spinning around in expectation, I was surprised to see that he wasn't there either. Is he above me? I looked upward, only to find him hurtling down with his wooden blade. There was a dull thud. Kiba had struck me right on the head. Damn, that hurt. Ouch. With no time to see how badly I'd been injured, I unleashed a kick where Kiba had landed. He vanished again, damn him. I couldn't hit him at all. Were these knights simply too fast for me to land an attack? Issei, use your powers. Gather them all together and unleash them on the first image that comes to mind, the Prez instructed. Attack with my powers? Me? Where? I had no idea what Kiba was, but there was little else to do but try at that point. I focused my energy flowing through me into the palm of my hand until I reached a mass no larger than a grain of rice. Nothing had changed even after practicing. Aiming a little blip of light at Kiba, I tried to fire it forward, only left to be shocked at what happened next. It was huge! That pinprick energy had swelled into something enormous. It was like a giant boulder. Was this the result of using the boosted gear? That enormous mass of power sped towards Kiba at incredible speed. He still dodged it easily though. That wasn't particularly surprising. No matter how impressive my attacks was, it didn't mean a thing if it couldn't find its mark. At least, that's what I thought at the time, but what happened next quickly convinced me otherwise. Having missed its target, that huge sphere of energy flew off into the distance, only to crash into the next mountain over. The whole mountainside exploded with a thunderous roar. Huh? What? You're kidding me, right? A single blast from my accumulated power had been enough to blow away an entire mountainside. When the dust settled, there was a gaping hole gouged into the side of it, reshaping the scenery entirely. Huh? Seriously? Did I actually destroy a mountain? Such an unexpected turn of events had left me completely speechless.
Reset,
echoed the voice from my gauntlet, and all at once, the power raging through my body left me. I had run out of time. Suddenly, I was feeling strangely empty. I must have exhausted my powers. That's enough, Rias declared, calling off the practice duel. Kiba lowered his sword, and I slumped down to the ground. The mountain was gone. My heart raced at the shock of it all. Did I really just do that? That an attack like that had really come from my own two hands seemed like a bit too much to grasp. Good work, you two. Now, I want to hear your thoughts. Yuto, how was Issei? Rias asked. Okay, Kiba responded. To tell you the truth, that was astonishing. I'd expected my first attack to end the battle. Huh? Does he mean the one I parried right at the beginning? But I couldn't break through Issei's guard, and not for the lack of trying either. I had also hoped to knock him off of his feet with a blow from above, but that proved ineffective as well. Kiba let out a charming laugh before raising his wooden practice sword for everyone to see. It was cracked right down the middle. Even though I strengthened my blade with my powers, Issei's body was just too sturdy. If we kept going, I would have broken my weapon and been unable to launch any further attacks. "Thank you, Yuto," Ria said. "Do you understand now, Issei?" I wondered if this was what the Prez meant the previous night when she said that she would give me confidence. "Issei, you told me that you thought that you were the weakest of my servants, and that you had no talent, didn't you?" Rias asked. "Yeah. That was only half correct. Without your boosted gear, you are weak, but when you activate it, you climb to a whole new level." Rias motioned towards the destroyed mountain in the distance. "That final attack was on the level of a high-class demon. Something like that would have defeated almost any opponent." Seriously? I couldn't really imagine many people surviving a blow like that, but still. "Thanks to the basic training, your body is now a vessel capable of accumulating an enormous amount of energy. Already, that power is quite formidable force. Didn't I tell you? Discipline yourself. Master the essentials, and you will be more powerful than anyone. The more you advance at your basic stats, the more your abilities will grow with an exponential returns. Even increasing them from level 1 to level 2 will make an enormous difference." Am I really that amazing? I could hardly believe it. Rias gave me an assuring expression. "You are essential to the upcoming match. Your attack power, Issei, will decide the outcome of the battle. If you were fighting alone, the amount of time it would take you to charge your skills would leave you terribly vulnerable. But this is a team game. You have allies who will defend you. Believe in us. Do that, and we'll be stronger for it. We'll win." "Stronger? Me? Let's show them who you really are." Rias raised her voice in a rallying cry. "We won't let them make fools of us anymore. It doesn't matter if our opponent is a phoenix. We'll show them the strength of Rias Gremory and her familia." "Yeah!" Everyone cried out in unison. That's right, I realized. I wasn't alone. The Prez and the others all stood with me. And with a renewed determination, I promised myself to get stronger. I was going to improve and stand shoulder to shoulder with my friends and allies. We were going to defeat Riser Phoenix. Amid our united resolve and sense of camaraderie, the last few days of training passed without issue. Then came the day of our decisive showdown. The day of the decisive showdown had arrived. "Alright," I said, trying to fire myself up in my room. It was 10 o'clock at night. The battle was due to begin in 2 hours, at exactly midnight. We'd all been told to take the day off from demon work, heading straight home after school. The idea was to be refreshed and rested as possible when the time came for the raiding game. Our plan was to meet in the clubroom 30 minutes before the beginning of the match. That gave me just over an hour. Still, my bedroom was the place where I could most relaxed, so I wanted to stay here for as long as I could. If I was to go to the clubroom ahead of time, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from fretting. Even as I tried to rest in my room, I was more nervous than I'd been during my high school entrance exams. I was wearing my school uniform. I thought that was the most appropriate. When I asked the Prez whether we should have some sort of team combat uniform, she brushed my question aside with a smile. "If my familia had a uniform, it has to be that of Kuo Academy. We are the Occult Research Club after all." Thus, my school uniform had become my battle uniform. That said, I guess I could have gone with a martial arts outfit or something if I wanted to. There was a mountain of banana peels next to me. I had already finished eating the fruit, and I was close to performing my special technique that I had been working on since the first day of our training camp. I can do this. This is my new ultimate technique. Came a sound from my door. It had to have been Azia. Issei, can I come in? She asked. Ah, sure. When she entered the room, I was completely taken aback after seeing her outfit. It was a nun's outfit. Of course, she wasn't carrying any rosaries, nor was she wearing a veil over her head. Azia, what are you... I know. When I asked the president, she told me I could wear whatever I felt most comfortable in. I didn't really know what to choose, but then I thought that this would be the easiest to move around in. I may not be a servant of the Lord anymore, but I haven't renounced my faith, even if I'm a demon now. It seemed Azia had put a lot of thought into it. There was no small amount of courage involved dressing like a nun for a battle between demons, but if that's what she decided, then I wasn't gonna voice any complaint. I was sure Rias would brush it off with a laugh. I see. I suppose you do look most natural in that. Your school uniform suits you too, you know. But seeing as this was what you were wearing when we first met, I guess it's kinda how I always imagined you. It looks good on you. Thank you. Azia's face beamed with heartful joy at my compliment. Issei? She said, fidgeting. Can I sit next to you? Sure. She sat herself down next to me on my bed and took my arm, hugging it tight. What's wrong? I asked, worried. I could feel her trembling as she gripped my arm. When I think about the match, I can't stop shaking. I'm scared, but I'll be alright as long as you're there with me. Azia. Yep. I'm not scared when I'm with you, Issei. Can we stay like this until it's time to go? Sure. Can we stay like this forever? Yeah, forever. Thank goodness. I took her trembling hands in my own. We passed a few moments in blissful silence. When it was time for us to leave, I was totally relaxed. Azia had stopped shaking too. It must have been around 11:40 at night. The other members of Rias' family and I had gathered in the clubroom in the old school building. Each one of us had tried to pass the time in our own way. Everyone except Azia was wearing their school uniform, albeit with a few modifications. Kiba's hands and wrists were protected by padded coverings, and his lower legs were protected by some kind of armor-like shin guards. He had left his sword leaning by the wall. Koneko was sitting in a chair reading a book. Her hands were garbed in a pair of open-fingered gloves, the kind that martial artists used. It was an eerily serious look for such a childlike figure. Akeno and the Prez were sitting on the sofa, elegantly sipping their cups of tea. As was to be expected of the two great ladies, they were composed to the last. Ozzy and I were sitting in our seats, quietly idling away our remaining time. 10 minutes before the match was due to begin, the magic circle in the center of the room lit up, and Grafia made her entrance. Have you completed your preparations? The match will begin in 10 minutes, she said. We each rose to our feet, and Grafia began her explanation. When it's time, you will all be transported to the arena through your magic circle. That match will take place in the neutral alternative space, a dimension created and set aside solely for this battle. Feel free to fight to your full potential. We will discard the battlefield when you are finished, so don't worry about causing any damage. That makes sense, I thought. An artificial battlefield. I hadn't known that demons were able to create spaces like this. I understood that the need for something like that, though. If we were in the fight of either the human realm or the demon world, there was no telling how much damage we could end up causing. A place that could be destroyed without consequence was a perfect location. Putting that aside for a moment, there was still something that I wasn't entirely sure about. Prez? Yes? You said that you had another bishop, right? Is that person coming? When Rias had resurrected Ozzy as a demon, she said that she already had one other bishop. She told me that the person was off somewhere taking care of a special job for her. This situation definitely felt serious enough to warrant them joining us, though. No sooner had I asked this question, however, than everyone's faces, except Ozzy's and my own, turned stiff. The atmosphere had undergone a complete shift. The mood in the room had grown incredibly heavy. For a short while, no one said a word. I'm afraid my other bishop won't be able to join us, Rias answered, averting her gaze. We'll have to talk about that sometime soon. Whatever the reason could have been, it was clearly a difficult topic for the Prez. I thought best not to pry any further. Still, I had to wonder what could have been so important that the other bishop wasn't showing up for such an important match. Rias' evasive response just left me with more questions. It was Grafia who broke the sullen atmosphere. Representatives of both noble houses will be following this raiding game by the way of live broadcast. Seriously? They're going to be watching the whole thing? How nice of those high-class demon parents. Still, if Rias' folks were looking on, then I had to be careful of how I presented myself. In addition, his lordship of the Demon King Lucifer will be observing. Do keep that in mind. The Demon King? Now I was really on edge. To think that one of the guys at the top was taking an interest in us. Rias, however, looked shocked. My brother? I see. So he'll be there too. Had I misheard? Surely Rias hadn't just... I raised my hand with a new question. Prez? Did you just call the Demon King your brother? Did I mishear? You heard her correctly. The president's brother is one of the 4 Demon Kings. It was Kibu who answered. What? A Demon King? Your brother is a Demon King? Yes, Rias answered plainly. Is she serious? Hold on a second, I thought. Rias belongs to the House of Gremory. None of those Demon Kings have that name, though. Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, Asmodeus. None of them sounded anything like Gremory. Are you wondering why the president's family name is different from those of the Demon Kings? As much as I hated to admit it, Kiba had guessed exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, I nodded with reluctance. The original Demon Kings perished in the Great War. Nonetheless, Demon Society is nothing without its leadership. As such, Kiba went on to explain that the surviving demons decided to grant names of the Demon Kings to their most powerful members. For that reason, the current 4 Great Demon Kings had inherited their ultimate titles from their predecessors, the first generation. That made sense. Since that was the case, names like Lucifer and Beelzebub were more like titles. To tell you the truth, among the forces of God, the fallen angels, and the demons, we're currently the least powerful faction. The situation is rather precarious, but as our current kings are just as formidable as our forebears, we've been able to endure. Apparently, the Demon Society was hanging on by a thread. It certainly came as a shock to learn that the famous demons written about in the books that you might find in the library were already dead. In that case, you're saying that the Prez's brother was chosen to be one of the ultimate high-class demons? I asked. Kiba nodded. Sir Zex Lucifer, the Crimson Satan. He's both the president's elder brother and the most powerful demon alive. Sir Zex Lucifer. Not Gremory, but Lucifer. It sounded like it wasn't part of her family anymore. So that's why the Prez needs to inherit the House of Gremory? If her elder brother had become the Demon King, then it sounds like she had no other choice in the matter. Her brother had to hold the weight of all Demon Society on his shoulders. That was incredible. His relation to Rias seemed that much more unbelievable. It's almost time, everyone. Please, step into your magic circle. At Graphia's request, we all gathered in the center of the room. Once you've been transported to the arena, you won't be able to return until the completion of the match, she explained. No coming back until it's over, huh? The insignia of the magic circle shifted into an unfamiliar pattern before erupting with light. It hadn't been the pattern of the Phoenix family either. Perhaps it had been a custom design made especially for the rating game. Those were my last thoughts before we all swallowed by the light and warped to our destination. I opened my eyes. Huh? I tilted my head to the side in bewilderment at what I saw. Anybody would have. I mean, we were still in the club room. Had the magic circle failed? Apart from Ozzy and myself, no one seemed the least bit surprised. Grapefia was conspicuously missing, however. Was she the only one who had successfully made the jump? But at that moment... Welcome, everyone. I, Grapefia, servant of the House of Gremory, will act as arbiter for today's rating game between the House of Gremory and the House of Phoenix. It sounded like a school announcement, but it was Graphia's voice. In the name of his lordship Sir Zex Lucifer, I will ensure fairness and impartiality of today's proceedings. Based on Lady Rias's and Lord Riser's mutual wishes, the battlefield will be a replica of the school that Lady Rias attends in the human world, Kuo Academy. What? Then this is all fake? But it looks identical. Even the decorations and the wear and tear on the walls were exactly the same. My jaw dropped. Then I noticed the sky outside the window was pure white. We'd all met in the clubroom just before midnight, so that didn't make any sense. Did this replica exist in the same pale, empty dimension then? I had to wonder just how powerful these demons were, if they were able to make an entirely new alternate dimension for the sake of one battle. Both teams had been transported to an area that would serve as their respective home bases. Lady Rias, your home base will be the clubroom of the Occult Research Club in the old school building. Lord Riser, yours will be located in the student council room in the new school building. All pawns, please proceed to the immediate vicinity of the opposing team's home base when using a promotion. That was me. Basically, what it meant was I couldn't promote unless I made my way into Riser's camp. Given my attributes as a pawn, finding a way to pull off a promotion was going to be essential if we were going to aim for victory. Just like the game of chess, a promotion was a special move that a pawn could use when reaching a set position deep behind the opposing team's lines. It allowed them to transform into any piece other than the king. Basically, I had to make sure that I could enter the other team's home base, the student council room. It was on the top floor of the school building. That was my goal. By the same logic, Riser's pawns would be promoted if they made our way to where I was. Plus, unlike our team, he had 8 of them. Each one of them could end up transforming into a queen. Given that the queen was the most powerful piece, we would be in some serious trouble if that happened. From what I gathered, a common strategy during these matches was for each team to send out its pawns first to reduce the number of pieces on the battlefield. Did that mean that I had to take down 8 beautiful pawn ladies all by myself? Things were certainly shaping up to be pretty tough for me. Everyone, please put on these communication devices in your ears, Akeno said, handing out some sort of earphone-like transceiver to each of us. I did as instructed, and the president's voice sounded in my ear. This is how we will coordinate on the battlefield. Being able to receive instructions remotely? That sounded like it was going to be an extremely valuable item. I had to make sure I didn't break it. It's time. The match will begin until there is a victor or until dawn in the human world. Let the game begin. The school bell echoed across the campus. I guess that was the signal. So it was that the curtain rose in our rating game. First things first, we need to eliminate Riser's pawns. We'll be in some serious trouble if all 8 of them can promote to queens, Rias said from her seat on the sofa. She was surprisingly calm. Akeno began to prepare some tea. Aren't we in the middle of a match? I thought. You're pretty calm about this, Prez. The match has only just begun, Issei. A rating game isn't something that you can complete in a short amount of time. Naturally, there are cases where one side will attempt to rush the other, but in general, these are long affairs, just like a real game of chess. I had imagined that we would end up fighting a huge battle scene like you see in the movies, some kind of chaotic ultimate showdown. In a rating game, you have to use the battlefield to its fullest. In most cases, each team will have its base situated in a fort, a castle, or a tower. Areas such as forests, rivers, or lakes are usually located between the 2 bases, and these are typically where individual battles are fought. In that case, the battlefield is our school. Yuto? Right away. At Rias' prompting, Kiba unfolded a large map on the table. It was a layout of the campus and its buildings. Lines crisscrossed the paper, dividing it into a large grid marked with numbers and letters. Immediately, I recognized that it was the layout of a checkerboard. Rias circled the old school building and the new school building with a red pen. Those were the location of both bases. This is the forest near our base. Think of this as being within our territory. On the other hand, the new school building is within Riser's territory. The moment you step inside, you will be entered in its domain. The new school building has a complete view of the schoolyard, so it would be dangerous for us to pass through it. Rias was right. You could make out almost the entire grounds from the windows of the new school building. Now that the match had begun, we couldn't use the magic circle to teleport across the battlefield. In other words, there were no shortcuts. We had to approach on foot. Using our wings to fly wasn't out of the question, but it would be very conspicuous. Then there was the matter of me still being unable to fly. What if we crossed the athletic track and tried sneaking in through the back? I asked. Rias gave it a forced smile. That's the most obvious entry point, and Riser will know it. We would no doubt have dispatched at least one of our pieces near the athletic clubhouse. Probably a rook or a knight. No, it's a wide open space, so he'll want mobility. Most likely, he's positioning a knight and 3 pawns there for a total of 4 pieces. That would give him complete control over the area. President, perhaps we should occupy the gymnasium by the old school building, Kiba suggested. That would give us a shorter route to the new school building, and it's adjacent to both the old and new school buildings, so it will limit their movements. Rias nodded. Yes, I thought so too. We should take the gymnasium first. Given the location, our opponent may have positioned a rook there. It would be close quarters, so strength would be more important than the knight's agility. Whoa, all these strategies are going over my head. I would be fine if I only worried about my instructions though. I had to do my best not to create any problems. Yuto, Koneko, I want you to lay traps in the forest. Take another map with you and be sure to mark where you set the snares. I will give everyone copies when you're finished. Yes. Understood. Kiba and Koneko left at once, taking a map and some odd-looking equipment with them. Everyone else, I want you to remain here on standby until they are finished. Akeno? Yes? Once Yuto and Koneko return, can you cast a mist on some illusions over the forest and skies? Ones that only affect the members of Riser's Familia, of course. Things are sure to heat up once we reach the middle phase, so I'll leave that to you, Akeno. Very good, President. Akeno nodded. With that, our operations had begun. Neither I or Ozzy had received any instructions, though. Prez, what do you want me to do? I hated the idea of standing by and not doing anything. I wanted to text too. Indeed, you're my pawn, Issei, which means that you would need to be promoted, Rias replied. Right, I responded eagerly. The Prez beckoned to me. Huh? What does she want me to do, I wondered. Sit here, she instructed. No sooner had I taken my seat than she pointed at her lap. Lay down here. Seriously? The legendary lap pillow? Was it really okay to lay my head down on her immaculate white legs? Thank you, I beamed, instinctively bowing my head in appreciation. I swallowed, and little by little, I lowered myself towards her thighs. A soft sensation pressed against my cheek. Whoa, they're so soft, Prez. I was touching her thighs. This level of physical contact was lethal for a guy my age. I wanted to rub my face against her skin, but I restrained myself. Oh, before I knew it, tears were forming in my eyes. A lap pillow. Out of the hundreds of things that I wanted to do with a girl, this had to rank among the top 10. That it had at last become a reality was almost too overwhelming. Tears kept rolling down my face. What am I doing? I thought. Shouldn't I be focusing on this match? Still, for a perverted high schooler like me who had never been popular with the girls, this was a dream come true. I offered a silent word of thanks to my mom and dad for it brought me into this world. Seeing my reaction, Rias sighed. Are you crying? I'm just so moved that you let me lay my head on your lap. I can't stop. I'll never forget this feeling. I'm so happy to be alive. You do overreact sometimes. If a lap pillow is enough to make you feel that way, then I'll let you do it again. What? You're kidding me. Really? Why is she being so nice? It wasn't important to me anyways. All that mattered was Rias had given me the okay to do it again. There was no way I wasn't going to take her up on that. Man, my school life sure had gotten pretty great recently. I was moving further and further past Matsuda and Motohama. I did feel sorry for them though. The best I could do for my friends was to hope for they too would come to know this pleasure one day. Huh? That was when I noticed Azia staring at me, with teary eyes of her own. Perhaps it was only my imagination, but it looked like she was pouting. Is she angry? Why? I don't quite understand, but it definitely appeared that way. Rias rested her hand on my head. This will release a small part of the seal that I placed on you. Huh? A seal? I asked, uncertainly. But at this moment, something inside me swelled. Energy welled up deep from my body, but I had no idea why. It was an incredible feeling, but one wholly different from what I was used to with the boosted gear. The power from my sacred gear flowed into me from somewhere externally. This new strength was instead rising from deep within me and melting comfortably throughout my flesh. The question was, where had it come from? Likely seeing the bewilderment on my face, Rias leaned into my ear. Do you remember? When I resurrected you, I used all 8 of my pawns. Yeah. At the time, you were too underdeveloped as a demon, so I limited the total capacity of your abilities as a pawn. No normal human would have been able to withstand the full force of 8 pawn pieces so soon after being resurrected. To put this simply, your total strength is only second to Akeno's. However, until you learn how to handle that power, you'll be at risk of it breaking you. As such, I locked it away in stages with these seals. I just released the first of them. If she had released it, then did that mean the force surging through me was my own innate strength? Your training was intended to increase your compatibility not only with the boosted gear, but also with your own abilities. Admittedly, you still have a way to go though. So there had been a point to all the grueling exercises. I was so happy that I'd been able to overcome my near-death experiences. Ria stroked my head. It was sure wonderful having a beautiful lady pet my hair. I could have sworn I saw Azia's eyes narrow even further, however. Listen here, Issei. Even if your opponent is a girl, you still have to defeat her. You mustn't hold back. They won't show you any mercy. Right. Good boy. When you perform your promotion, make sure that you become a queen. Queens are the strongest pieces on the field. If you do that, it will turn the match in our favor. It feels a bit weird for a guy to become a queen, though. Rias chuckled at my comment. It's only a name. Don't think too deeply of it. We have fewer members than Riser, which puts us at a disadvantage. You have to be prepared to take other roles. Losing even one of our members is sure to make the fight even more difficult. It sounded like Rias put a lot of thought into each of our roles and was looking for the best way to utilize us on the field. For the moment, I wondered if charging my powers and releasing a burst of energy at the school building would finish the match quickly. Then I realized it probably wouldn't be that easy. Riser definitely would have anticipated a move like that and had probably already prepared countermeasures. There was a limit to how many moves I could make while powered up, and I wasn't particularly skilled at using my demonic powers, so I couldn't afford to waste them. If I was going to attack, it would be safer to do so, and not to mention more effective after I promoted myself to a queen. Yeah, I would have to just trust in Rias and the others to help me get where I needed to go. Prez, I'm gonna help you win this. I was serious. Those words came from the bottom of my heart. Upon hearing my oath, Rias broke into a gentle smile. I look forward to it, my cute little Issei. I was definitely gonna help the Prez win. There was no way I was about to let her marry someone like Riser. Rias' wonderful legs were mine to enjoy right up until Kiba and Koneko returned. Thanks to that, I was bursting with energy. Alright, I declared, with mighty determination as I stood outside the entrance of the old school building. Koneko was standing beside me. She was my partner for the next stage of its strategy. Very well, Issei, Koneko. Once you enter the building, you won't be able to avoid a battle. Stick to the plan. The gymnasium will be crucial, Ria said, seeing us off at the entrance. Koneko nodded. Don't worry about us, I added. Our destination was the school gym. There was sure to be a battle there, and Koneko and I were going to win it. Losing wasn't an option. I wasn't going to get knocked out of the rating game without first scoring a promotion. I'll start things on my end as well. Kiba, holding his sword against his waist, was ready to. Yuto, please be sure to follow my instructions, Rias cautioned. Understood. Azia, you will stay here with me for now. However, once Issei and Koneko give a signal, we'll move out. We can't afford to lose you. Without our healer, we have no chance. Okay. Azia replied loudly in spite of her obvious trepidation. Her healing abilities were our lifeline. Thanks to her, we could afford to take a few risks in the overall approach. Protecting both Azia and our king was necessary for us to come out on top. Akeno, I'll trust you to move when the time is right. Yes, President. Akeno was Rias' strongest servant. According to Rias, a large portion of the mission's success hinged on her performance. We were all counting on those insidious demonic powers hidden behind that warm smile of hers. Having looked over everyone one last time, Rias stepped forward. Very well, my cute servants. I hope you're all ready. There's no turning back now. Our enemy is Riser Phoenix, the prodigy of the immortal house of Phoenix. Let's crush him. Yeah! We all cried out in unison before taking off. Kiba, Koneko, and I dashed from the old school building. Issei, everyone, good luck, Azia called out in encouragement. She was waving to us from the entrance. Alright, you can't turn back now, Issei Hyodo. Be ready to break through. We approached the gymnasium. Partway there, Kiba branched off in another direction, as per the plan. I'll see you guys up ahead, he called out. Wait for us there, I shouted and replied. With that, we split up. He had his job to do, and I had mine. Together with Koneko, I made my way towards the gymnasium. The main entrance was connected to the new school building, making it unlikely we could enter without being immediately caught. Sneaking in through the back door of the opposite side was a much better idea. When I tried the handle, it wasn't locked. Even from the outside, the gymnasium looked too real to be a replica. If Grapefruit turned around later and told me that this would have been the real Kuo Academy all along, I would have completely believed her. Koneko and I entered from the back, behind the stage. The curtains were drawn, so we had a full view of the inside of the hall. I scanned the area from one corner. That's when Koneko murmured, "Enemies nearby." But before I had time to register my own surprise, a voice echoed through the hall. "We know you're there, servants of Gremory. We've been waiting for you to show your faces." It was a woman's voice, one of Riser's servants. They must have been waiting for us. In that case, there was no point in hiding any longer. Koneko and I stepped onto the stage. In the middle of the hall stood 4 demon women. There was an older woman wearing a Chinese dress, the pair of twins, and a petite girl who had beat me up last time. I had really been hoping I wouldn't bump into her so soon. If I remember correctly, the one in the Chinese dress was a rook. The twins were pawns, as was the petite girl. I knew this only because we had taken a look at a photograph of all Riser's familia members before the match. 3 pawns and a rook. Given that Koneko and I amounted to only 1 rook and 1 pawn respectively, we were at a clear numerical disadvantage. Still, an encounter was unavoidable if we were to carry out our own plan. Boosted gear, stand by.
Boost!
Wasting no time, I began doubling my power. I can do this, I told myself. Issei, you take the pawns, I'll handle the rook. Right. Koneko and I faced our respective opponents. The woman in the Chinese dress adopted a martial arts pose, and the petite girl brandished her staff. The twins readied a pair of handheld chainsaws, and with beaming grins... Hold on, chainsaws? The mechanical weapons let out a terrifying sound. What? Are they serious? Surely something like this is too dangerous to bring to a fight, right? Dismemberment time, they sang in gleeful unison. Saying something like that so cheerfully should have been illegal. I didn't want to be cut into pieces. Letting them reach me was out of the question. A short distance away, Koneko and the woman in the Chinese dress had already begun exchanging blows. They threw punch after punch at each other, and the fight was quickly becoming a martial arts contest. They were both rooks, so each one of those hits must have carried tremendous force. I had assumed that Koneko, with her small frame, would have the advantage when it came to movement, but her opponent was no slouch either, lightly launching into one attack after another. The petite pawn girl swung her staff around dramatically. Her name was Milla, if I was remembering correctly. Bitter memories flashed through my mind. I had acted all confident, self-assured, and I had been soundly defeated without even delivering a single blow. Things were going to go differently this time. Cut, 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 cut. The twins were coming right at me, dragging their chainsaws along the floor. A chainsaw roared in my ear as it passed by. Too close. They almost cut my head clean off. I sent one of the twins flying with a shoulder tackle and put some space between myself and the other one. A simple move like that was unlikely to cause my boosted gear to reset, but if I got carried away with something flashy, I risked losing all my increased power. Something came flying toward me from behind. Uh-oh. I managed to dodge that too, though only by a hair. Middle's club passed right by my flank. Yes, I dodged it. I was moving faster than even I expected. Whether it was the result of my training or something brought on by Rias lifting the seal earlier, I couldn't say for certain. Either way, this was my chance. I was gonna show everyone what I could do. Unfortunately, at that moment of overconfidence, the edge of the chainsaw grazed my cheek. It hurt, but more than that, it sent blood flying. My uniform had been torn as well. That was a close one.
Boost!
It was time for my second power-up. Clearly, my opponents weren't willing to wait as I charged up. They moved to attack again, but... I turned my body sideways to dodge an attack coming from above, leaped back and dodged the next vertical attack, and then ducked down. I caught my final strike from Miller's staff head on by crossing my arms. Alright, how's that for perfect defense? Stop moving. Why can't we hit him? The chainsaw-wielding twins stamped their feet in frustration. We're gonna break his guard, Milla said. She certainly didn't seem pleased to find her attacks were now ineffective. Too bad for you, I thought. I'd really given my training my best effort. Facing the president and the others would have been impossible if I got my ass kicked all over again.
Boost!
This was it, my third power-up. I was ready. Let's go, Sacred Gear.
Explosion!
Now that I reached the stage, I was ready to fight for real. My whole body was overflowing with energy. I couldn't afford to waste even a single moment of my temporary power-up. I'll deal with you two first. With surprising speed, I bolted towards the twins. This might sound a little conceited coming from me, but it was a damn impressive sprint. My enhanced movements left my enemy pawns little time to react. Realizing her predicament, the first twin swung her chainsaw wildly, but my fist was faster. I sent the first of that chainsaw-wielding pair flying. How dare you hit my sister? The other twin pointed her chainsaw in my direction, but I twisted my body backwards and struck her with a powerful backhand blow. She fell to the floor with a thud. The staff-wielding girl lunged towards me with her weapon. It was the same sort of attack she used to one-shot me in our last encounter, but I wasn't going to let that happen again. I spun around to dodge her thrust, but as I did so, an opening revealed itself as Milla followed through, her attack striking only empty air. This was my chance. Take that, I cried. I struck out with the side of my hand, cleaving right through Milla's staff. My hand throbbed with pain. Evidently, the thing had been a lot stronger than it looked. Before she had a chance to respond, I threw my now disarmed opponent to the ground. The girl let out a loud scream as she rolled across the ground. The strained cry from her gritted teeth belonged to a woman in a Chinese dress. I glanced around, only to find her on the floor holding herself up with her hands. Meanwhile, Koneko towered above the other rook, still maintaining her fighting stance. Whoa, even from a curious glance, that Koneko was the stronger fighter. Riser will be mad if we lose to a guy like this, spat one of the chainsaw twins, having climbed to her feet. We'll cut you to pieces, the other twin declared as she restarted her chainsaw. Get as worked up as you want, but the preparations for my victory are already complete. It was time for my ultimate technique. Have a taste of my new special move, Dress Break. With the snap of my fingers, the chainsaw-wielding twins and the girl with the staff each had their clothes get blown away. Yeah, even their underwear was sent flying. Their pale, curvious bodies stood bare before me. All three of them were a little underdeveloped, but it was still a feast for my eyes. Blood started gushing down my nose as I broke into a huge grin. The girls' screams echoed throughout the gymnasium. All three of them crouched low to the ground, hiding their private parts. Ha 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 ha! How do you like my ultimate technique? Dress Break. All I had to do was keep imagining your clothes being torn right off and dedicate my demonic abilities to stripping you naked. Yep, I had just poured all my powers into this ultimate move. I didn't have much in the way of demonic power to begin with, so though I spent nearly every waking moment thinking about loose stuff like this, the technique still took everything I had. There was no arguing with the results though. It was a marvel to behold. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. This is why I spent all that time peeling vegetables and fruit using nothing more than my demonic powers. I'd peel them until I thought my mind was starting to slip. For the technique to work, I first needed to come into physical contact with my target. At that moment, I had to then pour my demonic powers into them. Then the end result spoke for itself. You're the worst, the enemy of all women. You're an animal, a lecherous fiend. The chainsaw-wielding twins launched indignant insults at me. I gladly accepted their words, though. I misjudged you. Koneko's cold murmur, however, stabbed at my heart. At that moment, a voice sounded from the transceiver in my ear. Issei, Koneko, can you hear me? It was the Prez. It looked like Koneko was listening in too. Yeah, we're both fine. We're just about ready, I replied. Very good. Akeno has finished her preparations. You know what to do. It was time. Koneko and I glanced at each other, exchanging brief nods. Paying no heed to our opponents crouching down on the floor, the two of us sped towards the entrance. Cowards! Riser's servants called out behind us. This is an important strategic position. They weren't wrong. The gymnasium connected the new school building and the old one. Had this been a real game of chess, it would have been the center of the board. That made controlling it absolutely vital. That's precisely why we gathered the four of them in there. That had been our plan all along. Koneko and I basically been decoys. Just as the two of us exited the building, there was a blinding burst of light. A huge pillar of lightning crashed down to the center of the gymnasium with deafening roar. By the time things settled, the building had been reduced to rubble. Take that, came Akeno's voice. Above us, Akeno was floating in the air, her black wings spread, staring down at the destruction with a look of pure gratification. Her right hand was held up high above her, and sparks of electricity were dancing around it. 3 of Lord Riser's pawns and 1 of his rooks have been retired. Grayfia's voice echoed across the battlefield. Hold on, that one strike knocked out all 4 opponents just now? Seriously? That's when I recalled something Kiba had mentioned to me a while ago. There was some who call Akeno the Vestal of Thunder. Since the president isn't old enough to have played in any official raiding games, Akeno isn't exactly famous, but she is well known among a certain group of enthusiasts. The Vestal of Thunder. Talk about terrifying. If she had hit me with that one attack, I definitely would have croaked on the spot. I made a mental note never to cross her. We did it, Koneko. I tried to pat her on the shoulder, but she shrank back. Don't touch me, she hissed, glaring daggers. A disappointing reaction, though I had to admit it was an understandable one. Anyone would have been wary after seeing my ultimate technique. Don't worry, I won't use that move against my allies, I reassured her. It's still disgusting. It looked like she well and truly hated me now. Everyone, can you hear me? Akeno just delivered a flashy finishing move. You've all successfully pulled off the first stage of our strategy. Rias' voice came through the transceiver. She sounded pleased. This had been a part of our overall plan. Destroying the gymnasium had been an important first step, so long as we could ensure several members of Riser's Familia in it. Koneko and I had entered from the back entrance, but that actually had been a ruse. We'd known that Riser's side would be monitoring that building, and that as soon as we got inside, they would attack. All we had to do was keep them occupied for a short while, then make our escape. As soon as we were out of range, Akeno had demolished the whole building from the sky. We had been bait to lure our opponents into her trap. Having accomplished that, we fell back and left the rest to Akeno. Rias' strategy had gone exactly to plan. We had abandoned a strategic, valuable location and used it as a part of our attack. The trick had allowed us to remove 3 pawns and 1 rook, all without losing a single member of our own team. What could have been better than that? Now that she's used it once, Akeno's lightning attack will take time to charge before it can be used again. We can't rely on her for rapid fire assault. Moreover, the other side still has numbers on us. I will depart once she is ready to use it again. Until that time, I'll leave the rest to you. Move on to the next phase. Rias instructed. Right, I replied. With the Prez and Azia moving out, the next order of business was for Koneko and me to jump up with Kiba and engage the enemy on the athletic track. Just as we were about to head over, however, there was an ear-rending sound like that of an explosion, and its source. Koneko! The petite girl sprawled laying on the ground, and the smoke was rising up from her body. I hurried to her side and took the girl in my arms. Her uniform was in tatters, as if she'd been caught up in an explosion. Several of her pieces had been completely disappeared. Something about that noise reminded me of... Take that, a mysterious voice mocked. Up in the sky, a figure, wings spread wide. She was clad in some kind of mage's outfit, and her face was hidden behind a hood. It was clearly one of Riser's servants, and she'd taken out Koneko. Hold on, isn't that Riser's queen? We just run into that bastard's strongest piece? The best moment to move on your prey is when they lower their guard for a minor victory. Sacrificing a few of our many members were perfectly acceptable, if it means capturing some of yours. You are simply too few. Just this one loss will leave you incapacitated, no? Even if you manage to root us, you can't hope to defeat Master Riser. You were better off quitting before you began. The woman let out a mirth-filled laugh. Issei, Akeno, Koneko murmured weakly. Her voice was about to give out. I'm sorry. I wish I could have been more useful. There's no need to apologize. You did everything you were supposed to. Just hold on. Once Asia gets here, she'll have you up and... Before I could finish, a bright light suddenly enveloped Koneko's body. She turned transparent for a moment before completely disappearing. Lady Rias Gremory's rook has been retired, sounded Graphia's impassive voice. Before the match, Rias had explained that if any of us sustained enough damage that we were no longer able to fight, we would automatically be retired from the match. When that happened, we would be transported to a place where we could receive medical attention. That was why it wasn't a huge problem for anyone to get too beaten up. No one actually died in Rainy Games. Those 4 members of Riser's Familia who Akeno defeated a moment ago had no doubt been transported to the same place as Koneko. I knew that. I understood that. It was all kind of a mock battle, but even so, it was just a little too much. When Koneko vanished from my arms, I could still feel the phantom of her weight. Damn it. My whole body began trembling with rage. Get down here. I'll crush you. I caught on in provocation at Riser's queen, completely throwing the next stage of our plan to the wind. Even I knew it was an ill-advised course of actions, but I didn't care. I couldn't forgive her. Koneko was in tears the moment she disappeared. Tears of anguish and regret. She should have still been able to fight. Damn it. If I'd seen Riser's queen coming even a moment earlier, I might have been able to save her. But I just had to let the success of our first phase of our plans go to my head. You're a bold little pawn, aren't you, boy? Shall I destroy you like I did the other girl just now? The mage turned her arm towards me. She was going to attack again. Oh dear. I'm your opponent here. Miss Yuba Luna, Queen of Riser Phoenix, or should I call you the Bomb Queen? Akeno asked as she placed herself between us as if to shield me. I don't like that name, Vestal of Thunder. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I've been looking forward to fighting you. Issei, go find Yuto. I'll take care of things here. But... I began to protest, but for the first time I could remember, Akeno's expression stared back at me and turned stern. My heart skipped a beat. I could feel the icy sting of her glare. Issei, you have your own role to play. Now go. This is my job. She was right, of course. I would just get in her way. I had to see to the task that only I could perform. There was a little else I could do but grit my teeth in frustration. At this, Akeno returned to her usual peaceful smile. Don't worry. I'll avenge Koneko. I'll pour my soul into destroying this queen. A golden aura wrapped itself around Akeno's body. It was her demonic power. One look at Akeno in that moment was all it took to know how powerful she was. Rias' queen was the strongest of all the members of her familia after all. Akeno, I'll leave this to you. I called out and took off to find Kiba at the athletic track. A moment later, a tremendous blast of thunder ripped through the air behind me. The battle had been moved to its middle phase. I hurried towards the athletic track to join up with Kiba. 3 of Lord Riser Phoenix's pawns have been retired. Another announcement. It sounded like someone defeated 3 more members of his familia. The question was, who? I was still on the move, Akeno was engaged with Riser's queen, and the present Azia should have been en route to their next target. It could have only been Kiba. If Riser had lost 7 pieces, then he had 9 left, including himself. We had lost Koneko, which left us with 5. We were still at a disadvantage. Out of nowhere, someone grabbed my arm. An enemy? I thought. I was a long way from the athletic track. I braced myself for the worst, only to find that it was Kiba. He was wearing his usual disarming smile. Huh? Oh, it's you, I said. Yep. It looked like he had been keeping an eye on the events at the athletic track from a safe distance, behind the storage building at the edge of the grounds. Sorry, Kiba. Koneko. I know. I heard the announcement. It's a shame. I can never really tell what she's thinking, but she was putting her all in this match. She went over and beyond when we set our traps in the forest. We'll win this. Of course we will, Issei. We bumped our fists together. Kiba might have been a cursed pretty boy with a regular school life, but here on the battlefield, he was the best of allies. We were the only 2 male members of the Occult Research Club. If we had failed to prove our worth here, there was no way we'd be able to show our faces to the girls. Was it you that took down the 3 of their pawns? I asked. Kiba nodded. Yeah, the clubhouses next to the athletic grounds are a strategic area. It was only natural that our enemies would want to occupy them. All I did was lure out the pawns who they had on lookout and round them up. Their boss kept their cool and didn't respond though. I guess she used the pawns to evaluate how I would attack. It looked like Riser Phoenix didn't mind sacrificing his pieces so long as it gives him an advantage. But he could only take that approach thanks to the size of his familia, and his own immortality, of course. The corners of Kiba's mouth rose up in a faint grin, but his eyes remained serious. He's deployed a knight, a rook, and a bishop out there. 3 pieces in total. That leaves us badly outnumbered, I muttered. Well, it goes to show how much they don't want us taking it. Now that we destroyed the gymnasium, This is a logical place to gather our forces. Kiba had a point. The gymnasium and the athletic grounds were two main routes between the old and new school buildings. With one of those avenues already eliminated, the only place they needed guarding against was this one. It was a natural move to concentrate one's forces there, although it was true that our attack on the gymnasium had forced their queen into the front line. By the looks of things, our battle at the athletic ground was shaking up to be more intense than the gymnasium. I was kind of scared. "Are you feeling nervous?" Kiba asked with a smile. I felt my cheeks flushing. Of course I am. I barely have any combat experience, and I've been thrown into the deep end. Compared to everything you've been through, I'm a small fry. I did have a boosted gear, and that counted for something, but it didn't exactly mean much with me as its user. It was really a useless treasure. Even if it was, I already made up my mind to fight for Rias. I had to do something for her. No matter how weak I was on the field, I wasn't going to let anyone take me down without a fight. If I was going to be defeated, I wanted to at least take as many of them as I could with me. That oath had been etched into my heart. "Look here," Kiba said, showing me his hands. They were shaking. "You said I had a lot of combat experience, Issei. That may be true, but this is still my first time fighting in a raiding game. It's a genuine battle between two teams of demons. While this may be a unique situation, we're still fighting for real. We're going to have to do this again countless times down the line, but this is our first game. We can't afford to give our opponents even a single opening. As the President's Familia, we have to do everything we can, because this is a pivotal moment for us, something that will stick with us forever into the future. It's a joyous thing, but it's also terrifying. I certainly won't forget how badly my hands are trembling. This nervousness and tension will become the source of nourishment, and I will use it to better myself. We both have to be stronger, Issei." Kiba. It sounded like he had been thinking long and hard about all this. He was really dedicated when it came to combat. "In that case, let's show the girls what this pairing is capable of," I declared. "Does that make me a top then?" "I'm the top, you idiot. No, wait, I mean, damn you, pretty boy." He managed to get me completely pulled out of this rhythm. What am I doing? At that moment, a loud, inspired voice rang out. "I am Carmine, Knight of Master Riser. I tire of us trying to probe each other's tactics. Knight of Ria's Gremory, what do you say we settle this sword to sword?" A woman clad in full suit of armor strode gallantly out on the baseball pitch. What boldness! She would have had no excuse if someone picked her from behind. Kiba chuckled. "Now that she's given her name, on my honor as a swordsman, I'll have to reveal myself," he murmured before striding out of the shadows of the storage building. He was heading straight for the baseball pitch. "That idiot," I muttered in complaint, though I trailed along after him nonetheless. He is pretty cool though, I thought as I watched him from behind. "I am Yuto Kiba, Knight of Ria's Gremory. And I'm Issei Hyodo, her pawn." The two of us gave our names to the enemy knight named Carmine. The female knight flashed a joyous smile. "I'm glad to see Rias Gremory's Familia boasts at least two honorable warriors. Although, I do question your sanity, coming out to face me directly." Hey, come on now. Is she calling us crazy? "But I do adore fools like you two. Shall we begin?" With that, Carmine drew her sword from her scabbard. Kiba replied with his blade too. A duel between two knights. I've been looking forward to this. It's been a while since I had a proper bout, he responded defiantly. Judging by the grin of his, he wasn't lying. "Well said, Knight of Rias Gremory." Carmine leaped into action, her attacks flying towards Kiba as she was launching into a dance. Sparks flew wildly as their blades made contact. Perhaps they were both knights, their movements were unbelievably fast. The fight had only just started, but their swords moved swifter than my eyes could perceive. Kiba and Carmine both kept appearing and disappearing in different spots across the field. What am I supposed to do exactly? It would have been tactless of me to try to help Kiba. He was in the middle of a one-on-one duel after all. Maybe I should encourage him, I wondered. You look bored. I spun around, only to find a woman approaching who had half of her face hidden behind a mask. As I recalled, she was a rook. The very next instant, another figure appeared. Good grief. I can't stand people like that. All they ever think about is swords, swords, swords. And did you see that face Carmine pulled when we sacrificed the pawns? You would think that she didn't approve of Lord Riser's strategy. And now, she's gone and found a cute little boy who shares her fetish for swinging swords around. A new beauty, openly voicing her complaints, was wearing a dress that looked like a European princess. Her hair was bound up on both sides of her head in intricate braids. She really did give off a regal sort of presence. Apparently, we've been surrounded by the lookouts who Riser had dispatched to the athletic grounds. The bishop was staring at me with half-lidded eyes. What is it? I thought. So you're the pawn Lady Rias Gremory keeps fawning over. She has a strange sense of taste, that one. How dare she speak so rudely about the prez? She may have had a pretty face, but she had a poisoned tongue. I leapt to a safe distance of readying myself against these two opponents. Boosted gear, standby.
Boost!
I started powering up my sacred gear. I had no choice but to leave the knight to Kiba and take these two on myself. The princess-like bishop, however, let out an exasperated sigh. I won't fight you. Isabella, why don't you take care of him? The masked woman, Isabella, nodded. Her companion withdrew to the sidelines. What's with this? Her Highness doesn't feel like fighting? That was always our plan. Why don't we pass the time together? Sure. That's fine and all, but what about that bishop? I asked. I could hardly believe she wasn't in the mood to fight. Wasn't this an important game for her side? I had no idea what to do, faced with an opponent who had practically abandoned the match. The masked woman placed a hand on her forehead, her expression troubled. Don't worry about her. She's unique. For the most part, she'll just be watching. What's that supposed to mean? I blurted out. Spectating shouldn't have been an option. Did this rating game not matter to them? Well, that's Ravel Phoenix, Master Riser's younger sister. She's only joined Master Riser's familia because of a special circumstance, but she's still his blood sister. Huh? That beauty right there is Riser's sister? That bird bastard's? Huh? What? She waved to me from a good distance, as if amused by my sudden realization. It didn't feel real. Not only had Riser let his younger sister join his familia, but he let her fight in battles. Master Riser has a certain take on it. There's a social meaning to having your sister in your harem. I mean, it's incestuous, right? There are a lot of people out there who dig that kind of thing. I'm not into sisters, though. It's more for show than anything else. That's how we put it, if I'm not mistaken. That jackass really is a total pervert. Still, I can understand why he might have wanted his sister in his harem. I definitely wish I had a younger sister. No, stop it. I shook my head. She's his sister. And that's why she isn't gonna fight. Fine by me. Let's do this, pawn of Rias Gremory, Isabella called out. The masked woman lunged forward, her fist brushing past my cheek as she threw a punch. What? Luckily, I shifted to the side by pure reflex. Huh. So you can dodge with moves like that. My apologies. I should have given you more credit. Let's step this up a notch or two. Her body swayed strangely left to right for a second, and then Isabella launched into a fury of unbelievable attacks from all sorts of impossible angles. Whoa. No sooner had I dodged an elbow strike than Isabella's hand lashed out towards me like a whip. Is this one of those flicker jabs used in boxing? Something like that was sure to hurt if connected. I couldn't launch into a counterattack until my own boosted gear was sufficiently powered up. It was all I could do to stay on the defensive. I desperately fought to avoid her attacks. Gah! An intense pain tore through my abdomen. Isabella had kicked me. I had been so preoccupied with her punches that I haven't even been paying attention to what she was doing with her legs. The strike threw me off balance, and her next move was coming straight for my face. A combination move of those flicker jabs pounded my head. Believe me when I said it really hurt.
Boost!
That was my 5th boost. 5 increases probably would have been enough if I had been facing another pawn, but they still weren't enough to take on a rook. Rooks were second only to queens in value. After all, I couldn't afford to take a risk in any attack that wasn't going to be enough. Despite crossing my arms to guard against a flurry of blows, each strike still carried an immense force behind it. If this kept up, I was going to be retired in no time. Seizing on a break of her flicker jabs, I threw myself backwards. Isabella's attack finally came to a stop, but still she was maintaining a light footing. There was no telling when she might launch into another barrage. Thank goodness for all those sparring sessions with Kiba and Koneko. They've really been proven their worth. Now I knew how to discern when my opponent was about to cease their attack. What's more, Rias had taught me how to escape, which had enabled me to safely get some distance. The rook broke into a grin. I underestimated you. To tell you the truth, I expected that kick to be the end. Rias Grammar has trained you well. Your physical endurance is impressive. My physical endurance? Is it really that good? In a serious battle, the most important thing of all is your stamina. Any idiot can fight, but it takes considerable fortitude to keep going beyond a couple of minutes. Combat requires strength and mental fortitude. Just avoiding your opponent's attacks takes significant effort. The fact that you can do so speaks to long hours of physical training. My chest tightened. All that arduous training and Rias' cruel demands, suffering through those early morning marathons and carrying boulders up mountains, had made me feel like I was going to die. Admittedly, I had doubts of whether it would be really doing any good, but Rias never gave up and stayed by my side through it all. My eyes grew moist. Before I knew it, I was shedding tears in front of my opponents. Prez, I can fight on my own now. All your efforts have paid off. Losing couldn't have been further from my mind at this point. I was going to win this whole thing for Rias. Some rook wasn't going to stop me. Perhaps I said too much. You seem emboldened, Isabella remarked. Rook Isabella. I'm the weakest member of Rias Grammary's Familia, and I don't have much combat experience, but I'm still going to defeat you, I declared with confidence. A sword cut through the air. It was the sound of Kiba's weapon, the Holy Eraser. His sacred gear took the form of a sword wrapped in darkness, and it consumed light. Despite being up against such a strong weapon, the other knights seemed to manage to deflect it and send the blade flying across the hilt. I'm afraid your sacred gear won't work against me, Carloman quipped. I couldn't tell if her sword was wreathed in flame, or if it was made out of fire itself. I wasn't sure. Whatever the case, it looked like it being Kiba's. However, Kiba, far from shrinking back, flashed a dauntless grin. Then I have something to tell you too. Unfortunately, this isn't all my sacred gear is capable of. What? Nonsense. Knight of the House of Gremory, it is beneath the dignity of a swordsman to... Freeze. Kiba said in a low growl. At that moment, something began to gather around his now bladeless sword. Huh? I felt a sudden chill. A whiff of frigid air began to blow. At that moment, Kiba's sword started to freeze. Ice gathered at its hilt, expanding outward into a shape of a blade. With a shattering sound, Kiba's sword changed into a weapon of crystalline ice. Any matter of flame will perish in the face of my sword. Flame deleter, Kiba declared. A frozen sword? So Kiba's sacred gear isn't just a blade of darkness? Everyone except Kiba looked utterly amazed, though it was to be expected. To me, it seemed like that pretty boy had just done the impossible. Absurd! You're telling me you have 2 sacred gears? Carmine loosed a horizontal slash with her burning weapon, her face filled with frustration and bewilderment. The moment her flame sword met Kiba's frigid one, it was engulfed in ice. With an echoing sound, the enemy knight's weapon shattered. Despite such a loss, Carmine didn't let off her attacks. She cast her broken weapon aside, unsheathing a fresh short sword from her hip. Raising it to the sky, she declared, "We, the proud servants of the House of Phoenix, reign supreme over the elements of wind, flame, and life itself. Let's see how you endure this blazing vortex." A roiling whirlwind of red-hot flames began to swirl in the middle of the baseball pitch, centered around Carmine. The blistering air was already searing my skin. That lunatic! Has she forgotten her own allies are still here? Isabella spat out as she raised her arms to shield her face. The hot blast of air began to melt Kiba's ice sword, yet Kiba himself remained unfazed. I see. So you're trying to smother us with heat, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to... He paused there, holding once again his bladeless sword in front of him. Then he declared a powerful tone. Stop. With a thundering sound, the torrent of flame was sucked right into the hilt of Kiba's sword. Right after a few seconds, the wind ceased, and the baseball pitch was silent again. Refreshing calm. It's been a while since I had to use more than 2 swords in one battle. In his hand, he gripped a unique circular sort of edged weapon. A strange, seemingly impossible cyclone was rotating in the center of it. I had to wonder if he'd somehow captured Carmine's fire vortex attack. Since when did he have a sword like that? Multiple sacred gears? Don't tell me you steal sacred gears of others and make them your own, Carmine asked, incredulous. Kiba, however, shook his head. I don't have multiple sacred gears, nor have I acquired extra ones. I forged them myself. You forged them? Indeed. Sword birth, the ability to forge all manner of demonic blades. That is the true name of my sacred gear. This is what it's capable of. As Kiba turned his palm to the ground, multiple swords stabbed into the earth, each of a different size and shape. If what he had said was true, they were all distinct demonic swords.
Boost!
That was it. 150 seconds exactly. I was ready. I gathered a mass of power in my hand, shaped into a first image that came into mind, and unleashed. Rias' advice sounded in the back of my mind. The easiest way for me to use my power was to focus on the most destructive thing imaginable. In my case, that was the Satoru Saramago Dragon Wave attack from the Sirius Dragon Orb. Boosted gear, now!
Explosion!
A massive ball of energy accumulated in my hands. I extended both hands outward, the one on top of the other, and imagined myself unleashing a blast of raw energy as the power flowed through me. Even when using this attack, I had to play it carefully. It wouldn't do if I unleashed the same level of power that I had destroyed that mountain back in our training camp. If I destroyed the new school building, the president's plans would have been thrown into disarray. I had to restrain myself as much as possible. Ultimate move, dragon shot, I screamed into my mind. A torrent of demonic power burst forth from my outstretched hands. The force of the blast threw me backward. The blinding light that erupted from the palm flooded my eyes. It was huge. That massive power had to have been at least 5 times the size of my own body. It coursed towards Rias's rook at tremendous speed. Rias had said that the most troubling piece in the raiding game was always the rook. That was because it possessed such a high level of both offensive and defensive potential. While that might have made the piece sound kind of plain, such abilities were still pretty terrifying. It was most common for a demon to assign a role of a rook to someone who already possessed considerable skills in those areas. However, there were those who adopted other strategies too. For instance, there was some demons who gave the rook pieces to individuals with high-class demonic power or incredible speed. Those who specialized in demonic magic tended to have weak physical constitutions. Being assigned to the attributes of a rook could compensate for that weakness. Similarly, granting the role to someone who was already swift on their feet resulted in a high-level jack of all trades. Above all, rooks possessed a special technique similar to a pawn's promotion move, castling. They could switch positions with their king at an instant. According to Rias, this was their most troubling ability. It couldn't be used if the king was currently in check, but it was still a formidable skill to have. Whether to increase their latent abilities or compensate for their weaknesses was up to the leader of the familia, but there was countless ways to making use of a rook. That was why I had to take down the one in front of me with a single shot. Isabella, don't try to counter it. Run. Riser's knight Carloman screamed. Isabella, who it seemed had been about to try to meet my attack, instantly left to safety. She managed to avoid the blast just in time. My dragon shot, having missed its target, flew off into the distance. It was barreling straight for the replica of the school's tennis courts. A deafening sound shook the earth. There was a brilliant red flash followed by a buffeting blast of wind. When the dust settled, I turned back to the tennis courts, my eyes opening wide in surprise. They were gone. The tennis courts, along with the surrounding parts of the athletic track, had been completely obliterated. Did I do that with just one blow? Even if it was a replica, that single attack had completely destroyed the portion of the school grounds. Nothing remained of the tennis courts but a huge crater. Even though I tried to restrain my power of my attack, it had still been extremely devastating. I was forced to acknowledge just how insane my sacred gear was. Isabella, take down that pawn. His sacred gear has the power to turn the tide of the match. Carloman cried out from across the battlefield. At that instruction, Riser's rook set her sights on me. Understood. We can't afford to let you get a promotion with that boosted gear of yours. I'll take you down first. Sorry to say, but I'm not the same fighter I was a moment ago. At this level, I'm as strong as a high-class demon. She came flying towards me, launching a punch into a flurry of kicks. Even in the face of such a barrage, I held firm against each blow, concentrating my energy into my left arm all the while. I countered, hurling my fist towards Isabella. She crossed her arms, hoping to shield herself, and yet, the weight of my swing broke through her guard, sending the masked rook flying. Alright, I thought. I made physical contact. That meant I could use one of my other skills. Burst! Dress break! At that moment, Isabella's clothes blew clean off, revealing her dewy, naked body. Her breasts were huge. Her well-toned body was so fit and tight. I made sure to burn the image into my memory. What have you done? She reflexively covered herself with her hands as best as she could. This was exactly the sort of reaction I had been expecting. This was it. Without a moment's delay, I gathered a small mass of energy of demonic power into my right hand and imagined myself hurling it toward her. Go! The wave of energy built up tremendous force as it sped towards the mark. How Could you? The burst of energy enveloped Isabella before she had the chance to answer. A huge shock wave rippled outward. By the time the vibration subsided, Isabella was lying flat on the ground, her body encased in a glowing aura. Slowly, she turned transparent before disappearing altogether.
Reset.
My booster gear had reached its limit. One of Lord Riser Phoenix's rooks has been retired, echoed Grayfia's voice. All right, I cried out with joy at having defeated such a powerful opponent. I'd proven myself as a capable fighter, and I had all those long hours of training with the press to thank for it. Having settled my fight with Isabella, I paused to catch my breath. I had used up a lot of physical stamina and demonic power. Attacks like my dragon shot were only really possible only drawing out my latent energy within me. So the stronger my attack was, the more exhausted I became. I was content being at a level of using that move 2 more times. But I had a feeling that a third use of it was bound to leave me so weak that I would likely to faint on the spot. I didn't trust myself to get off more than one more shot. I was going to have to be careful going forward. With Isabella defeated, Carmine snickered at me. It looks like both Isabella and I underestimated that pawn and his boosted gear. I was unwise to think of him as such an ordinary foot soldier. Is she praising me? If so, I had no complaint. Her words filled me with a touch of pride, actually. But that is a cruel technique, stripping away a woman's clothes. It is rather undignified. Our Issei is a bit of a pervert. Allow me to apologize on his behalf, Kiba said. Hearing him apologize was a little surprising. I didn't quite know how to respond to that. But a wielder of a demon sword, what a good fortune, Carmine said, holding her short sword with a backhand grip. It seems like I fated to do battle with a swordsman armed with a unique weapon. Oh? You fought against the other demon swords? Kiba asked with clear curiosity. Not a demon sword, a holy sword. At this, Kiba's expression changed to of unbelievable bloodlust. Seriously, he looked like some kind of murderer. A horrible, chilling aura filled the air. My whole body was shivering. There was a frigid glint into Kiba's eyes. Tell me about the wielder of this holy sword, he said, his voice almost imperceptibly low. What terrifying hostility. He was just as petrifying as the Prez when she got angry. A holy sword, I thought? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, you don't know him? But I'm afraid we're both swordsmen, you and I. Words are not enough. My blade will be the one to answer your question. I see. In that case, so long as you can talk, it doesn't matter if I send you to the brink of death. A savage animosity emanated from the two fighters that was so powerful. It made the earth shake and my skin crawl. Kiba, what's come over you? What happened to the refreshing smile of yours? Overwhelmed by his change in personality, I almost didn't notice the several newcomers approaching. Here they are. Huh? What happened to Isabella? Don't tell me she got lost. Other members of Rise's Familia had begun to show up. I remembered their faces. There were 2 pawns, 1 bishop, 1 knight. Hold on. Was that all of them? Uh-oh. Did that mean that the stage of a massive battle was here or something? It was just Kiba and me. Akeno was probably still busy dealing with that queen. Every now and then, I could catch the sound of powerful thunderclaps echoing through the sky. As for Prez and Azia, well, I had no idea where they were. Had they been following the plan? They should have left the headquarters. Hey you, there, pawn! One of Rise's servants called out. What now? I grimaced. Master Riser said that he's going to fight your dear princess one-on-one. See? The girl pointed out to a place high above. Turning in that direction, I spotted a figure with raging wings of flame and the other with the pitch black hair on top of the roof of the new school building. The figure with the black wings had crimson hair. It was Rias. "Issei, can you hear me? Issei," came Azia's voice through my earpiece. "Azia? What happened? What's the prez doing?" "We're both at the top of the school building. Riser challenged her to a duel, and she accepted. That's how we managed to reach here without any trouble, but now... What's her goal here? I had no idea what I was supposed to do." Seeing my concentration, Riser's sister called out to me, her lips curling with a cutting grin. "My brother must be in a good mood, seeing as how well you're doing. He's probably taking pity on Lady Rias. After all, we would have obviously won if the game had continued like normal. At this rate, you'd have all been defeated before he even got a turn himself." Riser's sister, Ravel, covered her mouth with her hand as she let out a shrill guffaw. She was starting to get on my nerves. "The prez is strong, and Akeno will help her as soon as she takes down your queen. Not only that, but Kiba will take you all down with his demon sword combo, and with my boosted gear, the crimson-haired princess of annihilation, the Vestal of thunder, sword birth, and the boosted gear. Such grand-sounding names, but your opponent is a phoenix. No matter what your amazing powers possess, you cannot defeat the immortal bird." "Even a phoenix has its weaknesses," I shot back. Ravel snorted. "Are you going to keep beating him until he loses the will to fight? Or are you planning to blast him with that god-class finishing move of yours? Do you really think you could win this match? Don't make me laugh." "What's wrong with that?" "From the very beginning, Lady Rias never stood a chance. All you can do is despair in the face of absolute immortality." With that, Ravel clicked her fingers, and the remaining members of Riser's Familia circled around me. "Carlemine," Ravel called out, "we'll leave the night to you, but if you lose, the rest of us won't stick to one-on-one combat. We'll take them down together. Or do you want to drag the name of the House of Phoenix through the mud even more than you already have?" Carlemine responded with a reluctant nod. "Cirrus, as you will." A wild-looking young woman stepped forward. She carried a large sword slung over her back. "Cirrus is my brother's other knight. Unlike Carlemine, she doesn't concern herself with that chivalry nonsense. She crushes her enemies, and that's all there is to it." This knight drew her sword from the sheath on her back. It was a huge weapon, and the blade was incredibly wide. It hit from that undoubtedly would have been fatal. But now she could add the finishing touches. As for the rest, Ni, Li, meow, meow, meow. It was the two girls with animal ears who responded. They were pawns, if I remember correctly. "These two are beast warriors. They specialize in martial arts." The cat-eared girls vanished from sight. The next moment, two powerful blows dug into my abdomen and face. I didn't even have time to cry out in pain as they laid into my entire body. They moved so fast, I couldn't even tell where their fists were. Boosted gear.
Boost!
I started doubling my power, but my new opponent's attacks only grew stronger. Ni, Li. The boosted gear doubles the strength of his abilities every 10 seconds. If you let him double 3 times, he'll beat you just like he beat the Chainsaw Twins, Il and Neil. You have to finish him within 20 seconds. He can't fight while he's boosting. All he'll be able to do is run. Aim for his legs. Be careful he doesn't touch you with his hand too. Otherwise, he'll use that disgusting technique of his to strip your clothes. At that explanation, the two beast girls flashed looks of fear and disgust. You're the worst, freak. Shut up. What's the problem? What's wrong with mastering a move to strip girls naked? All you do is think with your loins, one of them said. And what's wrong with that? I'm a guy, I replied, knowing the answer was likely pointless. It had been surprising to learn that Ravel had discerned my weaknesses so quickly. God, ow, damn it. They had gone straight for my legs. A low kick collided with my thigh. Who would have thought that a beast girl could have kicked so ferociously? I wondered if perhaps their basic stats were higher than those of normal humans. Countering recklessly with my boosted gear while still charging wasn't an option. Starting from zero would have made me a sitting duck. I had to run. Another low kick. It was certainly effective. The pain shooting through my legs kept me rooted in place. Gah. The next was a heavy punch dug into my face. My eyes caught a streak of blood that had come from my nose to my mouth. I could feel the tears welling up from my eyes from sheer pain. Issei, damn it! Kiba, realizing my situation, quickly adjusted his hold on his sword, positioning himself to finish Carmine in a hurry. Carmine, keep him busy for another 10 seconds. I know you can't beat their knight, but we only need a little longer to bury their dragon user, so just tie him down until we're done. Rise's sister called out with an ecstatic laugh. Damn her, watching from high, she was seriously getting on my nerves. My legs wouldn't move anymore. I fell to my knees. It was no good. There was no strength left in my limbs, and my mind was starting to feel groggy. I'd been beaten down too much. Shit, I cursed myself. If I pass out, I'll be retired. I couldn't let that happen. There was no way I would drop out before even helping Rias. A powerful tremor shook the battlefield. On the roof of the new school building, Riser and Rias were launching attack after attack at each other. Rias' crimson power and Riser's furious shocks collided in midair. Riser appeared unharmed. His clothes didn't even look scuffed. Rias', on the other hand, were torn in a number of places. Her breathing was growing ragged too. From the very beginning, Lady Rias never stood a chance. All you could do is sit there in the face of absolute immortality. Ravel's words echoed through my mind. Are we really about to lose? Is Rias? What's going to happen? Will Rias have to... with him? I couldn't let that happen. I had to find a way to get back on my feet. I had to stand, even if it meant getting beaten to a pulp. Why did I want to keep fighting though? Because I liked her? That was part of it. Love wasn't my weakness. More than that, however, I wanted to protect the Prez. It didn't have anything to do with pacts or promises. She had to remain the grand, majestic person I most longed for. The one who ran her hand through her brilliant crimson hair. So give me your strength, Red Dragon Emperor. The Prez was the person I most admired. Rias had said that she didn't want to marry Riser. She had told me to fight, which was why I had to fight. Hey, Red Dragon Emperor, are you listening? Answer me. Give me your strength, boosted gear.
Dragon Booster!
My Sager gear flashed with crimson light, but it wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. I needed more. More. Last time it was for Azia. Now I need it for Rias. Show me what you got. Boosted gear.
Dragon Booster! Second Liberation!
A voice I never heard before sounded from the gauntlet, and as it did so, a red aura enveloped my arm. All at once, the gauntlet began to transform. Whoa, it changed again? The gauntlet, a crystallization of extraordinary power, had gained a new form. In addition to the gemstone embedded in the area covering the back of my hand, another appeared on my arm, and the overall shape of the object had changed ever so slightly. What's happening? No sooner had the thought crossed my mind, however, the fresh knowledge flowed into it. So that's how I used this new power. I found my lips curling into a grin. In that moment, I understand that, no, we could be stronger still. Kiba! Gathering my strength, I poured the energy into my legs and shot up to my feet. I could feel my body screaming in agony, but I had to keep moving just a little more. I started running towards Kiba. "Use your sacred gear," I cried out. Kiba looked as if he didn't understand what I was saying, but nonetheless he plunged his sword into the ground and declared, "Sword birth!" With a brilliant flash of light, countless demon swords burst forth from the ground. This was it. I reached out to the burst of light and cried, "Boosted gear, second power!" I increased the energy with the boosted gear and directed it straight to the ground. My target was Kiba's demon sword creation ability. Boosted gear, gift!
Transfer!
A metallic rumbling sound began to issue from all around. The entire athletic area was a sea of swords. Blades of every shape imaginable jutted forth from the ground, reaching up to the sky. Everywhere I looked, there were countless more. They had all been forged from Kiba's ability, by the way of my second power, boosted gear gift, a bequest from the Red Dragon Emperor. In effect, it allowed me to transfer my accumulated power to another person or object to increase its own potential. I channeled my power through the ground into Kiba's sacred gear, and this was the result. Kiba's weapon creation skill had been elevated, and so the area around it was now riddled with new swords. Impossible! Is this another one of the dragon's powers? The voices of Riser's servants were filled with anguish, and understandably so. They'd all been skewered by countless blades that had so suddenly erupted from the earth. Their bodies glowed with light and they disappeared from the field. I had taken every one of them off the board. 2 of Lord Riserpon's, 2 of his knights, and 1 of his bishops had been retired. Yes! As Graphia's announcement echoed across the field, I adopted a proud victory pose. One sudden move had taken them all down. I can do this. We can do this. With this new gift ability, I could boost not only Kiba's, but also Ria's and Akeno's too. Even Azia's healing abilities could be bolstered. With this, there was no doubt in my mind that we were going to take Riser down. Issei, I'm impressed. That power. Kiba glanced around at the new landscape. He looked to be taken aback by the efficiency of his own ability when pushed into overdrive. Yup, I used my gauntlet to boost your powers, Kiba. At that moment, the last thing I'd been expecting to hear sounded in my ears. Lady Rias Gremory's queen has been retired. What? Neither Kiba nor I could believe what we just heard. It was unbelievable. Akeno was the strongest of us all. The ground shook violently as a familiar explosive sound reverberated. It had come from where Kiba was standing. Panicked, I glanced towards him, only to freeze in place. Kiba, our knight, was lying flat on the ground, smoke rising up from his body. The earth around him had been covered in blood. Before I could even move to reach him, his body flashed with light and disappeared. Lady Rias Gremory's knight has been retired. Came yet another disheartening announcement. I could only stand rooted to the ground in a mute daze at this incomprehensible turn of events. With almost everyone on both sides out on the raiding game, I was left standing alone on the athletic grounds. Without Kiba, the demon sword littering the area around me began to shatter one by one. The fragments of those blades glittered in silver light as they danced through the air. The whole scene gave everything a phantasmic atmosphere. Only after a few seconds, the weapons had faded away. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to grieve this new development. A shadow floated into my field of vision from overhead. When I looked up, I saw it was the hooded mage, Riser's queen. She was supposed to have been fighting Akeno. Thoughts began to race through my mind. Had only Akeno been retired? This queen didn't even look injured. What was going on? Akeno couldn't have lost. Another knight crushed. Riser's queen said in a disservious laugh. At that moment, a wave of anger overtook me. Are you the one that did this to Akeno and Kiba? The explosion had been the same kind that caught Koneko. And now this mage lady was taking Kiba too. Get down here. I'll tear you apart. For Akeno, for Koneko, and for Kiba. I'll beat you to a pulp. I'll kill you. I pointed up into the air, trying to provoke the queen. Even after such a threat, she merely broke into a scornful grin before losing interest and soaring off towards the roof of the new school building. Wait, get back here! Enraged, I took after her. Like hell, I was about to let her get away. The present Ozzy were up there. I refused to allow that damn queen to hurt any more of my friends. I'll kill her first. My legs gave way, and I tumbled down to the ground. I tried to pull myself back up, but I had no strength left. My whole body was trembling uncontrollably. The reason was obvious. I reached my limit. It was only thanks to Rias' training that lasted so long. But this was the clear outcome for someone who lacked any real combat experience. My heart was racing painfully fast, and each breath was a chore. Everything ached so painfully and it was difficult to form thoughts. My mental state wasn't particularly good either. I had lost my friends right in front of my eyes. It wasn't particularly unusual to lose your mind after being exposed to one heart-rending scene after another. Still, I had to get up. Even with the situation as grim as it was, my only concern was standing back up to go in to help Rias. I cried out at the top of my lungs, hoping to muster whatever strength I could. As long as I was still in the game, I had a chance. Slowly, I rose to my feet and turned towards the school building. Okay, I need to get up on that rooftop now. The plan was quickly dashed, however, when a voice called out to me. Are you still raring to fight? I looked over my shoulder, only to see Riser's sister, Ravel, descending from above on her black wings. Evidently, Kiba's demon sword had failed to take her down. Perhaps she dodged by flying high up in the air. As I thought about it, I realized that announcement had only said that one of Riser's bishops had retired. I readied myself, adapting a fighting posture, but Ravel merely shrugged. I'm not interested in fighting anymore, she said. I mean, no matter how you look at it, you've already lost. Shut up. The prez is still standing, and so am I. That dragon power is unnerving. To transfer your energy into someone else to boost their abilities, that's not normal. I shudder to think what would happen if you did that to the Vestal of Thunder, or Lady Rias. In future rating games, that ability might pose a threat to even the greatest of opponents. But your team has lost this match. Because the Phoenix is immortal? That too. But the real reason is that neither you nor Lady Rias has any real fight left in you, right? Even if you could heal your wounds, that won't restore your strength. Look at you. You're all worn out. Defeat is inevitable. And besides... Ravel paused there. She produced a container of something that looked like holy water. That should have been impossible, though. Phoenix tears. Have you heard of them? They can heal any wound. Phoenix tears? Rias had mentioned them during our training camp. I'd never expected Rise's group to actually have any. Don't call us cheats, if that's what you were thinking. Your familia has twilight healing, no? Ravel said, as if she was reading my mind. Besides, the rules clearly state that Phoenix Tears can only be used by 2 demons in one game. In today's case, our queen and I are the only ones with them. That's how Yuba Luna defeated your Vestal of Thunder. They fetch at a high price on the market, you know, selling the tears that brought great prosperity to the House of Phoenix. Yep, ever since the reigning game came into fashion, we've been doing pretty well. Immortality and Phoenix Tears make us pretty tough to beat. Ravel kept prattling on with one proud boast after another. Phoenix Tears. If Riser's team could heal in the midst of battle, not even Akeno could have stood a chance. Wallowing in self-pity was unlikely to get me anywhere, however. Steeling myself, I continued forward. Hey, hold up. Are you ignoring me? You're gonna lose anyway, so you're better off staying here and chatting with me, don't you think? Shut up. Talk to yourself, chicken girl. Come any closer and I'll strip you naked. Ravel retreated with a half step, reflexively shielding her body. It was the exact sort of response I was expecting. I took off towards the new school building with Ravel's shrill voice at my back. Entering the building through the back entrance, I headed down the corridors. My destination was the rooftop, and Rias. Something pulsed through me. I could feel my attributes changing. I had entered enemy territory, which meant that I had satisfied the necessary conditions. Promotion, Queen! Power welled up inside me. I took down the corridor, but I violently collapsed to the floor. All the feelings in my legs were gone. It was the telltale sign that I surpassed my limits and physical endurance. Even though I increased my abilities, I had zero left to actually use them. A little thing like that wasn't going to stop me though. I was going to crawl to the rooftop if I had to. Akeno was gone, Kiba was gone, Koneko was gone. Each of my allies had been defeated. I was the only one left capable of protecting Rias. What good was I if I couldn't keep moving? I won't lose. I won't allow it. Prez, I'll give you this victory. Just you watch. Once again, I rose, only to come crashing down again and again. So long as I could keep moving forward with each fall, I was going to reach my destination. My face and body were slick with sweat, blood, tears, and saliva, but I was almost there. At last, the door to the rooftop came to view. Without pausing to catch my breath, I forced it open. There, in front of me, Rias and Riser were still going at it. Ozzy was watching on helplessly from a distance. It was reassuring to see that they were both still okay. That said, Rias wasn't exactly having an easy time. Her beautiful crimson hair was in disarray, and her clothes were in tatters. I took a deep breath and bellowed, "Prez, Issei Hyodo, reporting for duty." Everyone's gazes turned towards my direction. "Issei," Rias and Azia cried back in unison. At last, I made it. I didn't have to keep them waiting any longer. That dragon brat. Ravel let him go, did she? Riser clicked his tongue in irritation. Perhaps his younger sister was going through some kind of rebellious phase. It was only because she hadn't tried to stop me that I made it this far. At that moment, Riser's queen alighted from above to stand next to him. "Master Riser, shall I take care of this palm boy and Lady Rias' dear little bishop? You should know, he possesses a rather awkward ability. He can strip his opponent's clothes right off." The queen took a step in my direction, but Riser held out his hand to keep her back. "Are you worried that he might extinguish the flames to protect my body? I wonder, taking his personality into consideration, I have a feeling that his technique will only work on ladies. I will face Rias and her servants by myself. That's the only way to settle this, wouldn't you say?" What's with that self-confident attitude of his? Is he trying to give us some kind of last stand because he'll be sure to win? Riser hadn't been wrong about my dress bag ability though. Indeed, it was only affected on a feminine form. That was how I created this ability, by imagining naked bodies of women. I didn't want to see a guy naked, let alone touch one. I used it to peel fruits and vegetables, but I still had my doubts it would work on a man. "Quit messing around, Riser," Rias cried out with indignation as she hurled a ball of demonic energy straight for his face. He didn't even try to dodge it. Whoa, it blew half of his head off. Rias did it. At least, that's what I thought. A wave of red-hot flames erupted from the gaping wound. The fire coalesced into a shape of Riser's head, and when it subsided, his face was whole again. Riser stretched his neck as if nothing happened. Immortality. So, this is the regeneration ability of the Phoenix. Give up, Rias. This continued resistance of yours doesn't reflect on your father or Lord Syzex. You're out of options. We all know how this is gonna play out. It's checkmate. Riser spoke as if admonishing her. Unfazed, Rias glared back. Be quiet, Riser. I won't give up. You know how this is gonna end? You think that I have no more options. Well, sorry to disappoint, but this king is still raring to go. She said it with a dauntless grin. I was getting pretty pumped up too. So long as Rias still had some fight left in her, this wasn't over. Trusting that we were going to turn this around somehow, I ran towards Rias, inserting myself between her and Riser. Azia, I called out. At this, Azia glanced timidly at Riser and his queen before approaching to join me. Neither Riser nor Yubaluna made any moves to come after either of us. That's not to say I expected them to, but they were clearly both getting a little too overconfident. Azia began to heal Rias' injuries and then attended to mine. As her hand touched our bodies, a warm pale green light enveloped us. She washed away my pain, leaving my body feeling as if the agony I'd been enduring was nothing but a bad dream. My swollen face returned to normal, and the numbness in my legs faded. Unfortunately, Azia's healing did nothing for the exhaustion. I was going to have to do something about my lack of stamina. Azia, once you finished healing me, get down. Azia looked startled. Judging by her shocked expression, she clearly hadn't been expecting me to say that. You need to stay back so you can heal the present me. You're our lifeline. There was a pained look on Azia's face, as if she wanted to say something. The blonde girl kept quiet and took a step back, however. That's fine, I thought, so long as she's safe. A sudden scream burst out from Azia's lips. What? A magic circle I'd never seen before appeared beneath her feet. It seemed to be preventing her from moving. Sorry about that, Riser said indifferently. I would feel bad dragging this out for you. I could have defeated her, but all I needed to do was stop her from being able to heal you. That magic circle will only be released once you take down my queen. I glanced at Yubaluna. She was holding out her hand, and her fingertips were glowing. Damn her. Azia was our last hope. There was no use complaining now. The last battle was about to begin. Prez, we're still doing this, right? Yeah. Judging by Rias' voice, she hadn't given up yet. We still had a chance. You, Azia, and I are the only ones left. But Azia's trapped and he's immortal. Not to mention, there's still 2 members of his familia standing. The odds don't look good. I said in a loud voice with a fearless smile. But I won't surrender. I don't know much about these things. I don't know how these things usually play out, but I don't care much about our options. All I'm going to do is fight, and I'll keep fighting until the very end. Well said, Issei. Let's take down Riser together, Rias said proudly. Of course, Prez. You hear that, Boosted Gear? My master gave me an order. This should be pretty easy, right? All I gotta do is beat this guy into submission. That's all there is to it. Let's go.
Burst!
How I wish I hadn't heard that sound. As soon as the word emanated from the gemstone on the back of the gauntlet, my body felt suddenly heavy, and then seemingly stopped functioning entirely. I could feel myself losing consciousness. No, not yet. I crawled on all fours, coughing up a mouthful of something bitter and metallic. It was blood. My body had been pushed well past what it was capable of. The light on the back of my gauntlet faded away. I, its user, was no longer capable of functioning. I'd just been healed, though. I should have still been able to fight. Rias stared down at me. The boosted gear exhausts its user more than you can imagine. Continuously doubling your power is too extreme. The burden it places on your body goes beyond any regular sacred gear. Running around this battlefield, fighting my servants one after the next, you hit your maximum a long time ago. No, I thought, no matter what this bastard says, I'm not done. Rias looked at me with sorrow in her eyes. I felt a pang of guilt. This is no problem. I can stand. With no small amount of difficulty, I channeled every fiber in my being to drag myself up to my feet. How many times have I pulled myself back from the brink of death now? Let's go, Prez. With that last declaration, I took off towards Riser. An intense pain gripped my body. I've long lost count on how many times such a sensation has surged through me today. Over and over, I crumbled to the ground and made a total ass of myself. Prez, I can win this. I can still fight. Rias was already on her knees, no longer able to stand. She had used all her powers. She had attacked Riser countless times, inflicting more injuries on him than could be counted. But no matter what she did, he merely healed afterwards with a flash of fire, as if nothing had ever happened. I needed to protect her, and Azia too. I was the only one left that could. Riser pummeled his fist straight into my stomach, twisting and grinding his knuckles into my abdomen. Blood gushed from my mouth. I already vomited up so much, but apparently I still had more in me. My vision was becoming blurry. I shook my head, trying to restore my fading sight. I'm okay. I can win this. I'll beat Riser. This is my present to Rias. Something like that would make her smile, right? I swear, I can make both her and Azia happy. Thank you, Prez, for all the time you spent training me. It's all thanks to you I'm still standing. I might only be a pawn, but I'll be the mightiest pawn of all time. This time, Riser's fist dug deep into my face. The moment he hit me, everything seemed to start moving in slow motion. Prez, I can keep going. I have to keep my promise. I would win for her. It was over. I, Rias Gremory, was out of options. In other words, it was checkmate. None of us had any strength left to fight. Even so, he had still come for me. He alone had risen to continue fighting at my side. Issei. He was the only one who kept pushing on, who challenged Riser in the face of certain defeat. All that effort had been for nothing, though. Riser's last strike had finished him. Watching Issei fall numbly backwards, I found myself running towards him and taking him in my arms. He was covered in blood and sweat. To be honest, he looked terrible, and yet I loved him still. Issei, you fought well. You've done enough. You did everything you could. I whispered to him gently, but he continued to try to pull himself back to his feet. That's enough, Issei, I cried, but still he pushed my hands away. For what must have been the 100th time, Issei forced himself back upright. In wordless silence, he took a step forward and then another. My heart cried at his unrelenting intensity of spirit. Everyone around us watched on bated breath. His foe, Riser, approached him expressionlessly. No, if I kept this up, I would lose him forever. My cute little servant, my Issei. No matter what happened here, I was still going to adore him, to coddle him. I couldn't lose him in a place like this. Pacing forward, I put myself between him and Riser, holding Issei by his shoulders. Issei, stop! Can't you hear me? But I fell silent at what I saw. Of course, Issei had already lost consciousness. His eyes were vacant and his mouth hung slack. But somehow he kept pushing himself forward, step by grueling step. His clenched fist wouldn't stop shaking. Even now, you're still fighting for me. Before I knew it, tears were running down my cheeks. I reached out to touch his face. It was swollen, and I could sense nothing but his vigorous spirit that usually resided in him. Silly Issei. Though he was still trying to move forward, I wrapped my arms around him. You've done enough. With those words, his strength finally left his body, and he fell onto the ground in my arms. I held him close, laying him on my lap. I had promised him another lap pillow after all. He fought for me. Prez, I'll give you this victory, just you watch. He didn't even know how to properly make use of his demonic powers yet, but he still pushed onward across the battlefield with all of his heart. He hardly had any fighting experience. That boy should have been terrified. He could have lost his life countless times over. I won't surrender. I don't know much about how these things usually play out, and I don't care for our options. All I'm going to do is fight. I'll keep fighting until the very end. He was so battered and bruised, his fist badly swollen, and still, he was fighting for me. Issei was someone who was always smiling. He was always pouring his heart and soul into everything, and was always doing his absolute best for me. Standing there on that rooftop, I thought I was about to lose that smile forever. Thank you, Akeno, Yuto, Koneko, Azia, and Issei. Thank you for fighting so hard for someone as worthless as me. I softly stroked Issei's head once more before turning to Riser. You win. I concede. It was my first raiding game. My career had started with a bitter, grueling defeat. I knew I was never going to forget what happened that day. Red. I had a dream of red. An entity inside me suddenly scolded me. It was telling me that the power I've been wielding wasn't my true strength. Who was it, I wondered? The sacred gear? Something else lurking within me? Its lips curled upward in a flicker of incandescent flame.
You'll never go stronger like that.
An unknown voice echoed in my mind. The thing was more than just my imagination. It had come from somewhere deep inside me. Had it been my heart? No. It was my left arm.
You're an exceptional being, a vessel of a dragon. Don't make such a miserable sight of yourself again. Do you want the white one to laugh at you?
Are you the dragon who appeared in my dream? Was it you who gave me this power-up? I asked.
Indeed. That was what you desired, what I desired, and what the white one desired. So you managed to reach a new level.
Desired? What are you talking about? And just who is this white one?
You'll meet him one of these days. He and I are destined to do battle. Speaking of which, allow me to teach you how to use my true power.
Just who?
I am the Red Dragon Emperor, the Welsh Dragon Drake. I reside in your left arm, Issei Hyodo.
The Welsh Dragon Drake?
Losing is fine, so long as you're alive. Defeat can add to your strength, but it is only worthwhile if you can win the next time. Defeat followed by victory, followed by yet another victory. If you can do that, you will meet him one day.
What exactly is happening to me?
You'll understand soon enough. In the meantime, continue to develop your strength. I will grant you my power whenever you need it. What I give comes at a cost, but it will be worth the sacrifice. Use it to strike back at those who belittle you. That is what it means to be a dragon.
A familiar sight greeted me when I opened my eyes. It was the ceiling of my bedroom. What am I doing here? Desperately, I poured through my muddled memories. I was supposed to be in the middle of a raiding game match between the Prez and Riser. The battlefield had been a replica of Kuo Academy. The old school building had been our headquarters. and I've been in the middle of assault against the enemy team's headquarters and the new school building, along with Kiba and Koneko. Koneko had fallen first, followed by Akeno and Kiba, and then it all came flooding back to me. What happened to Rias? What about the match? How did it end? Did we beat Riser? Why am I here? I sat up in my bed. You're awake, came a woman's voice beside me. It was a silver-haired maid, Graphia. Graphia, what happened? Is Rias alright? Lord Riser won the match. Lady Rias resigned. That's... I was speechless. No words could have described how I was feeling. So Riser really beat me? I felt like a disgrace. I had acted so high and mighty, but when it came down to it, I let myself get beaten to a pulp in front of Rias. Why am I so weak? Azia would have been able to live a normal life, if not for my complete and utter uselessness. Maybe if I made a better use of my sacred gear, Rias wouldn't have ended up having to... I couldn't stop myself from crying. Even with Graphia sitting next to me, I was bawling openly. I felt disgusted with myself. Lord Riser and Lady Rias' engagement party is taking place as we speak. It is being held at a venue chosen by the House of Gremory in the Demon Realm. What about Kiba and the others? They are escorting Lady Rias. The only members of a familia not in attendance are yourself and Miss Azia. Azia? She isn't going either? Lady Rias asked that she remain here to take care of you, Master Issei. She is currently downstairs fetching a fresh towel for you. Evidently, the Prez had assigned Azia to watch over me. The little nun must have been pretty worried for me. Prez, engagement, they're in the middle of a celebration? Am I correct in assuming that you won't accept the situation? Graphia asked. Yeah, even with how the match ended, I can't just let this happen. You understand that Lady Rias is acting in accordance with her family's wishes? Of course I know that, but still, no matter how I tried, I couldn't find myself to agree with something I knew Rias was opposed to. I didn't want to see her marrying that bastard against her will, just because her parents told her to. There was no way I was going to let Riser have Rias. I knew what this was. Jealousy. I was overwhelmed with feelings of envy for that damn roast chicken. Giving Rias to someone like him went against everything I stood for. At that moment, Graphia let out a gentle chuckle. It was my first time seeing her smile. Previously, she had seemed so distant and composed. You're an interesting one. I met a great many demons over the years, but I've never seen someone so fervently dedicated to their beliefs as you. My master, Lord Sir Zax, was watching your performance during the match. He was quite impressed. Seriously? I had impressed one of the Demon Kings? Hearing that Rias' brother, the Demon King Lucifer, had taken such an interest in me, left me at a loss as to how best to reply. Graphia reached into a pocket to produce a piece of paper with a magic circle printed on it. This will take you straight to the venue of the engagement party. Why does she have something like that? Lord Sir Zex has a message for you. Graphia paused for a second, and her expression turned dire. If you wish to save my sister, force your way into that hall. Those were his last words. There's another magic circle on the other side of the paper. Use it once you located Lady Rias. I'm sure you'll find it helpful. No words were coming to me. Graphia placed the card on my hand and rose to leave. I sensed a tremendous power lurking inside you when you were sleeping, Master Issei. A dragon is the only kind of being associated not with God, nor with demons, nor with the fallen angels. If that terrible power lurks within you... Her words trailed off there, and she left the room. I was alone, but there was nothing that needed thinking over. I got out of bed and rummaged around for something to wear, only to find a brand new uniform folded up neatly on my desk. That last one had been torn to shreds during the battle. Had someone prepared a fresh one? Grafia, Rias, whoever it was, I was grateful. I quickly put on my clothes, then grabbed the scrap with the magic circle on it. At that moment, my bedroom door swung open, and Ozzy entered the room. Issei? The moment she saw me, the towel and the bucket that she had been holding in her hands fell to the floor. Immediately after that, she jumped right into my arms. Whoa, Ozzy, what's wrong? Having her come to me like that so suddenly was pretty embarrassing. I'm glad you're alright. Your wounds were so severe that you didn't wake up for 2 days. I was so worried. I was worried you might never open your eyes again, Issei. Still holding me tightly, she began to weep. I made her cry again. I patted her softly on the head, trying to get her to relax. Hold on, I've been asleep for 2 days? It's been that long since the match? What have I been doing this whole time? I can't afford to slack off at a time like this. Azia, listen to me. I'm going to find the Prez. Azia was so clearly shocked by what I said. She no doubt suspected what I planned to do. You're not going to join the celebrations, are you? No. I'm going to bring her back. Don't worry. I have a way of getting there. I'm going to, she said without a moment's hesitation. Her expression was grave. She meant it. You can't. I need you to stay here. No. I can fight with you, Issei. I've learned how to use my powers. I'm sick of just having others take care of me. I need to give something in return. Azia grabbed my hands. It almost sounded like she was trying to say that she didn't want to leave my side, but I knew that couldn't have been it. No, you need to stay here. I'll bring her back. See, this is the kind of thing the booster gear was made for. Don't worry. It'll be alright. I'll beat Riser to a pulp and then... It won't be alright, Azia cried. Tears streamed down her beautiful green eyes. You'll get hurt again. Bloody, broken, all that pain. I don't want you to suffer again, Issei. I had been badly injured in my fight with the fallen angel back when I had gone to rescue her from the group of exorcists, and that same had happened during the last fight with Riser. Both times, I would have probably died if Azia hadn't healed me. I could vividly remember her crying over my body as she treated my wounds. No doubt I was going to give her further cause to weep in days and weeks to come. That much was fairly clear. Putting on a wide smile, I took her hand in mine. I'm not going to die, I promise. I didn't die when I went to save you, did I? That's why it will be okay. I'll live, and I'll come back to you, and we'll have so many more good times together. Wiping away her tears, Azia gave me a slight nod. In that case, make me another promise too. Another promise? Make sure you bring the president back with you, she said with a warm smile. Ah, of course, I answered. At this, Azia's expression deepened to one of pure joy. Right, I remembered there was something I had to tell her. Azia, actually... Once I began to explain the situation to her, she immediately nodded in agreement and went to her room to fetch what I needed. That done, the only thing left to do now was... I closed my eyes and addressed the entity that resided in me. Hey, are you listening? Come out. You're there, aren't you, Welsh Dragon Drake? We need to talk. Come out already. Not long after I summoned him, an eerie voice broke into laughter from somewhere inside me.
What is it, kid? What do you need?
Using the magic circle Grafia had given me, I jumped into a strange and unfamiliar place. I'd been afraid that I wouldn't be able to warp properly since my paltry powers, but there had been something unique about the circle on this piece of paper. Glancing around, I saw that I was in a seamlessly endless corridor. Candlelight objects lined the walls, and in between them there was portraits of stately red-haired men. Relatives of Rias, perhaps? There was no time to dawdle. I could make out the sound of distant voices down the hall. so I need to set up in that direction. Before long, I came to a huge open doorway. There was some kind of intricate engraving on it. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be some sort of demonic beast. I couldn't concern myself with that at that moment, however. Inside the hall, a great crowd of well-dressed demons were busy chatting and laughing with one another. It looked no different from the kind of event that high-class human social circles often held. Not that I ever been to one, but it fit my mental image like a glove. I scanned the faces of the crowd, looking to find one I recognized. The hall was gargantuan. It had to have been larger than even the grounds of my school. The ceiling was impressively high, and there was an incredible ornate, gigantic chandelier illuminating the room. So this is the venue organized by Rias' family, I thought. It must have been so nice to be as wealthy as they clearly were. I couldn't wait to get a peerage of my own and make a name for myself in this demon world. While lost in such thoughts, I noticed a burst of crimson from the corner of my eye. A woman with her brilliant crimson hair tied in an elegant coiffure. She was wearing a red dress. I recognized her at once. How could I not? Prez! Before I knew it, I had called out to her across the hall. Everyone around me turned in my direction, as did Rias herself. There was no mistaking the sight of her eyes opening wide in surprise as a solitary tear round down her cheek. Silently, she mouthed my name. That bastard Riser was standing next to her with a garish tuxedo. What did he think he was doing showing off in an outfit like that? I took a deep breath before declaring, "All high-class demons here, and Rias' brother, Lord Demon King. I am Issei of the Occult Research Club at Kuo Academy, and I'm taking the Prez, Rias Gremory home." The hall broke out into hushed murmurs. Paying them no heed, I stormed toward Rias and Riser. "Hey you, what do you think you're..." I had caught the attention of someone who looked like a security guard, but then 3 more figures appeared to intercept them. "Issei, leave this to us," Kiba said, dressed in a white tuxedo. "You're late." Koneko, her petite build garbed in an elegant dress, appeared next to him. "Oh dear, so you finally showed up." Lastly, there was Akeno, wearing an extravagant kimono. The 3 of them moved to intercept the guards who were coming my way. "Thanks," I murmured as I approached Riser. Standing boldly before the jackass, I bluntly announced, "Rias Gremory's virginity belongs to me." Riser's eyes twitched in a way that belied all description. "What's going on, Riser?" "Lady Rias, what's the meaning of this?" The relatives and acquaintances of both families appeared genuinely confused at this turn of events. It looked like high-class demons were no different than humans when it came to dealing with sudden surprises. "This is my doing." At that moment, a red-haired man stepped forward. He was one of the figures whose portrait I seen in the corridor. His features were remarkably close to Rias's. "Brother," Rias said. "Hold on, is this her brother? In that case, he's the Demon King Serzex Lucifer?" "I wanted to see the power of the dragon for myself, so I had Grafia help him." "Lord Serzex, you can't just..." Some middle-aged man, probably a relative of Rias and Serzex, was becoming incredibly flustered. "What's the problem? I enjoyed watching the raiding game, although I couldn't help but feel a little bad for my younger sister. She was facing off with the mighty Riser, scion of the great Phoenix family, while she herself was completely lacking in combat experience." "Lord Serzex, are you suggesting the match was unfair?" "No, not at all. If I was to say something like that, these 2 great houses would lose face. We must treasure the relations between high-class demon families after all." Serzex answered with a shrewd smile. Judging from what he was saying, it sounded like he was taking Rias aside. "Then what do you suggest, Lord Serzex?" asked a man with the same crimson hair. Crimson hair. Is this Rias' father? father, may I propose we make my dear sister's engagement party into a livelier affair? A dragon versus a phoenix. Wouldn't that be a contest to behold? Two legendary creatures to lighten the mood. Could there be any greater entertainment? At this suggestion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Sir Zex turned towards me. Wielder of a dragon, you have my permission. Won't you show us that power once more, in the presence of Riser, Rias, and myself? Hearing this request, Riser broke out into a dauntless grin. Why not? I can't refuse Lord Sir Zex, can I? Then this shall be my final performance before settling down for married life. Overconfident bastard, I cursed. Still, with this, the stage was set. The only thing left was for me to emerge the victor. Surprisingly, the Demon King had another question for me, however. Wielder of the dragon, what would you ask should you win? Lord Sir Zex, what are you saying? The gathered demons all balked at Sir Zex's question, their voices panicked. Nonetheless, the Demon King paid no heed to the concerns around him. He is a demon after all. If we were to ask him to do something for us, we must be willing to offer him something in return. Wouldn't you say? So tell us. You can have anything you desire, a noble title of your own, the greatest beauty of the ages to live by your side. What an incredible offer. He was willing to give me everything I dreamed of, a place of nobility, a beautiful woman. With just one word, I could have it all. I had already decided what to ask for, though. Please let me take Ria's Grimoire back with me. I answered without the slightest hesitation. At this, the Demon King flashed a truly satisfied smile. Well then, should you win, you take her with you. Thus, it was decided that Riser and I would face off at that very venue. Thank you, I said with a bow of my head as Sir Zex disappeared towards the back of the hall. The guests cleared a space in the center of the room before gathering around to watch on with keen interest. Kiba, Koneko, and Akeno seated themselves with Rias and her family. Sir Zex, too, took a seat behind her. On the other side sat the members of the House of Phoenix, their relatives and their servants. Riser's sister, Ravel, was amongst them. Riser and I stood across from each other in the center of the hall. Judging by the layout, this must have been a demon fighting ring at one point. I had already activated my boosted gear. Riser's expression was one of relaxed confidence. You may begin, announced the male demon who had been selected to oversee the duel. This was it. There was really no turning back now. The only option was for me to win. Riser, his fiery wings spread, pointed toward my gauntlet. I already know all your tricks. The gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor is a sacred gear that continuously doubles its user's strength and power. That's all. I've heard you deployed a new technique for transferring your power to another, but it won't do any good for you now. It sounded like he already knew my boosted gear's gift move, but I'd already guessed that much. That gift technique was all the stronger when channeled through one of my allies. I glanced towards Rias, flashing her a determined grin. Prez, I'll settle this within 10 seconds. Issei. She raised a quizzical eyebrow. It's alright, Prez, I thought. Just watch. 10 seconds? You talk big. In that case, I'll finish you off in 5. I won't hold back this time, pawn. Riser Phoenix, I'm going to crush you with everything I have. Prez, let me use a promotion here. I called out. Rias nodded. There was a ringing in my chest. That was all I needed to know that she had given me permission to use it. Promotion, Queen. With that, I was now the strongest piece. I could feel my power flowing through my body. I was at my climax right from the start of the match. There was just one more thing to do. It's your turn, Red Dragon Emperor. Prez, I called out to Rias. I may not be a talented swordsman like Kiba, or an expert at using demonic powers like Akeno, I might not have Koneko's superhuman strength or Azia's healing ability, but I will be the mightiest of pawns. That much I knew I could swear. I'll take down God for you if I have to. With this boosted gear, my only weapon, I'll protect you. I'll protect her. I'm going to get stronger alongside my friends and allies. Burst, over boost.
Welsh Dragon, over booster.
The jewel embedded in the back of the gauntlet released a brilliant flash of red. That red illuminated the entire hall, and a deep crimson aura enveloped me. Instantly, a deluge of overwhelming power flooded my body.
Yeah, use it well, but only for 10 seconds. Your body won't endure any more than that.
Got it. That'll be more than enough.
Indeed. With 10 seconds.
Yeah, with 10 seconds.
We'll pulverize him.
With a brilliant burst of light, I lunged forward. A scarlet suit of armor appeared around me. It was a full-body set modeled after an image of a dragon. It had sharp, visceral appearance. A mirror of the gauntlet that I always wore on my left arm had appeared over my right one. Additionally, jewels like the embedded one on the back of the gauntlet were visible on my arms, shoulders, knees, and chest. Not only that, there was also a propulsion device like a rocket booster built on the back of the suit. Armor? You've used the power of the Red Dragon Emperor to shield yourself? Riser exclaimed in surprise. His assessment was on the mark. I probably did look like a miniature dragon. Even my face was concealed behind a plated helm. This is the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, Balance Breaker, Boosted Gear Scale Mail. If you want to stop me, ask Lord Demon King. It sounds like this is a famous, dreaded, forbidden technique. The Scale Mail ability released all the Sacred Gear's destructive potential in a 10-second burst. Once it was activated, I was practically invincible. Unfortunately, it also carried a considerable risk. Each time the ability was used, it rendered my Sacred Gear unusable for 3 whole days. The Dragon Drake had explained to me. Basically, this was an all-or-nothing maneuver. 10. The countdown had begun. Now that it had started, there was no time to waste. Let's settle this in one go, Riser Phoenix. I brought my hands close together, leaving only a slight gap between them, and summoned a tremendous mass of demonic energy. Then, without any delay, I launched it straight for him. That ball of raw power grew a tremendous size as it sped towards Riser. The strength of the blast was truly unbelievable. It must have been large enough to fill at least half the hall. Even I was taken aback. Damn, that's huge. Riser must not have been anticipating an attack of such magnitude, as he only left to safety rather than meeting it head on. That was just the chance I needed. 9. The clock is ticking. I had to hurry. I threw myself in the direction that I expected Riser to run. The flight unit embedded in the back of the suit of armor burst to life. In less than an instant, I was accelerating with an explosive speed. I couldn't as much move my body due to the immense G-forces, but I was closing the distance to my target with an insane rate. Riser, stunned, made no move to brace himself or respond. It's time to attack. At least that's what I thought. I couldn't move, however. I slammed straight into the wall. What a mess. That had been the perfect opportunity too. I managed to raise my arms to protect myself before making impact, so I took no real damage. There was, however, a gaping crater in the wall leading to whatever lay outside. Incredible. That was a huge crash, but my armor's totally fine. Realizing how durable this suit was, I wondered if perhaps I could collide with my opponent without hurting myself. 8. There were only 8 seconds left. I rose to my feet, brushed off the fragments of the wall that were stuck to me, and turned back to Riser. After that last attack, he was more on guard this time. A rainbow aura encircled Riser. The tremendous energy raging around him made my skin crawl. You red dragon punk, you've done it now. I didn't want to say this, but you're nothing more than an animal, a freak. I'll kill you in front of your beloved master Rias. Riser roared, his wings with pure flame enlarging with explosive force. Fire whirled around him, bathing the hall in scathing heat. Onlookers conjured barriers to shield themselves. If those flames had come into contact with the guests, they likely would have been reduced to ash. I am the House of Phoenix. The flame of the immortal firebird burns within me. I will reduce you to dust. Riser, his whole body wrapped in a blistering mass of roiling flames, charged towards me. That silhouette of flame morphed into a shape of a gigantic bird. Its wings were born of unrivaled fire. Letting them touch me was clearly a bad idea.
Flames of the immortal phoenix can damage even my dragon male. You don't want to take too many hits from him.
Thanks for the heads up, Drake. Unfortunately, I had to meet Riser with everything I had. Rias was watching. There's no other choice. What makes you think some pathetic embers are gonna beat me? I cried out as I charged towards my opponent. The flight unit on my back propelled me forward at an immense speed. As our fists struck each other's faces, an entire hall shuddered with the force of the shockwave. There, in the center of the venue, we began laying into each other with one strike after the next. Every time Riser hit me, the force of the impact reverberated through my body. The heat was almost unbearable. Believe me when I say it was hot as hell. If not for my armor, the flames winding around that bastard's fist probably would have charred me to the bone, or worse. I was scared. I wanted nothing more than to flee to safety. I didn't want to die, and the more we traded blows, the greater I sensed the difference in ability between us. The second I lost my armor, I was going to be like an ant wrestling an elephant. In the end, I was just a low-class demon, while Riser was a high-class one. Perhaps sensing my fear, Riser intensified his flames. Are you afraid of me? You better be. Without your boosted gear, you're nothing. If you weren't hiding behind this set of armor of yours, you would have been dead before my fist even reached you. You hear me? Once you take that thing off, you're useless. He could say whatever he wanted, so what if he was right? It was true that without the gauntlet, I was nobody, but that wasn't gonna stop me. 7. Riser was fighting to win, no matter the cost. Fear had taken hold of my body. I wished with everything I could, I didn't have to go through this. There was no way but forward, though. I pulled out a certain object that had been hiding in the back of the gauntlet. I slammed my fist straight into Riser's face with a cross counter. The force of the strike sent him hurling backwards. You think that will hurt me? Riser suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood before he could finish what he was saying. My last strike had dealt him with a lethal blow. That was only natural, of course, given what I had clutched in my hand. I opened my palm and revealed it. A cross? What are you doing with the cross? Riser cried in shock. It wasn't just him either. Alarmed screams rang throughout the hall as spectators realized what I was holding. Yeah, items like this were anathema to demons. I had been grasping the cross in my fist when I punched Riser. The cross was what I asked Azia for, before I had gone after Rias. I had kept it hidden until the time was right. 6. I boosted the power of the cross with my sacred gear when I hit you. An enhanced holy attack like that ought to be super effective no matter how high class you are. If I'm right, not even the immortal phoenix can recover from that kind of damage. Are you insane? Crosses bring nothing but raw agony to demons like us. Not even your dragon armor should be able to protect you from. It was in that moment that Riser seemed to finally realize my left arm was different now. Perhaps it hadn't been that obvious at first sight, given the dragon mail that encased my body. Careful inspection revealed the truth quickly, however. The armor was solid and inorganic. My left arm, however, pulsated ever so slightly, as a living thing would have. You gave your arm to that thing in your gauntlet? Is that where those lunatic powers come from? Riser asked, incredulous. I did. I offered my arm in exchange for a brief use of his strength and powers. My left arm is now an arm of a genuine dragon. No cross will affect it. My arm had been a necessary sacrifice for me to receive Drake's absolute power. It was payment so I could stand head and shoulders above Riser in battle. My gauntlet was now part of my arm itself. Don't you realize you'll never be able to go back to the way it was? So what? 5. We could talk all day long, but the countdown was still ticking. If all it takes was one of my arms to bring the press back, then that sounds like a pretty good deal to me, I said. Riser's eyes widened in disbelief. You're insane. So that's why you were so eager to come after me. You've gone and done it now. I'm actually impressed. Awestruck even. Which is why... He paused there, his fiery wings growing yet again. I'm going to destroy you with everything I am. The Firebird sped towards me, his whole body and even the air around him ablaze. No way am I gonna let you win after all this. 4. I focused all my energy into the cross clutched in my hand. The only thing I needed to deliver was a single overwhelming strike, using that crucifix, filled with everything I had. My fist slammed straight into Riser's oncoming punch. Our two ferocious powers collided. On impact, there was a brilliant flash of light that momentarily blinded me. At the same time, I could feel myself growing lighter. It was a similar sensation to when you take off your raincoat after arriving home on a rainy day. There was also a burst of incredible heat that rushed past me. The blistering air tore through me. I had never experienced anything as dry or intolerable before. By the time my sight returned to me, I realized what happened. My armor was gone. The scale mail had been protecting me had vanished. I was exposed. The only part of it that remained was my left arm, and that was only because it now belonged to the dragon himself. The cross had been flung from my hand from the last attack, and it lay on the floor a short distance from me. Hey, Dragon Emperor, what's going on? It hasn't been 10 seconds yet. Why did my armor deactivate? Don't tell me my arm didn't even buy me that much.
No. The price you paid for my power was sufficient, but you lacked the essential proficiency to wield it. You lacked training.
Are you serious? Telling me all that training with the others still wasn't enough?
That was but a drop in the ocean that is the lifespan of a demon. A demon's strength comes from decades of exercise and dedication.
I really wasn't in a mood for a lecture. Just let me use the armor again, I pleaded. What's the cost this time? My eyes? My legs? You can have them.
As you are now, you can't hope to use it again in such a short span of time.
Basically, the dragon was saying I was weak. Why was I always falling flat right when I was the most needed? All I wanted to do was win just this once.
The moment the armor's energy was released, I transferred some of my power into the jewel on your arm. It may be enough to temporarily overwhelm Riser Phoenix, but that will be all. Defeating him with this high level of regeneration ability will require...
It'll require either beating him down over and over or defeating him with a single blow, I thought back.
Indeed. Unfortunately, what you have left is not sufficient to pull off either of those options. Even in your boosted state, you are far from possessing enough raw power.
Riser grabbed me by the collar, choking me as he lifted me up in the air. He flashed me a menacing grin as he wrung my neck. I couldn't breathe. You've done well for a pawn. I'm impressed. I've never expected you to come this far. Thanks to you, I've been able to experience the power of a dragon firsthand. You really might have bested me with another year, even half a year of training. It didn't sound like Riser was joking. His gaze was deathly serious. Another half year? In that case, hold off the engagement for 6 months, I thought, wishing I could said those words. Riser's clothes were torn and his body was bruised and battered. Just as I expected, recovering from an attack strengthened by a holy cross took considerable time, even for him. His fiery wings had diminished in size, a testament to just how badly I'd hurt him. There's no need to feel ashamed. Once I'm married to Rias, I'll train you myself. I'll make a powerful demon out of you. Shut up, I screamed in my mind. I definitely didn't need this guy's sympathy. Now then, it's time to close your eyes. I'm going to put you out for a little while. By the time you wake up, the ceremony will be over. You don't want to suffer any more than you already have, do you? I'm not a sadist, so I'll make this quick. Riser looks sure of his victory. Had I lost? No. I would never forgive myself if I let that happen. Make sure you bring the president back with you. I will. I made a promise, Azia. I will be the mightiest of pawns. I will. I won't let you down, Prez. We're going back home together, Rias. Akeno, Kiba, Koneko, Azia, and I will all be there to welcome you back. I pull a small vial from my pocket. You need water to extinguish flames, right? What I had in my hand was a container of holy water. I had prepared it in addition to the cross before making the jump to the engagement celebration. This kind of thing wouldn't normally have much of an effect against a high-ranking demon. If spectators throughout the hall had been able to see what I was holding, the most they would have done was laugh. Riser's expression, however, turned suddenly pale. He knew about the ability I developed during the raiding game after all. You understand exactly what's coming, don't you, Riser Phoenix? His grip around my neck tightened. He was crushing my throat. Before he could squeeze the life from me, I pushed a stopper from the vial and hurled the contents at my opponent. Then I poured my energy into the holy water, greatly increasing its effects. Not even a high-class demon would have been able to withstand that. Boosted gear gift.
Transfer!
My increased power flowed from my gauntlet into the water as it struck Riser. No! By the time Riser tried to counter what I was doing, it was too late. The power flowing through the holy water multiplied its destructive power exponentially. The sound of water evaporating into steam rang throughout the hall. Riser's wings of flame began to writhe and shrink, until he could no longer maintain their form. The holy water seared his body, sending smoke billowing up with an awful, scorching sound. Riser's grip on my neck weakened, and I quickly pulled myself free. Seriously, he almost snapped my head right off. Riser was thrashing around in agony from what the holy water was doing to him. Is he going to die? I wondered out loud.
No. Even with its cleansing effects boosted, holy water won't be enough to kill a member of the Phoenix clan.
Ah, alright.
Nonetheless, the power of the holy water will consume not only his physical strength, but his willpower as well. Even for a creature that regenerates from its own ashes, he will need time to recover from this blow to his spirit.
The smoke and steam issuing from Riser's body gradually dissipated. When it was all settled, the man was lying on the ground, wounded and weary. His clothes were in tatters. With my new dragon arm, I picked up the cross from where it landed on the floor, gripped it tightly, and funneled my power into it. At the same time, I poured onto it the contents of the second vial of holy water that I brought with me. Azia told me that demons were vulnerable to both the cross and holy water, so boosting the power of both at the same time ought to be pretty destructive, I'm guessing. Riser, already reeling from my last attack, made a pained face. I glanced around to make sure there was enough room that I wasn't about to cause a problem. Kiba told me that I need to widen my vision and take in opponents in their surroundings. I focused my aura on the demonic energy flowing through me into a single point, transformed it into dragon energy, and poured that into the cross and the holy water.
Transfer!
With this, I now had an overwhelming divine power at my disposal. Akeno told me that I need to gather my demonic powers inward and let the aura flow throughout my body, to concentrate my thoughts and to feel the wave of my energy. Even someone as useless as I am can do that. I adjusted my stance, readying myself to deal the final blow to my opponent. Koneko told me to aim for the center of the body and strike like I'm trying to carve a hole in them. It was my training that had taught me that. Yeah, I had internalized it all. It had come to use. With everyone's help, I was going to bring Rias back. As I readied my attack, Riser began to panic. Hold on. Don't you get it? This engagement is for the future of all demon kind. Can't you see we need this? I don't know anything about that, but I do remember what happened when you knocked me out last time. The Prez was in tears. She was crying. She was crying during this party too. That alone is reason enough for me to come down on you hard. My fist, empowered by the cross I was holding and the holy water I had poured onto it, slammed straight into Riser's stomach. Riser stumbled backwards, coughing up blood. I can't lose. Not like this. With those final words, he fell flat on the ground, unable to get back up. I glanced down at Riser's motionless body before approaching Rias. A figure leaped between us. It was Riser's sister, Ravel. She glared at me in silence, as if wanting to issue some kind of complaint. I, however, pointed at her with my dragon arm and said, "If you have something to say, go ahead and spit it out. I'll take you on any time." Perhaps because of the gravity of the challenge, she backed away. I walked right past her without so much of a second glance, then stood before Rias. "Let's go home, Prez," I said with a warm smile. "Issei." Next, I turned my eyes to the person standing beside her, Rias' father. He had the same crimson hair as his daughter, and he sported an aristocratic, dandy-like appearance. As I faced him, I gave him a deep bow. "The Prez, my master Rias Grammary, is coming back with me. Please forgive my impudence, but I will be taking her home now," I declared. Rias' father said nothing in reply. Instead, he merely closed his eyes in quiet resignation. Sir Zex had been seated on Rias' opposite side earlier, but now was nowhere to be found. I would have liked to thank him, but that was going to have to wait till the next time I met him. Taking Rias' hand, I pulled the piece of paper that Grafia had given me from my pocket. She instructed me to use the magic circle in the reverse side once I reached Rias. As promised, another magic circle was already lighting off a brilliant glow. Suddenly, a giant winged, four-legged creature leapt out of it. It looked like it was something a cross between an eagle and a lion. "A griffin," I heard someone murmur in the background. Does Grafia want me to escape with the Prez on the back of this weird thing? I climbed onto its back and took Rias' hand to help her up behind me. The griffin let out a powerful roar before beginning to flap its great wings back and forth as it took off of the gaping crater that I had earlier smashed through the wall. "We'll see you back in the club room," I cried out to the others, who waved in return with a smile on their faces. Atop the griffin, Rias and I soared deep into the underworld. "Lord Phoenix, I'm very sorry that the engagement between my daughter and your son ended this way. I know it was rude for me to ask this, but would you perhaps..." "Say no more, Lord Gremory. This would have been a good marriage between two fine, pure-blooded demons, but it would appear that all parties concerned may have been acting more out of touch than avarice. We both already have pure-blooded grandchildren to our names. Perhaps, being demons, we cannot help but desire the absolute best. Or perhaps we push this hard because of the hell we witnessed during the last war. No, I would say that I merely forced my own desires on my daughter. Hyodo, that was his name, am I correct? I would like to thank him. What my son lacked most was knowledge of defeat. He placed too much faith in our clan's unique abilities. What happened today will serve a valuable lesson for him. The Phoenix was not invincible. If this engagement party has done nothing more than to teach him that, then I am grateful, Lord Gremory. Lord Phoenix, your daughter has a fine servant in her charge. I suspect the underworld would not be lacking excitement in the months to come. Yet I would never expect my daughter to acquire something so terrible. The Welsh Dragon. I wouldn't have believed that such fearsome thing truly existed, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. Then it won't be long until... Indeed. In fact, it may already be out there somewhere. The Vanishing Dragon. It may be only a matter of time before the red meets white. Unlike in the human world, the sky in the demon realm was a rich purple in color. It gave me an uncanny feeling, yet it somehow managed to put me at ease. Perhaps that was because I was a demon. As I stared up at the strange sky, Rias' hand brushed against my cheek. "Silly Issei," she said with an embarrassed smile. Judging from her expression, she appeared relieved to have finally escaped that painful predicament. That look changed, however, when her gaze fell upon my left arm. Her eyes sorrowful, she touched it lightly with her fingers. I suppose that made sense. My arm was covered now in red scales, and it sported razor-sharp talons and overall rough, bestial appearance. "Your arm... You gave it to the dragon in exchange for that power, didn't you?" "Yeah, but it was worth it. What's one arm from a useless guy like me compared to the ultimate power? Thanks to that deal, I managed to take down Riser and bring you home," I replied with a forced smile. Rias' eyes, however, glistened with sadness. "It won't go back to the way it was, you know." "Ah, that could cause a few problems. I guess I can tell people it's a cosplay item? It may raise a few eyebrows at school though, huh? What's wrong?" "Azia will cry when she finds out." "Ah, she's right. Why am I always bringing Azia to tears?" "And you do understand that while you may have broken up my engagement this time, it won't be the last time we hear of it, right? If you keep this up..." Rias trailed off there, her voice steeped in sorrow. I pushed myself to laugh. "Then I'll do my right arm next time. And then my eyes the time after that. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. Nothing will stop me. I'm your pawn after all. It's my job, right?" At that moment, something pressed against my mouth. Rias had put her hands around my neck and pressing her lips against mine. A kiss. It wasn't a particularly deep one, and while it didn't involve either of our tongues, I could sense the depth of Rias' emotions through those soft, delicate lips of hers. The rich suppleness of her skin and the beautiful aroma of her crimson hair brought my thoughts to a standstill. After remaining that way for close to a minute, Rias backed up and let out a soft chuckle. It was right about then my brain started working again. A kiss? Rias just kissed me? And I kissed her? It felt like my head was going to explode. "That was my first kiss. In Japan, that's considered quite a monumental moment, isn't it?" Rias asked. Right. Hold on, your first kiss?" I was taken aback by a confession. I mean, a first kiss was supposed to be incredibly important for a young woman, right? Really? With me? "What you did was certainly worth a kiss, wouldn't you say? Think of it as your reward," Rias replied with a bright smile. What is even happening right now? I thought in disbelief. Everything I'd gone through had all been worth it just for that kiss alone. "Speaking of firsts, do you really want my virginity that much?" "I do," I responded once before catching my breath. Perhaps I've been a touch too honest. It was the truth though. There was no doubt that I wanted it. So much so that I've been willing to blur it out in front of those people back there. "You really are upfront about lewd things, aren't you?" Rias looked a little troubled by my admission, but she was still smiling. Truthfully, I kind of want to apologize for being obsessed with that kind of thing. As I mentally reprimanded myself, Rias began to pat my cheek, laughing happily. Thank goodness, I thought. It came as no small relief to see her smiling like her old self again. New life. And that is why I, Rias Gremory, will be moving in with you. Thank you for your guidance and your encouragement, Mother, Father. We were in the living room of the Hyoto residence, my house. The crimson-haired beauty sitting beside me was greeting my parents, while the blonde-haired beauty at my other side looked ready to break down in tears. Azia didn't appear to be taking this development that well. After everything that happened in the demon realm, Rias had suddenly announced that she would be coming to live with me. At the time, I hadn't realized exactly what Rias meant, but she'd been quite insistent. I wanted to deepen my relationship with my dear servant, she said. I had to wonder if my house was really the best place for that. Perhaps I had just no affinity for comprehending how high-class demons thought. Thus, the engagement between the houses of Gremory and Phoenix had been called off. The press seemed happy about it, and really, that's all I wanted. Supposedly, Riser had taken his first ever defeat pretty hard. He'd even withdrawn from the public eye. Oh my, now, first Azia, now Rias. It's like we have two daughters now. My mom had taken a liking to Azia ever since she moved in with us, so she was overjoyed at the prospect of having another young woman in the house. Likewise, my father was crying tears of joy. Yup, this is like a dream come true. A household of girls. I would have killed for this back when I was a kid. Now it all makes sense. I suppose I was my father's son in that way. We even shared the same kind of dreams. As for the problem with my left arm, while technically it's still a limb of a dragon, Rias and Akeno's efforts have forced it to return to the appearance of a human arm, so that it wouldn't interfere with my day-to-day. From what I gathered, it wouldn't return to its dragon form so long as we prevented the accumulation of dragon magic inside it. However, the act of dispelling that buildup had to be performed every few days. Sure, it was troublesome, but I'd been able to get the press back. Compared to that, the price felt relatively cheap. Plus, the way that Rias and Akeno had dispelled the magic was incredibly erotic. I would have never expected them to do that kind of thing for me. I started thinking maybe this new arm thing was a good call after all. Drake had gone quiet after my fight with Riser. Even when I called to him, he didn't answer. There was a lot of questions I wanted answered. Just who was this white one he kept mentioning? It sounded like whoever it was, they were going to show up eventually. I suspected that I had to deal with that thing before long. Well, Issei, now that I've received your parents' permission, I will be living here from now on. I wonder whether you might carry my belongings up to my room, Rias instructed with a flick of her crimson hair. Okay. I'll help Issei, Ozzy said, following after me. Under her breath, she muttered, maybe the best I can hope for is polygamy, but that's a violation of the Lord's teachings. But at this rate, Huh? What does polygamy mean? I asked. Nothing, Ozzy replied quickly, averting her gaze. She's been in a bad mood ever since Rias arrived. Do they not get along? Now, Issei, put that over there, the prez instructed me the moment we reached her room. Okay. Issei, let's take a bath once we're finished. I'll wash your bag for you. Seriously? That's fine with me. You could do that every day if you like. If you're going to bathe together, then let me join you. Don't leave me out, Azia begged. No, Azia, stop. I wanted to cry out. If you start fighting over me, I won't be able to keep myself under control. I'm sorry, Azia, but that's how it is. Could this perhaps be a declaration of war on your part? Rias inquired. I don't want to lose. Why do things never go my way? Replied Azia. I could almost see the sparks flying between the two of them. Whether Rias and Azia, I just couldn't understand what went on in the minds of women. Will a harem even be possible at this rate? I wondered. There was one thing I knew for certain, however. My everyday life was going to get a lot more interesting.